Welcome back. Well, here's the one we've all been waiting for. It's one of the most gruelling events of Beijing 2008. It's the men's cycling road race, 245.2 kilometres. That's a very long distance in the smog and humidity of Beijing over a hilly course. There are 5 Australians: Simon Gerrans, who won a stage at the recent Tour de France; Michael Rogers, a triple world champion; Matthew Lloyd, who's the reigning Australian champion; and Stuart O'Grady, a veteran of European cycling for a number of years, and of course Tour de France runner-up for the last 2 years, Cadel Evans. But in their way is a cast of brilliance, especially from the Spaniards. You've got current Tour de France champion Carlos Sastre, last year's winner Alberto Contador, and renowned all-rounder Alejandro Valverde. Throw in Italy's defending Olympic and world champion Paolo Bettini, and this promises to be an epic battle. You'll see every pedal pushed in anger right here on SBS. We can cross now to our commentators for all the action. Let's join Mike Turter and the voice of international cycling, Phil Liggett.
Well, as we follow the route here, the riders here now, the race is definitely on. Visibility has gone a lot better than it was. It was down to 500 metres in the finishing area. The riders now facing up to the best part of 6 hours in the saddle. A total distance of 245 kilometres. After the 80-kilometre ride out to the circuit, the riders will complete 7 laps of the circuit. And I must say, Mike, that the circuit itself is sounding pretty horrendous. We're getting a view here now of the climb up every lap 7 times.
Yeah, it's the toughest road race, they reckon, in the Olympic history. Valverde, one of the favourites from Spain, was saying it's 12 kilometres up and 12k down on the circuit. So it's going to be very tough with a hard finish.
Well, visibility, the big worry I think now, the humidity, by the way, has risen to 94%. That's going to make for a very tough ride today out on that course once we get out to the circuit. There are in fact 55 nations taking part in this event. I think that's something of a record for the road race. 143 starters, there's the teams for you. And the big team to beat, or big teams to beat, I suspect, Mike, are Italy and Spain.
Yeah, I think so, Phil. Spain are very strong. We know that the Contador, Valverde, Sastre, Tour winner. This course suits them. And the Italians with Bettini, I think Bettini would be pretty keen to win again as he did in Athens. So it's going to be an interesting race. The Australians are well represented too, with Michael Rogers coming into good form. Of course, Cadel Evans, Stuart O'Grady and Matt Lloyd. Simon Gerrans, stage winner in the Tour, so we're well placed.
I must say, a lot of teams changing their colours today, their national colours. This is one of the few times in professional cycling, because it's open racing now at the Olympic Games since 1996, where we see them in their national colours. And a lot of teams have changed the colours for the occasion. So we'll have to watch out for that, Mike, because instead of the normal blue of Italy, for example, they're riding in white. Even the Dutch, their famous orange strip, is a slightly different shade of orange now.
I think you're lighting the strips up, Phil, to protect from the heat, just to make it a bit easier on the riders. But
good point. Yeah,
it is a killer circuit, killer conditions too. 94% humidity is very difficult in anyone's language. I mean, all the recreational cyclists back home would realise how hard it is when you're riding in those sort of conditions. And 245k, Bettini, defending champion, is going to find it very difficult
nice
today.
Little Chinese flavour to the lettering on the Italian jerseys. And Paolo Bettini, who got his title 4 years ago in Athens, when he surprisingly beat a virtual unknown then, Paulinho, who is not here, by the way. He pulled just before the event. He's not well. As Cadel Evans, he's got the towel around him to soak up the humidity, I would suggest. He looks pretty relaxed.
Yeah, I think he's had a little problem with the knee, as we all know, but there's our start list for the Australians. But Cadel, terrific tour under adverse conditions, and seems to be enjoying himself now.
Somebody's told him a good joke there before the start. He doesn't look too tense, I must say, considering now it's going to be a war of attrition, I think. What I think the riders want is a fairly swift ride over that first 80 kilometres as we get underway here with Paolo Bettini, the defending Olympic champion, moving off ahead of the field there. He was in no hurry to head this race out for the first 80 kilometres onto the circuit. But I think they do want a good fast start, because otherwise they take this lot down to the 7 circuits, Mike. It's going to be quite horrendous out there.
I think it's going to be a very tentative start, Phil, because the conditions in the circuit are a big factor, and there is a element of fear, I reckon, between the riders of the peloton, because the conditions and the difficulty of the climbs on the circuit 7 times around that final is going to be a big test for everyone, even the star riders of the group.
Well, with our back to Beijing now, we're heading out along the Yongdingmen Road. We head out to the finish, which is at Yinongong. 78.8 kilometres out to the start of the circuit, 7 laps of the circuit. It's 23.5 kilometres a lap. You're either going up it or you're going down it. It is a pretty steep climb. There's all sorts of horror stories coming back from the riders. They say it's extremely hard. We'll get a chance to look at it, of course, once we get out there. It'll take them approximately 2 hours to reach the circuit, and then they'll spend the rest, about 3¼ hours, racing on the circuit itself. The Belgian riders, bless them, have kept the same colours as ever. They're led by the old-timer Mario Ertz, Christophe Brandt, a good young rider, had a great Tour de France in Maxime Montfort, and well supported by Jurgen van den Broek and Johan van Summeren, that great rider who supported Cadel Evans so well in the Tour de France, and has done likewise for Robbie McEwen in the past. He finally got a win last year, Mike. He won the Tour of Poland. When he'd never won a bike race in his life. He spent it all helping somebody else win.
No, it was great. Pro Tour race too, so it was a great victory for him. And as you said, as a domestic, I don't know if often get a chance, but the good crowds here to greet the riders as they make their way along the circuit. Conditions are, pretty clear.
They're good here, yeah.
Versus to what we've seen the last few days.
There's Paolo Bettini, the Grillo, the cricket. You can see why he tends to jump around a lot once he gets going. This is a course, I think, which he'll like. It's not a course for the sprinters. Most of the teams haven't brought their sprinters with them this year, because the hill will prove too hard for the sprint finishers. It'll be a strongman's race by the end day.
Absolutely.
Today.
Van Summeren eating already, Phil. 5 minutes up the road from the start. On the right-hand side there, you can see the
You
Belgians.
can't miss him. He's one of the tallest riders in the race there, in blue.
Actually, everyone's having a bit of a nibble. It's going to be as important to eat as it is to drink in this race, because we know about the depletion of energy. So fluids is an understatement today.
Over your head as well as in the body, I reckon, because you're going to want to keep fairly cool. You do get the benefit of the breeze. There's very little wind. That's the one thing here in Beijing. We're not getting any wind at all, so it is very hot, very humid, still conditions. It makes for sticky going, but at least for the racing cyclists, they do make their own wind, which will keep them a little bit cool. We're going to see some terrific camera shots, I think, today as well, because they've got some unusual camera positions, especially once we get onto the course. As you will see, running up towards the finish, we have a tracking camera capable of high speed along the riders, so that'll be an interesting shot as they come up towards the finish. The finishing line itself is right on the crest of the hill. There's no run-off at all. I should imagine, Mike, the women are going to watch this with interest today, because they don't do the same distance, of course, but they do the same course.
Yeah.
And this long ride out for the women, I know Gina Longo wants a very fast start, because she wants to weaken the women before she gets onto the circuit. Grand old lady of world cycling, at 49 years of age, virtually 50 years of age, and still competing at Olympic level. Well, these are the men, and here comes the first attack. They're just not going to put up with that. The hardened professionals, so we call them, Mike, just took a quizzical look to the left.
He did, I noticed
and thinking,
that.
what are you doing? But we'll see now.
Yeah, there's like Michael Rogers at the back there, but it's 2 away up the road, so ambitious move at this stage of the race.
This was to be expected. Watch the break from the left of the picture here. I must say, they're making themselves for a tough day now if they don't get a little group with them. We expect a group to get away, of course. One always does early on. We call it the early morning breakaway. Sometimes it works, but I wouldn't imagine it would just now, but we'll see. 2 riders, no resistance at all from the bigger names in the peloton, and this is, I think, the best field we've ever had for an Olympic road race. It only became open racing back in 1996 in Atlanta.
140 and 136.
Well,
So
not surprisingly, it's on the Chilean ride, Patricio Almonacid, who's gone clear, and up behind him there, Horacio Gallardo of Bolivia. It's the first time in my life I've ever mentioned those names, Mike, so you don't ask me who they are.
no. Well, they'll have their little time of glory at the front, but it won't be for too much, I don't think, especially when the race gets down to the circuits. I mean, this run into the finishing circuit is about 78 kilometres, relatively flat all the way. So these two have just made a decision that the only way they're going to see the front is make the move now, and then towards the end of the race when the business starts, I'm afraid they won't be, won't be anywhere to be seen. Going back to the peloton now, so it's a bit of a line at the front. You can see the increase in pace that indicates the line. Chinese rider on the front.
Yes, this rider from China on the front at the moment is Zhang Liang. Just picking up the pace. He's going to feel pretty proud riding here in Beijing in the Olympic road race. He's the only Chinese cyclist in this race, and happy to get on the front. Interesting though, Mike, even at this early stage of tactics, the Italians marking.
Yeah, I saw the Australian jersey too, 5th in line, so there's obvious concern about an early move before they get to the circuit, which they want to cover off if that does happen.
Well, it's quite narrow in places. We go through the arches of the Great Wall, and it's down to around about 3.5 meters wide there. So they're going to not want a big peloton like this starting to crash through the wall. Probably many things crash through the Great Wall over the centuries, but they don't want the peloton crashing into it. And we're going to get some beautiful views of the wall, we hope, because of course there has been some concern about the helicopter in the mist, which is still up there by the Great Wall at the moment, where we're going towards the circuit. And I hate to say it, but the forecasts, and I don't know if they're as good as the forecasts back home, but the forecasters are saying there will be a torrential rainstorm with thunder and lightning scheduled for the time the riders are due to finish the race.
And Neil Kearney was out on the circuit earlier today and said there was a little bit of rain, just a tiny bit, but we haven't seen any downpour in the few days that we've been in Beijing. So hopefully that storm stays away, but that'll just be another factor in the finish if it does come early than they expected.
Well, these two getting down to business here. They'll do long pulls. That's the only way. You start switching around every 5 meters, you wear yourself out. Long pulls at the front and then take a break behind. So the situation at the moment, two riders are clear, and they've got about 30 seconds on the big field. As they start now to come across, heading up towards that circuit. Good freeway riding for quite a long way. This is the Tiananmen Square here as Almonacid and Gallardo of Bolivia take the riders out. There's going to be no resistance here. This breakaway, Mike, could shoot up to minutes in seconds here.
I think the Chinese rider's still on the front of the peloton, so you can still see the long line there. Obviously, the pace is picked up. Very historical location of Beijing as we round the square. You can see the Italian in 3rd place and the Australian also on 4th. So the big countries at the front making sure that everything's under control.
Interesting, they're leaving Zhang of China on the front at the moment. Nobody willing to help him. I can understand his enthusiasm, but he should really just sometimes make the others do some of the pacemaking right now. It's a long line though, so he's picked up the tempo if the race hasn't, and they're probably doing around about 40 kilometers an hour here. Simon Gerrans, the Australian rider, is in 5th wheel, who really did produce one of the rides of his career when he won into Italy in the first mountainous stage of the Alps with a tremendous ride from a breakaway, and now prepared to work for. Have you any idea who they're thinking about as their likely team leader, Mike? Because it's going to be Cadel Evans, Stuart O'Grady or Michael Rogers, I guess. What about Matty Lloyd?
Well, Matt Lloyd on his day can do anything. He's a very talented rider. This circuit will suit him when it gets tough on the final. So hard to predict. I think they'll wait until halfway through the race and then make a decision from there.
All right, well, there's 2 riders clear and the peloton not concerned at the moment.
We're back live on the streets of suburban Beijing for the men's road race. A total distance of 245 kilometres, remember. That's longer than any individual stage at this year's Tour de France. Very early, though. 2 South American riders out in the lead at this stage as we cross back to our commentators Mike Turter and Phil Liggett.
I think these 2 would have qualified for the games via their championships, the
South Americans,
area championships.
Pan American, maybe Pan American Games,
that give them a spot. It's a great experience for those guys, of course, against the big boys of the sport.
They're all part of a little bit of history now today here in Beijing.
I think it's been a pretty standard comment from all the riders, Phil, in the peloton about the circuit being the toughest ever in Olympic history. If we look or think back to Athens, that was pretty demanding circuit. But this one, on the final, it's not only the climb on the final circuit, but it's the approach to the finish. It's going to be a big factor. And as you said earlier, being on the crest of a hill, timing's going to be absolutely critical if it comes down to a sprint of 2 or more riders.
Absolutely. Just watching there, it is Marzio Bruscagin, the Italian, who's up there, and one of the young bloods of the future. Vincenzo Nibali is the other rider there. He had a very good Tour de France. He vied for the white jersey at one stage of the race, and I think he's a likely winner of the Tour de France next few years as well. Well, they're all looking rather pretty happy here just now, the boys from Norway. There's the new Dutch colours, those lighter shade of orange. And is this a problem at the back here? Because it might
Michael
well
Rogers.
be.
Rogers doesn't look too concerned. I think he might be going back to have a word to the boss.
My wife is getting wound up at the front because the Iranians are starting to go. They have a very good team, actually. Hossein Askari, Gardem Isbani, 2 very strong Iranian riders who win a lot of bike races away from the main circuit. They are very strong riders. I'm not surprised to see them putting a little bit of effort in. But Michael Rogers has dropped to the back there. Now, there are following cars, obviously service cars, so if he's got a problem, it's a good time to sort it now, I must say. I just got a feeling about Michael Rogers that he might be the man to do the job for the Australians today, because he's had this Bars virus disease. He's come Epstein virus. He seems to be over it. He seems to be finding his legs again. Season's 3/4 of the way through, of course. Here he is now talking to Neil Stevens driving that car.
There is a quiet word about Michael Rogers in this race. He's had 4 solid rides in smaller tours in Europe before coming here, so he's well and truly back on the track. But I think the contingency plan for the Australians will be at this stage to wait until halfway. I spoke with Shane Bannon last night on the phone, the head of Australian cycling, and it's hard to make plans early in the race, so they're going to wait until halfway, see the situation, and then make some decisions from there. As you know, all the riders are wide for sound. They can hear their directors and managers talking to them. Pitchers go back to the pits so they can watch the race there and make the calls as it develops. But Cadel on his day can be Cadel Evans can win, and also Stuart O'Grady, Simon Gerrans and Matt Lloyd also. So it just depends on how it develops and what happens about halfway.
Yeah. Well, Evans was winner of the test event which followed the Tour de France last year. He came off that 23-second defeat to Alberto Contador, who's here and looking extremely perky. The professional team not allowed to take part in this year's Tour de France. He might profit by that, because he did take a surprise entry into the Tour of Italy and he won that race. So he's quite a talented bike rider. Main field then, though, surprisingly, just keeping control of things, letting those 2 riders run up front at the moment. We haven't got the latest time check on them, but 43 seconds it was. At 44 kilometres now, they're not going to pull away too quickly from the peloton. Here they are. 140 is Patricio Almonacid from Chile. And Horacio Gallardo, the rider from Bolivia, in second place just for the moment. Nice crowd out on the circuit here, because it's a long way yet before we actually join the 7 laps of the 23.5-kilometre circuit. These boys are planning on a 6-hour breakaway if it's going to work, Mike, and that's a bit ambitious.
Long day if they do.
These are the 2 leaders. Last time check was 43 seconds. A little bit of a shadow there. Now, I must say, Mike, we've been here about 4 days. We've yet to see blue, yet to see the skies, let's face it, and the sun. But looks like we've got a bit of a shadow out there. Now, watch Cadel. There's a good chance to have a look at his radio apparatus there, and he may have a problem with it. That's why he dropped back to the car here.
Yeah, he's got that fixed, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, he's getting it fixed now. They're coming up now, so...
Not receiving words from the boys. That was Neil Stevens bringing the car up.
Yeah, the shadows, Phil. I remember last night going, here we are. Yes, the radio's getting a bit of treatment. Get that fixed up. It's going to be pretty important later in the race.
2 second places in his last 2 attempts at the Tour de France. I think the injury did him more damage than we thought when he crashed in the Pyrenees. Came around the corner and found a Spanish rider on the floor in front of him and went over the top of him. And doesn't really remember the crash, but I think he was knocked around more than ever admitting to. His teammate Simon Gerrans off to the left, looking for a new sponsor, because his sponsor's out of the sport as of the 1st of August this year, so he's looking for a new team. I don't think he'll have a problem, mind you.
Saw Mark Renshaw sign with Columbia, Phil, so it's from Credit Agricole, so it's a good situation for Mark.
Just having lunch there was Jens Voigt as well, this remarkable rider who doesn't know when to slow down. And, I can't think we'll contain him for very long before he tries to break away, but he's moved right up the front. He's 4th rider down the line in the red jersey for Germany. So that's another team who's changed the colours completely. Yeah,
they have. As you're speaking about Pro Tour teams, I think the 2 strongest represented teams in the race are CSC Saxo Bank and Columbia.
Absolutely.
CSC have got about half their squad in this race. So that's pretty significant, and we all know why, because those 2 teams in particular have got a huge spread of nationalities that make up the 2 squads.
That's right. And it also makes for difficult situations, you know, because Team Columbia particularly have a massive spread of different nationalities on their squad, and yet in this one event only they race for their nation and not for their professional setups. And so what do if they chase a teammate who's going to win the race because he's on a different country? And it's an allegiance which only is sort of, the decisions are really found out when it happens, because one doesn't know.
It's a very difficult situation.
Peloton here still being led, can you believe, by Zhang Yang of China, the only Chinese rider in the race. A little bit of a chat here with a little bit of a problem, we think, for Cadel Evans, and that's timeouts, and fortunately we seem to have dropped off in the mainstream here, so
that's what we call a nature stop.
Besoin naturel, I think it is in French, as we move on. Normally the riders slow down at this stage of the race, but it looks as though the Chinese rider's just going to keep on with the job in hand, and that's Jens Voigt off to the right, wearing the yellow glasses, who is yet again completed another Tour de France this year, Voigt, and did it well. He promised he wasn't going to attack on any silly breakaways because he was working for his team. Well, it certainly worked this year, because they got the winner with Carlos Sastre, but for Jens, he was in his 11th Tour de France this year, and he finished 36th, so one of his best as well. Well, there's the long gap, Mike, and that is looking out towards a minute now. We're not getting any time checks, I must say, but that looks at well over a minute now.
Yeah. We were talking about the shadows earlier. If we think back to yesterday, the opening, we looked outside the stadium directly at the sun without any problem. So that's how thick it was yesterday. But today it looks, to me, a lot clearer than it's ever been in the 4 or 5 days since we've been here.
Well, the rumour started that they might call it off because of air quality. Then it was the helicopter couldn't fly, which is the way we get all our signals from out on the course and the radio transmissions, etc. But all seems to have gone with the 11 o'clock start here, local time in Beijing. So we're heading away now from Yongbingmen and heading out to the circuit. 78.8 kilometres to the circuit, then it's a couple of more kilometres, we'll see the finishing line, and then it's 7 full circuits of what is reported to be a very hard course indeed. And this
Still on the front.
young man from China here, Drang, is going to regret all this pacemaking. He's allowing the enthusiasm of the day, I think, to take over as we look into the face here of Horacio Gallardo of Bolivia, still in that leading group.
The riders won't be able to feed from the cars as they do in the Tour. You might see it from telecast, but you saw his arm flick out there. He's had enough. He's going to go back now.
He's had enough. Bruce Eugene looks at him and said, well, you've slowed down, but what do you expect me to do about it? And he's not going to do anything. This man in the white's only won 2 races in his life, both time trials. 3 races, all time trials. Twice he's won stages of the Giro d'Italia in the time trial, and he's won the National Time Trial Championship. But he has had a remarkable career, and he finishes very, very well in stage races. But he's not so good in these one-day races, so I would suspect he's the workhorse today.
Absolutely.
To look after the likes of Bettini and perhaps Pelazzotti too. Watch out for Franco Pelazzotti.
I was saying the riders have got 2 biddens or drink bottles on their bikes, and the reason for that would be that the 78-kilometre run into the circuits, there won't be any feeding allowed until they get onto the finishing circuits. There'll be a feed station positioned on the course, and they'll be able to feed each lap until the final lap. So no going back to cars as we see in the Tour de France, where they load up with bottles and bring them up to their riders. They'll have to get their food and drinks from the feed station.
Yes, the rules are slightly different in the one-day Olympic road race and also the World Championship, which is the only other time riders represent their countries rather than their professional setups.
Traffic's been stopped for the race to go through.
So Gerrans looking pretty casual in the yellow jersey. Again, new strip for the Australians as well. Slightly less green, but all the gold is still there. Very easy for the commentators to pick out, so at least they were thinking of us, Michael. Notable by their absence are the Spanish cyclists. I don't see any Spanish riders here at all. They're just all sitting back and waiting. And they have an enviable team here. They brought their best riders, I think, in Contador, Oscar Freire, Sam Sanchez, Carlos Sastre, and Alejandro Valverde, who's the hot favourite. He won a big race just before the Olympics, classic race, the San Sebastian Classic, and that gave him the lead in the Pro Tour Series, which Cadel Evans is the current defending champion in that, although he's not defending it this year. He's not really riding the Pro Tour events. These long straight roads on excellent highway, but for the cyclists a little bit boring, I think. It's a way to get them out to what is a nice circuit. Very good as far as the views are concerned. The history of China there for all to see, and undulations and a very, very difficult approach to the finish line. So we'll just have these 2 riders in the lead. A pretty routine start, I think, with the big boys watching and certainly waiting, and the gap approximately 1 minute. So just looking pretty casual here, Mike.
It has been, yeah, but these 2 are obviously just on a bit of a mission to get to the front for as long as they can. The peloton won't tolerate this when they get on the circuits, I'm sure, but if there's anything positive about the race in terms of difficulty, it's the run into the finishing circuits. It gives those riders 78 kilometres of flat road to at least ride themselves in when all the action will start on those final circuits with the climb. So if there's a plus today, apart from the difficult conditions and the heat, maybe that's going to allow riders just to get themselves prepared for what's to come.
That's interesting. We held pictures underneath the tongue. I'm not sure how we did that. We normally lose them, but we seem to do pretty well there. The Chinese rider Dreng slipped back into the pack. Very wise decision there. He now lets people just doing generally tempo riding here. There's the new colours on the far left of the USA as well. They've also changed the colours for the race today, and it looked to me as though it was Jason McCartney who was over to the left of our picture. Green colours of Belarus, that's the normal colours of those. Konstantin Suvtsevs to the right of our picture.
Simon Gerrans there in the centre field in the gold jersey for Australia. It's obvious that he's one of the guys that have been selected to forfeit any chance from personal glory in this race. He's got a task just to cover off anything that might move. But it could play into his hands if he happened to get away with a break and it worked, then the whole dynamics change. He can be in line for a medal then if it came down to that.
Well, to a degree, that's exactly what happened in the women's road race, wasn't it, when Sarah Callaghan won, when really it was all being set up for Noni Wood 4 years ago. Peloton all together, nobody in a hurry here, almost looking at each other. There's past the crow's nest where we were for that great opening ceremony last night. Just on midnight when the final fireworks went off here in Beijing, and what a magnificent sight it was. Did I say bird's nest? I meant crow's nest there, but there you are. Similar though, eh?
Adelaide Football Club like you, Phil.
Oh, they would. That's what I was thinking of, Mike. Absolutely, yes.
It was a great ceremony, magnificent stadium. All the facilities here in China have just been remarkable. The food been terrific. They've done a great job.
Absolutely second to none. And somebody said to me, we haven't opened our own doors yet. There's always been somebody to open a door for us wherever we've walked.
They can't do enough for you. It's just sensational.
Dominique Fournier of Belgium just shot off to the left of our picture. Man of the future in Belgian cycling, I think. He's former world time trial champion for the youngsters.
Here they come now, just riding past. I mean, if this was yesterday, I think you would just make out the stadium, but it's a lot clearer today, as we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it's moving quickly now, which is good, but they're still saying it's not so good out at the top end of the course. We'll leave the city confines shortly and make our way up towards the wall.
But it's interesting to note, Phil, that it's clearer, but the humidity's up. So I don't know if that's got anything to do with the visibility aspect of the atmosphere, but the humidity being as high as 94%, as it was reported earlier, hasn't been that high for the last few days. So.
No, and temperature-wise, it's pleasant, 27 degrees, quite honestly. It's the humidity which will concern everybody. Dave Zabriskie in the light blue colours, or dark blue colours of USA, to the right of our picture. This is Levi Leipheimer just coming onto the back of the peloton.
He could do a right France.
I think he could be a big danger today, Leipheimer. There he is moving up the outside of the peloton on the left there. He's very unhappy he missed the Tour de France. And if you don't remember the story, the Astana team, which has given grief and doping problems to the Tour de France the past 2 years, the organiser said they couldn't ride the race this year. A little bit harsh, some would think, because totally different team, totally different management. The only thing that remained with the team from previous years was the actual name, which is the sponsor from Kazakhstan. But they weren't in the Tour de France, and Leipheimer really may have lost his last real chance of winning that race, and he was third in it last year. So he might be out for a little bit of revenge today. He may have prepared specifically for this Olympic road race. We'll see.
I reckon the commissaires might have made a change to the feeding rule here because of the conditions, Phil. I reckon they're allowing feeding for the cars.
You'd expect them to do that, but they're not always human, those commissaires.
No, but generally they're not bad. I think races in Australia where it's been extremely hot, we know that they've relaxed the rules and allowed feeding to extend.
It would be kind.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, it's only sensible.
Absolutely. The commissaires, again, if you're watching cycling for the first time, is just the French term for the race referees. This is David Zabiskie on the front here. You may recall he was the rider who won the yellow jersey in the Tour de France and promptly crashed out a couple of days later while riding the team time trial approaching the finish. He didn't make the corner with the rest of the squad and he went down. Interesting character. Silver medalist in the World Time Trial Championship and American Time Trial champion. He's a very, very good rider, but he's been out since he crashed in the Tour of Italy with injury, and so again another man will have a fresh enthusiasm for the sport today. Now what's happening here with Gallardo?
Lost his partner.
Lost his partner. Where is he? He must have stopped, did he?
Maybe a puncher or something, possibly.
A little bit of a rise.
Oh no,
here.
he's still there. He was out of shot.
Oh, it's just a replay anyway. We're back with them now together. They've got away inside the first kilometre today. And no resistance at all from the main field. If it had been a bigger group, there might have been a fight back. But two riders, they figure, aren't going to hold them off for the next 6 hours. So they've let them go.
These pro riders back in the peloton and the managers know who's capable and who's not. And with respect, these two guys will not last the distance. That, you can put your house on that for sure, because when the hammer falls back in the group, then it's going to be on. And these two will just get blown away.
Well, 245 kilometres. It's about 10 kilometres short of the World Championship distance. But of course, conditions here are a lot different to what they were expecting Varese in Italy this year for the road races, the World Championship wise. And so I think it's wise to have kept it down that little bit less than a World Championship distance. But for these guys riding 245 kilometres, probably as far as they've ever raced in their lives.
Absolutely.
Yeah. They might never have trained the distance, in fact.
Well, quite possibly the national championship wouldn't be up around that distance, maybe 180 odd K at the most. So
yeah.
When you get something up around 250 K, even at a leisurely speed for recreational cyclists, it's difficult to ride that distance without any pressure. And when you race it, it's a whole new ball game. That's why these guys are so supremely prepared for these type of competition.
Swinging off one highway to another here as we pick our way out to first 78 kilometres towards the circuit. And again, if for those of you enjoying the Tour de France this year, you may recall John Lee Augustin, the rider from South Africa, youngest rider in the race, who came over the top of the Col de la Bonnette and then promptly went straight on the way down and disappeared off the edge of the mountain down a very rocky slope. His bike going on forever, I think. They did get it back, apparently. Yes, they found it, and the mechanic did. It wasn't actually very damaged. It just went on a rather long way. He climbed back up the mountain and stood at the top there waiting for a spare bike for 5 minutes, which was a great shame because he could have won that day of racing, and it would have been a huge achievement, especially for South Africa. Well, the reason I'm telling you the story is because he's in the race today. He climbs very well, and who knows, he might see him in the action as we look at the defending champion here, Paolo Bettini. Very popular man, looking up at the sky. No rain yet, Paolo, but it is forecast at about 5 o'clock.
Little man, about 5'6".
What a lot of power in those legs.
Yes.
And on form, Mike. He's got his form to perfection. He's the world champion, which he's won for the past 2 years. And they always say there's a jinx attached to the rainbow jersey of a world champion. And Bettini has really struggled to win since winning that world title. But in the last couple of weeks, he's won 2 very good races, one in Belgium and one in Italy. And I think he's got himself ready for today.
He was 4th in San Sebastian, I think.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, so that's good indicator for this, I think, that he's in
ready.
form.
Yes.
The Spanish haven't shown a hand yet, as we mentioned earlier. So Belgian riders here, Van Summeren on the right.
Yes, and Van den Broek, who's number 19. We've just seen 2 French riders go through, Rémi Poriol, Pierrick Fedrigo. Fedrigo is the protected rider on the French team, and Poriol is going to look after him because they become teammates next year. They're on different teams this year. There's Cadel Evans. He just needs to see now Matty Lloyd and Stuart O'Grady, and we've seen them all. Cadel is still carrying the scars of that crash in the Pyrenees on his left leg and on his elbow. They've healed up nicely on his elbow, though.
With him for life, those ones, Phil.
Yeah, they were very deep. I mean, when he jumped up, he does not remember the actual crash. He just remembers coming around the corner and standing up. And he simply said, I've just lost the Tour de France. But as we know, that wasn't the case. There's the man who won the Tour de France last year. Peloton altogether, 2 riders clear.
Welcome back to day 1 of the Beijing Olympics here on SBS. A reminder of what's coming up later on today. The women's football, Sweden versus Argentina. A do-or-die game for both those teams. It's a Group E match. You've got China and Canada also later on today. And some women's basketball, Russia versus Latvia. We can take you back now to the men's road race.
Peloton, wise riders here, especially the rider in the centre, 10 Dam from Holland. It's wise to get that food down you in the early 8 hours. It's only 40 minutes into the race, but little and often's the secret, I think, Mike, isn't it?
That's the style of pro racing, though, isn't it, Phil, in most cases?
Yeah.
Depending on the race, of course, but you often find that the business end is the second half of the race when the moves start to happen, especially today with that circuit, which is the big factor. The riders know that, and they also know the 2 guys up front are not a threat to the overall situation. Cancellara, time trial champion of the world.
Yes, we renamed him in the Tour de France Fabulous Cancellara because he rode so well for his team. He was on the same team as Sastre, who won, of course, the Tour. But Carlos did such tremendous pacemaking, even in the mountains. When he gets dropped, you think he was gone, and as soon as the road flattened out, he came back to the group, went straight to the front and continued to drive the pace again. He was well appreciated by his team, Carlos Sastre, especially by Carlos Sastre this year. Riding alongside Paolo Bettini.
Oscar Ferrer on the far side.
Yes, who is also, he won the green jersey in the Tour de France, first ever Spanish rider to do that, and it's a competition which goes back to 1953.
Well, these two still turn for turn. We haven't had an indication of the time gap.
No, I'm a bit disappointed with that.
I reckon
I thought we'd have got a bit more information than that, but we're getting no information at all on this time gap. I hope it changes later on when we get onto the circuit.
Must be around 5 minutes, Phil, I reckon. Have to be.
Yeah. Because they're keeping fairly constant pace and doing long turns each at the front, which is the only way. When the picture freezes like that, it means the technical equipment is about to lose you the shot, so it holds it until it finds something else. Does it all by itself? Wonderful thing, isn't it?
Oh, there it is. 7:28.
Oh, well, 5 minutes was pretty good, Mike. 7:28, and we're only 40 minutes into the race. So in something like 39 minutes of actual attacking riding, they've gained 7 minutes on the field. That's an indication they're not really in the targets of the riders down there at the moment.
This could get well out over 10 minutes, maybe even more, before they get to the circuit, which still won't be a concern to the riders back in the peloton, because the natural attrition will take care of these guys later.
It should be a water attrition out there on that circuit if, as they're saying, you're either going up or you're going down. There's some information for you. The speed's dropped a little bit to 42. There's still 215 to go. So we're 30 kilometres in now, that time check coming. And they reckon that the time difference now is about 5.3 kilometres between peloton and the 2 breakaways. That's a little complicated layout for you. Good job we went underneath.
Not a lot of pressure on back here in the pelotons, as you can see.
I think that was a very apt description, Mike. I would say there was no pressure on there. Yeah.
No. And we mentioned earlier, people would be watching this saying, well, what's going on? But that's the style of this type of race. You can't race 250 kilometres flat out from the start to the finish.
No, it's tactics all the way. And everybody, we may see it occasionally, they put numbers on the handlebars on white tape as to the men that they've been told by the management to watch, and they'll look for those riders to make a move. They know they'll have assessed the ability of the riders that have broken away. It would be the biggest surprise in the history of the Olympic road race were they to succeed, so they know that. And This, I think, is done more out of boredom than any need for any information by Paolo Bettini here.
I was talking to Ballerini, the guy who was former winner of the Paris-Roubaix, so a great bike rider himself. He's the manager of the Italian team. Just having a casual chat here.
Yep, very good one. That's him. A very good one-day rider indeed, Ballerini.
If I was a commissaire, Phil, I'd pick Bettini up for that, for hanging on to the car.
Give him a €100 fine.
Yep.
Disqualification, perhaps even.
Well, maybe, depending how I feel on the day.
Technically, he's not allowed to do this. They are allowed to do it if they're receiving mechanical assistance or they're seeing the doctor or whatever. But if you hold on the car, then the car, in theory, is not allowed to make any progress at all. But I think all things understood at the moment, there'll be no problems here. Happy days for the Olympic champion for the moment. It'll all change, believe me, as we get out onto the circuit. Looks as though Zheng Liang of China has come back to the front. He must be totally unimpressed with the speed of these world-class professionals right now. But he better watch out, it only gets worse. Laszlo Bedrogi is the rider in red. Continual time trial champion of Hungary, very fast rider against the watch. He'll be in action here in the time trial for his country and won't be far away from the medals as he sits near the back of the field just now. And also contributing to this rather lethargic start, Mike, is the long freeway.
Yes, absolutely. If it was a windy road up and down a bit, it would create a different atmosphere and situation. But the long flat roads is a benefit for the riders, and I know, you know, starting a race with flat roads versus climbs early is a lot easier on everyone, so they would appreciate this. It's going to be a race of the circuits, there's no question about that. We all knew that from the start. So these riders are fully conscious of what's to come, and that's the big factor, is when they do enter that circuit, then the action will really start, and that's when the pressure's going to be really poured on.
Life there above the Olympic road race. Humidity's come down a little bit, it's saying on the computer, to inside 90 now, which is very, very good. And temperature going up to 27 degrees. I would say that it's a lot hotter up here for these boys. There's the race time coming on screen for the first time now, 47 minutes. And the last time check, 7.5 minutes for these two riders. But with an awful long way to go. There's still more than 200 kilometers from the finish, and all the main obstacles of the day, 7 climbs. It's in effect, it's 70 kilometers in those last few kilometers are uphill.
Yeah. Well, Valverde said half the finishing circuit is 12 up and 12 down. That's his description
which
of the
will
race.
suit him down to the ground. It's perfect for Valverde. He's got the legs for the day. He's shooting him.
There he is, Valverde. Talking with Neil Stevens, who's fluent in Spanish and speaks Italian and French. He's a great guy and a stage winner of the Tour. One of the pioneers of Australian cycling, I guess, with Phil Anderson back in those days.
So, got a stage win, as you say. Yeah.
And the team that Valverde rides for, Castipan, is the team that Neil is a director sportif on, so they have a good relationship.
Spanish road race champion Valverde. One has to say, another disappointing Tour de France. He is a rider that's never turned in a good Tour de France yet. He finished 7th. One day perhaps he will, because he goes in as a favourite to win and he comes out only 7th. He's ridden the Tour now 4 times. He had the white jersey lead before he abandoned on stage 13 in his first Tour. Then in 2006 he crashed out with a broken collarbone on Belgian roads. 2007 he promised well when he finished 6th and didn't ride, and then this year he comes up with a 9th place finish, in fact not 7th, I said. So that was for him rather disappointing, I think. But he lost his chance very early on in the Pyrenees when he lost a lot of time to Cadel Evans and to the Schleck brothers. He never really got back in, and he did say he thought he'd lost the Tour then, and he was right. 48 minutes on, not far off the first hour. Rusagine and the Italians making their presence felt here. A little bit of psychological, pointing out to the riders they're here to defend for Paolo Bettini. Marzio Brusagine's the rider dead centre as we freeze under the trees and move forward to the breakaway. Well, these two boys, I mean, they've got good style, Mike. They look good.
Yeah, they're spinning a higher RPM, so they're not getting into the massive gears.
That makes sense.
Two smaller guys, you can see by the size of their frame.
I bet they're climbers in their own country when they're built like this. They weigh around 45 kilo.
Wring them wet. So, and they will be pretty wet, I can tell you, through this humidity. But they're not tall men, you can see by the frame size. So,
probably the conditions are not going to be a shock to these guys as it might be to a Scandinavian cyclist.
I think the standard will feel the quality back in that peloton will be a big shock to them.
They'll be amazed at how fast these riders can travel in the 4th and 5th and 5th and a half hour of racing. That's for sure.
It's a standard fixture now. You can see in the ear the radio earpiece. So he'll be connected with his manager back in the team car, getting instructions and time checks, telling them how they're going against the peloton. It's
providing they're not out of range now, because we're getting up to 6 kilometres ahead of the field.
There's some sort of discussion about the use of radios in races. Some people for it, some against. So
I sat on a working party with some riders and a few other guys from around the world with the UCI recently, and they're trying to amend the rules, but there's no question of them ever going away.
Welcome back to Beijing 2008. The temperature in Beijing this afternoon is around 28 degrees. However, there's high humidity. And while the much talked about smog is certainly still around, it's relatively clear by Beijing standards. As we take a look at the progress of the race, it's a distance of 245 kilometres all up. The two leaders, Horacio Gallardo of Bolivia and Patricio Almanocid of Chile, have opened up a time gap of 7 minutes and 30 seconds. 40 kilometres have been covered so far. There's a long way to go, 205 k's to go, as we go back to Mike Turter and Phil Liggett.
Breaking away, these two riders got away 1 kilometre in today. Patricio Almonacid from Chile and Horacio Gallardo of Bolivia. Should imagine they can speak to each other, and they work pretty well together right now. They've built a lead of just over 7 kilometres on the field. And that, I don't think, is going to come as a surprise, really, on these type of roads. Dead straight, not much wind, and nobody offering a chase just now.
No, they'll be fully aware of the fact that through that haze on the left, as we approach the circuit, that's where the big climbs are. So, and that's when the action's going to start, and these guys will have great difficulty in holding their position.
So as we circumnavigate the Summer Palace here, looking out on the horizon, it looks to me as though the smog is still hanging up there around by the wall. It was 500 metres was all it was when we started the race. Doesn't look, Mike, as though it's improved that much at all right now.
Down in the city where the race started was a lot clearer. Neil Kearney, who's up there, did radio down and say that it was pretty thick, and there was a little bit of rain earlier on, and the possibility of that storm coming in later. So plenty of those drink bottles going out, Phil, the empty ones.
Yeah. Well, the Canadian riders on the left here, they have a very good team. Actually, Canada never won a medal in the road race in recent times. Wise move to keep on taking the food in while the pressure's off. That's the time to take it in.
Australia's only won one medal in this Olympic Games history. Clive Sefton in 1972 with a silver medal, which is pretty staggering when you think of, you know, the quality that we've had, especially in the last 10 or 15 years.
It is.
But that's the nature of the Olympic road race. It's a very difficult race to win and to medal in. Clive Sefton's performance back in '72 with Danny Clark on the track with a silver medal and John Mickelson. It was a great games for Australia from a cycling point of view, and a great effort by Clive Sefton in the road race, which was run by Henny Kuiper.
It was 1972, yes. And then he turned professional on the strength of that. He won the world title in 1975, as well as twice finishing second in the Tour de France. I know somebody else has twice finished second in the Tour de France.
Yeah, so do I.
Cadel Evans, yes, I wonder. We don't know whether he's recovered from his injuries or not, but I think the fact he's here indicates he has. Otherwise, I don't think he would have come all the way to China. So we'll see what he can produce. They stand out a mile, those riders, in the 5 golden jerseys of Australia, I must say. And so we'll keep an eye on them. Gerrans is the rider at the front. He's been designated the man to watch all moves. He's always staying in the second rank. He's not hitting the front, doing nothing, just watching. Just keeping an eye on the likes of Bettini, who's always been riding near the front with his team. And Bucigin seems to be the workhorse for the Italians. But as you can see here now from the helicopter, these boys are, I doubt, they're topping 35 kilometers an hour. So these chaps are getting up to over 10 minutes, I would think.
Yeah, well over 2 minutes now.
It's a big gap, but it's far from insurmountable.
Big crowds out on the road when you think they just watch the race go by and then that's it. They're not on the circuit, so I suspect when we get to the circuit, she should be pretty good with the crowds.
They reckon they can get 100,000 spectators, which is the biggest spectator one of all of the events here in Beijing. But of course, they're using the natural highway as the grandstand, so it's a little less problematical to them. But they're certainly enjoying the prospect here of seeing the Olympic road race. This is very typical tactics right now. We expected a group to go clear on this road. I would have expected 3 or 4 riders, not just 2, but they've taken their chance and the riders have not chased them down, so it's up to them now. They're going to regret it, of course. The legs aren't going to last the 245 kilometers, but they're going to also enjoy it and remember it. Once the Olympic road race is over, some riders will stay on for the Olympic time trials. Others will return to their teams in Europe, because the Tour of Germany starts very shortly, and also the Tour of Spain, which is a similar race to the Tour de France over the same distance of 3 weeks. That's throughout the month of September. So as a professional, there's no end to the racing. And you know, I often wondered if it was a great move to make cycling open like some of the other sports in the Olympic Games. It happened in Atlanta in 1996, and Pascal Richard, the Swiss rider, was the winner there, just by half a wheel from Rolf Sorensen, who is now a television commentator and worked on the recent Tour de France, and a British rider, Max Chiandri, who actually has never been to Britain since he was 6 years of age and is everything but fluent and lives the life of an Italian. But Max is actually helps out the British cyclists a lot in Germany, in Italy rather, and is bringing them through in a similar manner now to Shane Bannon with the Australians in the Tour.
I thought it was a great thing that the professionals were allowed in. I think it's always important to have the very best from each sport compete. 14.5 minutes now to the leaders of the peloton. And I think cycling has really benefited greatly from the big stars being here, especially when you've got guys that won the Tour de France. And Schumacher, the German, who won 2 stages in the time trials of the Tour, and Van Sumeren, the big Belgium guy on the right.
And that's Schumacher he's talking to him right now, the man that won the 2 time trials, Mike mentioned. And I must say, Valverde has said he rates him as one man that might beat him today.
That was interesting. Bettini. He's looking for a sponsor, Schumacher, because we know Gerald Steiner, the team, is out of contract at the end of the year.
Well, I can't believe he won't find one.
No.
As Johan drops off. The Dutch rider here, by the way, is Stef Clement. He's the time trial champion of Holland, just passed away now. He'll be up for the gold medal shot in the time trial. He won't be far away. I don't think he's good enough to win the gold, but he might get the silver or the bronze if he produces the ride on the day. Schumacher there, just checking out his... They're all trying not to race at the moment. You can see they're almost putting their brakes on here. Nobody wants to go to the front and give away just how well they feel. The rider in white for the Italian. Van Summeren having a chat as well, the big tall boy off to the right. That was Laszlo Bodrogi, who just shot through our screen, I think.
They've only covered about 43 kilometres of racing so far, so first hour hasn't been anything to write home about.
Mike, but you could have kept up with these
Yeah,
boys.
I reckon I could have.
Yeah,
too,
I
Phil.
reckon you could have done. Have you ridden the bike recently?
No.
No, I thought you hadn't.
Thanks for that.
But I could have kept up with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no doubt.
Oh, at the moment. This is the calm before the storm, and let's hope the storm isn't what's forecast. It's due at 5 o'clock today, because that would be horrendous if it is as vicious as they're saying it will be, which will be an electrical storm, torrential rain, thunder and lightning, all expected late afternoon out where the race finishes. And this, that will turn the descents into a skid pan, I'm sure of that, because as far as I know, we haven't had rain here for quite a while. Very hot conditions. Just out of the back here is Felix Fedrigo. He's nominated the leader of the French team. Fedrigo just going to the back. He's bored as well. And number 111 is Daniel Petrov, who is also a pretty established rider from Bulgaria. This is Gerganov, Evgeny Gerganov.
Yeah. It's Matt Lloyd on this left, number 28 in the gold for Australia.
Now we've seen the whole set. Little look at the route again as we make our long journey out to the circuit itself. The gap is now approximately 10 kilometres between the two leaders and the bunch, which is it sounds a long way, but this is, they're all playing tactical cards at the moment. They're absolutely just forgetting the two boys up front. They don't believe they can stay the way to the finish, so they're playing their own waiting game at the back. What it will do is provide two lovely carrots for the chase when it starts, and then once the nerves are out the window, we're going to see a terrific race here. I feel confident of that now, the way this race is shaping. But they're obviously frightened of the circuit, Mike.
They are.
They've seen
absolutely.
it, obviously. They've been out there and trained on it. They closed the roads on Thursday for training, so they know just how hard it is.
Yeah,
Maybe these boys didn't go up there to have a look.
Bettini going back again past the commissaires, the referee's car.
There might be actually the VIP car. It might have Pat McQuaid in there, the president of the UCI, who is
doctor.
definitely here.
Doctor's car, that VW Volkswagen.
Car number 2 is driven by Alessandro Ballerini. Returning to the fold there is Alexander Yusov of Belarus. Good sprinter. Not that that'll do him any good today, I would think, on this course, when we see it.
See the mechanic sitting in the back. He's got spare wheels, spare bikes on top, so ready to go at the drop of a hat if required. Ballerini's, I don't know what the discussion is all about, but
I'm pretty sure it's down to boredom, in all honesty, Mike.
yeah,
He's just come back for a chat because there's not much happening at the front.
he's got a little good luck charm hanging from his headstand there. Bettini, you can see moving around. Little guy, he's only about 5'5", 5'6", you see by the size of the frame. It's a compact frame, but he's only a small man. Packs a big punch when he goes.
Shot to the fore in the classic Liège-Bastogne-Liège, and he's won it a couple of times now, but he is such a powerful rider. His favourite tactic, and he employed it in Athens 4 years ago, is to jump away on any little rise that takes him up to the finishing line and go for gold, and it's worked for him an awful lot in races around the world, and for that reason he's probably the favourite today, because of the little 400 metres or so final dash up to the crest of the hill. He's got to get over the rest of the course. This is Park of Korea on the front. He's also a very good rider. I've seen him race before, particularly in Asia. I've never seen him race in Europe. But they're quite strong, the Koreans. They have good climbers and strong sprinters, mainly sprinters actually, coming out of Korea. Seoul Olympics was their big moment in 1988. And there you can just about see all of the Olympic road race field there, and the following cars behind. Stefan Schumacher taking a drink off to the right. He'll have chosen the men he believes can win this race, and they're the men he'll watch and try to go with when they put the hammer down. I think everybody's favourites, really, Mike, are the Spanish riders Contador and Valverde. Obviously Paolo Bettini, but there are others who could really intrude here. I'm not sure the strength of Michael Rogers, but I quite fancy Michael to give us a surprise today. I'm looking forward to him producing a ride. I think he's mentally ready for it, and I'm hoping that he can put a rather torrid season behind him with sickness.
The standout team is obviously Spaniards.
Yeah.
And Valverde's comments about Schumacher was interesting, because I really didn't rate him on this circuit, but he would know better than me, obviously.
If you want an outsider, Mike, watch out for Vladimir Efimkin, the Russian rider, because it's his finish too, and he rode a terrific Tour de France. He just pierced the top 10 in the end, but he can climb terrifically well. If it goes well, Leipheimer too from the United States. There is room for surprise on this course, because too many people are talking about the same guy as a winner, and that is often a bad thing. We haven't seen him yet, but seeing the green jerseys on the front here, which is not Ireland in this case, but having seen that, it reminded me Nicolas, because he was French, he spent most of his life in France. Nicolas Roche, the famous son of, or the son of the famous father, Stephen Roche, who is only one of 2 guys ever to have won all of the big races in the same year: Tour de France, Tour of Italy, and the World Championship. The only other man, of course, is Eddie Merckx, and Stephen now has his son, Nicolas, riding here in the Tour, in the Olympic road race, which is terrific. Big moment for Stephen to see Nicolas riding. When the child was born, he came up and he says, "Phil, I've had a baby." I said, "That was well done, Stephen. How'd you manage that?" He said, "I said, what have you called it?" I said. He said, "Nicolas." Well, of course, Nicolas is the same in French as Nicholas or Nicolas. And I said, "Well, yes, but is it a boy or a girl?" And he said, "It's a boy." And now he's in the Olympic game road race. And at last, the Italians have decided they've got enough up there at just over 14 minutes. It's time to start closing down the gap. This is interesting now. So it looks as though the gauntlet's gone down a little bit earlier than we expected, but there's no doubt about the boys up front. You've got 2 riders, Almonacid and Gallardo, are out in front. The last time checked, 14.5 minutes, but the action has started back here.
Welcome back to the men's road race at Beijing 2008, and there's been a reaction from the main field. 2 riders are in front, 2 South Americans, one from Bolivia, Horacio Gallardo, and Patricio Almonacid, have been in front since virtually the first kilometre of racing. We've had 1 hour and 10 minutes of racing, 50 kilometres have covered, and this is the first reaction to try and hunt down those 2 leaders. Let's go back to the commentary.
This surprises me, these early moves before the circuit, so it's game on now.
This is just taking a very sudden and very interesting twist here now, because they've not allowed those guys to get too far ahead. A quarter an hour really is nothing. They've picked up the action a lot now, and so there's going to be a lot of boys now will start altering the position. If they were caught at the back of this bunch thinking they were going to saunter the circuit, they're going to use a lot of energy now to try and repair the damage. So we're just on 200 kilometres to go. They have ducked slightly inside. It'd be nice to know just how many people are estimated by the police to have watched this event, because look at that line of the public down there right now.
Another Italian move.
Well, this is Nibali again. who's just been in one move and is not happy it didn't work, and he's trying it to go again.
Is that Conquador fourth in line from Spain?
Just need him to pop out. It looks like his riding style.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is interesting. I didn't think this would happen so early. So
Big teams marking big teams,
Yeah.
though, you see.
Yeah.
And they're freewheeling when they realise that they're all looking at each other, waiting for another combination to try.
and there's no shadow of doubt this is going to be a race of attrition. There's going to be ones and twos at the finish, and they're going to be very tight. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the next 100k. I think is going to be really the time where moves will be made.
But it would have been nice now to have had a time check coming at us. And unfortunately, we're not getting anything from the course itself, because I would have thought that that little flurry probably knocked 2 minutes off the breakaway's advantage.
You see now they've sort of pulled up a bit now.
Dave Zabriskie, dead centre, having a drink. He's obviously the man that's got to do the early moves for the US of A.
See far right there, Bettini,
Yes.
on the radio.
Clever rider,
Yeah,
Mike.
so he's mostly saying we need another effort here.
But the way he's moved right up,
Yeah.
because he wants to see the combinations going on the attack.
Van
Very
Semmeren
clever.
from Belgium coming up, so
Yeah.
he can sense there's a bit of things going on. The Australians on the far left there, looks like Michael Rogers and Cadell Evans.
As a group, which is good. Keeping an eye on each other. 141 is Gonzalo Garrido, which is teammate who's in the breakaway, by the way. Philip Dynan is the rider in the all green strip. There's one of only two Irish riders. I was telling you about Nicholas Roach, who's also here. Well, that caught one do like they weren't expecting that. It's calmed down a little bit again now. Marcus Lundqvist is 56, good time trialist. And if the Belgians are going to produce a gold medalist today, watch out for number 18 on the left of our picture. That's Maxime Montfort, who's proving to be a very good bike rider this year in the stage races.
Had a great tour, didn't he?
Had a terrific Tour de France, and this course might suit him. I would think he would be the boy that they will try to help win today, if they can get him through. It looks as though that they've calmed down. So the little flurry didn't work. The combinations weren't there. They were marked well.
Number 30 is Michael
Yes.
Rogers.
Yeah, again, we saw him stop very early on. We may have a problem with that bike, and he's not happy at all just now. Karsten Groen is the rider from the Netherlands, who's also continuing to develop as a bike rider. Had some good results this year. And again, another man suited for this type of a course. Particularly rides well in races like his own Amstel Gold Race, which is quite hilly, believe it or not, in Holland. The area is Little Switzerland.
It's Michael Rogers back with a team car, just getting another drink.
Maybe that's all it was. Sense to dropping in the pace. Chatting with Neil Stevens again. I don't suppose it's in Spanish this time. Michael from the ACT has a cycling family. Dean Rogers, his brother, was a world junior champion. Junior under 20, junior, wasn't he? Yeah, junior time.
Yes. Michael lives in Italy now, speaks fluent English, Italian.
Yeah.
Just had baby twins with his wife
Fantastic.
not long ago. Italian wife. So he's pretty well established there now in north of Italy. Up near Varese, actually, not far from where the World Championships will be in September.
I'm sure will be his next target. As Peloton come back together here now, under control. I think it is the Belgian riders who came to the front, led by Van Summen, who slowed that right down and shut those attacks off for whatever reason. And they've still left two riders on the front. There's a good seat up there. Number 58 there, Kurt Attel Arvidsson. He was the stage win in the Tour de France, and what a great win it was. Norway couldn't believe it. They had 2 winners in the Tour de France this year. Never before was it known for Norway to win 2 stages with 2 different riders in the same Tour de France. Hands up for Contador. He wants a drink.
They've obviously absolutely changed the rule and allowing the feeding to take place right from the word go, obviously, because of the conditions. So
yeah,
that's why they're always going back to the cars, getting drinks.
Just joining him back here is Glenn Chadwick too, and he is also on good form. The New Zealand rider spends most of his career racing in America. He's had some good results quite recently, so he's quite fit. Looks like he's taking time out there. So they've all sensed that that little flurry of attacks, too well marked, wasn't going to work, and they've all stopped racing again now.
Took on some drinks and got rid of his glasses. So
Yeah.
I reckon they're using a stronger radio frequency here. Normally the radio packs aren't that big. So obviously on the circuit with the undulations, they're going to have a stronger signal to try to keep in contact with their riders.
That may be right. There is a limit to the frequency that's allowed, but goodness knows how they check it. It's 5 megawatts or something. Contador taking stuff back for his teammates as well, so he's playing what we call the domestique at the moment. As he was back there, may as well take a drink up for the boys. And he'll go and look for Sastre now, and he'll look for Valverde, and for Oscar Freire and Samuel Sanchez. Sanchez is also rode a very good Tour de France, top 10 finish for him, and climbs very well. This is Christophe Brandt, the other man out of the Tour de France with a good pair of legs perhaps.
Yeah, give us a thumb up.
Thought he might have given us a little smile there, Mike, but he obviously didn't see you.
Stuart O'Grady, number 29. The Australians there all together. Eat and drink. It's really important to make sure that you keep the food up, drinks up in these conditions. Number 33, I think it is, Phil.
Well, these are, again,
Kim Kaich.
Kim Kirken, yeah. The Luxembourgers have changed their colours. That's
Yeah.
the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg's logo on the jersey, and I've never seen that jersey before. So obviously they've also redesigned the complete colours here. Well, Kim is on form. Race leader in the Tour Switzerland, lost it on the final weekend and didn't win. Got the race lead in the Tour de France for 4 days, I think it was, and again lost his place in that one. But he is a very accomplished bike rider.
Stuart O'Grady and Bettini. Just wishing each other all the best.
Nice gesture.
Going back again, Bettini.
He's clearly bored again now. The pace has come right off, so he's gone back to have another chat with Ballerini. You can see there that the riders have the respect. The boys at the top of their careers, they have the respect of fellow professionals. But that doesn't mean they won't attack them when they get half a shot later on today.
Here he is again.
Yeah.
Kirken from Luxembourg. Was it Charlie Gold? He was the
50
former
years.
winner.
Yeah, 50 years to the day in the Tour de France.
There wouldn't be many more Luxembourg guys that have ridden in the Tour.
No, it's absolutely right, Mike. This year was a Luxembourg Tour like we've never had before, with the Schleck brothers and with Kim Kirken, all from Luxembourg.
Yellow jerseys.
And the Luxembourgers turned up on the race as well with their red, white and blue flags, which are their national colours on the flag.
But when you think of a country of that size producing...
I think its population is very small, about 500,000.
Yeah.
It's quite a small population that produce these great bike riders.
But the Schleck brothers...
You might like to know, Mike, it's the very first place I went to on my bicycle back in 1961, I think it was. I just put my bike on the train in London, got off in Belgium, and I rode to Luxembourg. How about that? And I came back next day. When I got home, I won the race the next morning. But they all fell off at half a mile to go, so I was very lucky.
14, nearly 15 minutes to the leaders. So again, you can see the pressure's right off back in the peloton. There's Simon Gerrans.
Well, they pulled it back, but of course he's going out again now. It's going to lead to a tremendous chase down on the circuit. Whichever way you look at it now, these boys are going to stay away till they get to the circuit. And then we're going to see a totally different bike race, which is going to lead to an excellent final couple of hours of racing today.
He's trying to. Oh, who's this? Cadell
This is
Evans.
Cadell now. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what that move by Nibali was all about from Italy.
I just think the combination was wrong. And once the second move went with Contador in, they weren't going to pull that away, so they just stopped working again.
You see this, looks like Cadell prefers just straight water rather than any mixture at this stage of the game.
Do you know, I would have done too. All these sticky things don't do anything for
Some
me.
riders like a bit of fizz, or a little bit of Coke mixed with water, or an energy drink. But you can clearly see there he's drinking straight water, which I think is a good move in these humid conditions. Maybe later in the race they might use something with a bit of energy substitute in them.
Van den Broek came over from Lance Armstrong's team, and that team stopped riding.
But these riders for 11 o'clock start would have been up at about 5 a.m.
Yeah.
at the latest, preparing themselves, stocking up with carbohydrate and race food prior to coming down to the start. So it's an early start to the day. As we mentioned earlier, there's a chopper shot, the one in front, another camera, but the conditions are quite clear on the flatlands here. I think it's when we get up to the hills there, it might get a bit more thicker with the cloud and the smog, and
It's a little bit misty, but it's fine at the moment. There'll be no complaints about this. But the course itself is very much like it is here. It's covered in trees, so it'll be a different race once we get there. 188 kilometers left to go of the 245. We've been racing for just coming up an hour and a half, and these boys have been in the lead for all bar about 3 minutes of the day so far. I hope that's a smile, because if that's a grimace at this stage of the race, he really is in trouble.
I think it's a smile. About half hour away, you reckon, Phil, from the circuit?
Yeah,
Thereabouts?
I would think about, yes.
You can see the terrain
They've
changing.
kept up 40 kilometres
Yeah.
now, I think. Gallardo.
But the terrain is certainly changing, and the road size, as you can see, is now it's just a dual carriageway, whereas before on the big freeways of Beijing. So we're heading out now towards the hills that surround the city.
Once we do see the circuit in entirety, it'll be time to remind everyone that it's the same circuit that will be used for the time trial, except we don't have, of course, the lead up to it, which will make a very difficult individual time trial for both men and women on this circuit with those climbs.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the other feature about China, Beijing, is that it is spotless. You don't see any garbage in the streets. You don't see any litter, cigarette butts, nothing. It's you can see there, just spotless everywhere you go.
Yep.
Great for bike riding too. You don't get many punches.
That's true. Let's hope we don't get any today when it matters. Just looking here at the riders from the back. Robert Gessing is the tall rider nearest to the camera here. He is being tipped as a real rider for the future. He can climb extremely well. This is Jurko of Slovakia.
Some of these jerseys are tricky, aren't they? I'm trying to work out who's who.
The guy riding no-handed at the moment, Lawrence Ten Dam, he actually had no interest in cycling, except he rode a bike for fun, and he used to ride all these touring rides. He used to get on his bike and he'd ride for 5 hours over the mountains. Somebody told him how well he was climbing, and so he thought he'd try bike racing, and he's absolutely incredible.
He
professional.
Came out to Australia with Chocolat Jacques, a Continental Pro team, and they got a contract with Rabobank, so they obviously saw something in him.
Oh yeah, no, he's a top rider of the future. There's no question about that. But it wasn't an interest. He just happens to be able to climb hills better than most, but he wasn't doing it for any reason other than fun. Why not get paid? Same price, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'd like to have seen these two guys on the hills. I think they'll be past the best by the time they get to the hills, but they look like pure climbers to me.
Also, you see, if you look down on the fork of the bike there, right down low, that little red thing is the transponder, which registers the position of the rider during the race. Very important aspect of the timing and race management system. Very handy to have.
Except when you change bikes.
That's it, that's the problem.
Then you've got a problem.
And we'll get away where they can carry that transponder with them, unless they put it in their jersey pocket.
There's no time to It's hard to take it off in a fast change.
So they're 12.4 kilometres ahead of the peloton. The average speed is about 40k an hour. 185k to go. So
There we are. 12.5 kilometres is the gap between the two riders, which is sounds an awful lot in a bike race, doesn't it? But it will close down, believe me. Australia have got 3 riders up at the front now. Gerrans is the rider with his Tour de France style racing jersey, unzipped all the way down. Stewie O'Grady off to the left there.
there was 10 kilometres different in speed from the leaders to the peloton.
Yeah, so it's continuing to go up, isn't it?
Yep. And people might be sitting at home wondering, they can't possibly bring these guys back if they're allowing to ride up the road like this. But I can guarantee you, when these guys decide to start, it's going to be all over for the 2 leaders.
They drove for the 2 leads, but what it will do is hurt the riders who are taking part in the chase. Many of them will not be able to handle the speed for the chase back. So even though there's 2 riders up there, there is another reason back here. So it's going to be hard. Pack of ice. Gee. Well, it makes you feel quite cold, that, doesn't it, really? This is Laurens ten Dam, who's done very well this year. He finished 10th in the Tour of Switzerland with those long, lanky legs. He really got over the mountains very well indeed, the Swiss Alps. He also won a stage of a race known as the Critérium International, which is a race held in France in March. It's a 2-day, 3-stage race, and it brings in all the elements of cycling: a flat road race, a time trial, and a hilly road race in a weekend. It used to be only open to French riders, but now it's the Critérium International rather than the Critérium National.
So Cadel Evans.
That's Cadel back at the docks car. No, he's gone back to the team car.
I think his head stem or something's playing up. It's not straight. Might have come a bit loose or something. They'll fix it up, no problem.
Glenn Chadwick here, chatting along with Gardner Misbani. These 2 guys do actually know each other quite well because they come together in races like the Tour de Langkawi and the Tour of Kangai Lake. Gordon Misbani's had a very good season.
Stuart, Cadel Evans stopped.
Is off now.
Just to fix the bike up. The head stem wasn't straight, so you once it fixed up.
The same bolts tighten up the headset, so let's hope they've done that properly, otherwise it'll be a bit of a shudder when we come down the hills.
There's a clamp on the actual steer of the fork that comes up through the frame, and if it's not straight, it's quite annoying when your bars aren't riding.
Absolutely,
and it
annoying.
gets steer after a while, so you might as well stop and get it right and then forget about it.
It's the little things that get you when the pain starts. So Fumiyaki Beppu, or Beppi as they call him, is number 81 there. He's the former champion of Japan. I don't think he is the champion just now. Used to ride on the same team as Lance Armstrong. He's one of the few Japanese cyclists who has really got to the top of his career. Looks like the riders now. I'm never sure whether the Slovakians or the Czech Republic, because they're the same colours, of course. Czechoslovakia. Now they've split the country, but they've kept the same colours, slightly different pattern. Meanwhile, the long straight roads, which is why the riders are not getting into the mood to chase down. But we're looking at the slow motion of the 2 leaders here. It certainly isn't working out that way right now, because they're pushing up 1/4 of an hour over the field, which is giving us a superb temptation now to the peloton to take them on board as they race towards that circuit. We're not too far away now. I reckon we're about 25 minutes from the start of the 7 laps.
Welcome back to Beijing 2008. This is day 1 of competition. Coming up later today, we've got the women's football Group E matches. Sweden take on Argentina in what is a do-or-die clash for both those sides. And that'll be followed by the big match, China versus Canada. First up winners in the opening Group E matches for them. And that'll be followed by the women's basketball, Russia versus Latvia. That's all coming up later on tonight. Let's return now to the men's road race, and 4 riders have come off the main pack, the peloton, in a bid to chase down the leaders from South America. Those leaders are Horacio Gallardo of Bolivia and Patricio Almanosid from Chile.
Encourage the chasers a little bit longer, they might ease up, and that's a fine turn at the front there by Kuzinski now.
It's interesting that it's all Eastern European too, represented in this group. So
Seems to be where the stars are coming from just now, from the former Baltic state, comes from the former Soviet Union, really.
to me, I think I did see a split. There was a big group coming up between them and the peloton. There is a definite gap, so
But what the big names have got to remember is there's such a big variance in ability in an Olympic Games road race, and the big pros won't know some of these riders at all, and they've got to be careful they don't get trapped by somebody opening up a gap in the peloton and they suddenly find the splitter's gone and they're not part of it.
Latvian here, really humping the big gear now. I tell you, he's getting into it. Number 117 it is.
Yeah, it is as well. That's Belovcic, Ravis Belovcic. Well, he's also on the Pro Tour squad, so he's also a very good bike rider, so he's giving it a bit of a go.
And this is the second group on the road now. It has a bit of a gap to the peloton, so once we get some pictures of who's in there, I did see a gold jersey of Australia, so
that is a big split, Mike. That is an amazing. Somebody has left the door
Gerrans.
wide open back there. Simon Gerrans again at the front with his shirt tails flapping. But it looks, looking down, he might be the only Aussie who's made the split here. There's a bit of concern at the back. That's a Spanish rider who's got himself on the back, and he's wondering what's happened to the rest of the race right now. This is a huge effort here by Ravis Belovcic, who's 32 years of age. He rides, sadly, for the ill-fated Shoni Duval team that kicked out of the Tour de France, in effect, with a positive to Ricardo Rico. So he could be finding himself looking for the team by the end of the season. So maybe that's why he's riding so well right now.
see the reaction. The peloton is certainly on alert.
Well, it's gone from a summer Saturday morning club ride now to a very serious race here. Well, it should be, shouldn't it? It is the Olympic Championship. There is a huge split. That is a major split, and we wouldn't have expected that. There's no way. You've got to have 20-odd riders in that split. Unfortunately, we have no contact with the race, and we're not receiving information as to who is in that race split. We'll work it out as we go along.
There's a fair few countries in there too represented, so that's another dangerous. You can see in the far background there the peloton. So I reckon maybe approaching 30 seconds to this group. And they're working well together too.
And you know, it always happens so fast. Now, this is a bad sign for the peloton, freewheeling at the back here. It's happened on a narrow road where a lot of guys would like to be at the front but can't get through. And they'll be getting a little bit frustrated at the moment as we head out towards Robert Gessing, number 37, really shouldn't be sat right back here right now. Julian Dean of New Zealand, the sprinter, who's come into some good form. He really shouldn't be here. You see the ones who've realised have now started to go off the front in the gap there. Others are panicking at the back. This might come back together, but it'll require a big effort.
I still reckon it's a bit early to make your move now, because there's still a lot to come. The main part of the race on the circuits and the climbs.
They have no choice. Very often these long races, you know, although when you look back with hindsight, they were decided on the quiet moments, because the combinations are moving now, and if they allow the gap to open, they won't cross it once we get to the circuit.
And as we mentioned earlier with Simon Gerrans covering that group, he's in the move at the moment, and it could well be that it sets him up for the race. You just don't know what's going to happen. It'll split that group, won't stay 20 or 30 strong. There'll certainly be a big split. And also the reaction back in the peloton when it does come is going to really bust things up back there too.
Well, there from the helicopter, which is flying at around 1,500, 2,000 feet here. There is the peloton, and the front end's got itself organised here. It looks quite small when it looks like that, but it's the rest of the race, and that's all that's left there. There's the traffic on the main freeway. We're getting towards the circuit on the inside. Unfortunately, we do have a lot of these trees here, and if our cameras don't work down below, we'll have a problem finding the riders for you. But there's one, and he's trying to cross no man's land. That's a rider from Belarus, I think.
And also feel the atmosphere, the mist is closed in on us as we approach the climbs.
Yes, and this was a big concern with the helicopters, wasn't it?
Not as clear as it was earlier.
Well, Dave Zabrisky's on the front here for USA. which is the wrong place to be right now. And the way he's slowing off the pace here, he might have Levi Leipheimer in the breakaway, because that's McCarthy with him.
Pelazzotti, the Italian's up there.
Yeah, and
Checking
he's
out
not
things.
moving either.
No.
Robbie Hunter's there. Now, the fact they're not driving means they may have
Must
put
have someone up the
teammates
road.
in that group. Now, it could mean that Paolo Bettini himself is up front. And that's a long, empty road. Early concern required here, I think, by a lot of riders who may have missed a move that matters, because we're not far away from that circuit, which is either up or down. Very difficult a circuit to organise a chase on. This is that lone rider, I think he's Belarus, who was out in front from the cameras.
Hungary,
Oh, it must be Bedrogi, I would suspect.
125.
Yes, Laszlo Bedrogi here.
Time trial man.
Yeah, well, if anybody can cross the gap on his own, it's this man. He's been multi-time trial champion of his country. He's always let himself down at the World Time Trial Championships, but even so, he's a man against the watch. Once he settles in, they'll have a job to bring him back. He can hold 48, 50k an hour.
He's a big man too. You can see there the size of him. He's a lot of power. He's trying to bridge a gap to that big group of about 20 or 30 riders.
Mike, just how quick did
Yeah.
that gap open?
Unbelievable.
I mean, 1 minute you're talking to your mate, the next minute the race has gone up the road.
We're chasing him now on the bike, on the camera bike. There's a couple of 3 riders, I think, just in no man's land, as they say.
I would see this as a very serious problem for that main field right now, unless the riders at the front don't like the situation and slow down. We need to know. I suspect that there are some big riders up here, possibly Valverde, Bettini.
That's Nicky Terpstra, I think.
And this is Vladimir Efekin, the
yeah.
rider I mentioned
Pretty-
earlier. He's
pretty
also
handy.
misread the move, but he's trying to make amends. Terpstra is the man on form for Holland. He's only a youngster, 24 years of age, and he's been riding extremely well. Got a win the other week. They could do with the help of Laszlo Bedrogi back there, I think.
Efekin and Terpstra are the 2 strong guys in this group. So they need to get to that large group, this
Well,
one,
here we
as
are.
quickly as possible. That's Sastry, is it?
Can't see his face. That looks like the way he's riding.
Yeah,
That is Carlos
head slightly to the
Sastre.
side.
So that's one reason for the Spanish not to chase. With Sastre, we've seen his ability to climb, and he romped away about Duez to win the Tour de France. This is Bouchardine.
It's a strong group.
This group is moving right now. It's picked it up here. But I still don't see any of the other top Spanish, and I don't see the little cricket either. Because if he's tucked in at the back, then this will be a whole different bike race now. Sastre seems to be the only Spanish rider. So the Spanish have played their first card here. They put the man that they probably knew would not be watched as much as Valverde or Contador back in the pack.
That group of 3 are about 15-20 seconds off the back of this lead group here, Phil. So hopefully in the next K or so they should make contact.
Well, we have a very different race now, Mike. This is a completely different bike race to what was only 10 minutes ago. This is now a most interesting combination. The Australians have only got this one rider here, Simon Gerrans, in it. The Tour de France champion Sastre is there. But at a glance of all the faces here, they're missing the other favoured riders.
The big concern for the peloton would be, of course, Sastre and the
That's
guys
Kim
coming
Kirken.
up.
Kim
Kirken,
Kirken is
yeah,
here.
well, he's
Well,
another
that's-
problem too for the peloton.
That's huge.
Yeah. It's where these colours are bringing us undone a bit. We can't pick up.
Well, I
who's
can't. I'm really just getting used to Luxembourg right now. I must say they've completely redesigned. I rather like it.
Well, I mean, Kirken and Sastre, if they get on that circuit and keep the pressure up,
They
then
could go.
anything could
It's
happen.
all possible now. Anything's possible. These boys are making progress. This is Efekin coming up, and you know, I really fancy him as an outside gold medalist. He's ridden so well in the Tour de France. He's been promising all year to do something well. He learnt his trade in South Africa, actually, racing on South African teams.
I'm not familiar with the Estonian, Phil.
No,
So I suspect that he would be the weak link in that 3. But these 2 leaders have been out front since the first kilometre. Wouldn't be aware of what's happening behind. Maybe Might
the
have got a
gap has
message.
got to be coming down. A little bit exasperating. We can't tell you the time gaps because unless they tell us, we can't tell you, and nobody's telling anybody right now. So that's something which needs to be improved, I must say. But these boys have got to be losing quite a little bit of their advantage now. They've been out to a quarter of an hour. This is Cancellara here. Wants to know what's going on at the back.
Yes, drinks, I think.
Unless I've missed my bet here, Switzerland haven't got a man up front. But then we have this question. His teammates up front, Carlos Sastre for Spain.
Yeah.
He may not want to react against that. Just don't
here?
know. Well, that was, I think it was Ten Dam who went there, was it?
No, that was Nicky Terpstra.
Oh, it's the split of the three.
Effican.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the Estonian, as we mentioned,
Kangat,
yeah, the
he
weaker
got caught
guy.
there, yeah. And they wanted rid of him. I think he wasn't giving enough to the breakaway.
He looks like he's suffering too. So,
Still a big gap they've opened here.
so these two class riders need to get to that group as quickly as possible.
Yeah. This is Effican and Terpstra. Terpstra won a race in Belgium, actually in Steenwijk, just before coming here to the Olympic Games. That was his first win of the year, and he's only won 6 races in his life, in fact.
Well, the Estonians come back now, so I don't know what's going on. They might have had a bit of a disagreement or something.
Well, they need to equal poles here, otherwise they may as well all sit up and wait for the pack. They've got to get across this gap. This is the moment now. You've got to get across, shut it down quickly, or forget it and go back and try another combination. But you saw number 9 was in there, Carlos Sastre, right up at the front there. Number 102 here is Matej Vashina of Croatia. Again, new colours, never seen them before in an Olympic race, and he's got a teammate with him in Radoslav Rogina, number 104 there.
Simon Gerrans well positioned in this group.
Now, interestingly, the chase by Grifko, he's in here now, so he's crossed the gap. So he made it very quickly and smartly. Number 36, we can just see there, Stef Clement. He's the rider from the Netherlands, very good time trialist. I think, if in all honesty, he's probably the wrong member of the Dutch squad to be in the breakaway. And just tucked in on the back here is Bert Grabsch of Germany, also a very good time trialist. He goes very well.
I mean, this is unusual for a group this size to get away as they did, and to have so many representative countries and quality riders, Sastre, Kirkin.
It just might be a reason why it may not work, Mike. Those guys are wondering about the split there. They're looking over the shoulder. They're saying they're feeling like a little bit like a fish out of water. Well, I'm here, but where's my team captain? And they're worried.
And they're looking to their left shoulder and seeing what's going to present shortly.
Far before we enter the circuit now, because we've been racing for 1 hour 50 minutes, and 78.8 kilometers is the entry point, and then 89 kilometers will go through up the hill and underneath the finish banner for the first time. And it's 7 laps of the circuit. Very, very difficult circuit indeed, but this is taking on a very different race shape now, and I must say quite an intriguing one here. Just looking here at Almonacid, who is in the breakaway with his with the rider who's been with him all of the way today, Gallardo, since the first kilometre. They're approaching 78 kilometres into the race. These three couldn't get it together. They'll be back in the field any moment now.
The men's road race continues as it travels on its way to the outskirts of Beijing. We have 2 leaders, and they've led from virtually the first kilometre from Bolivia, Horacio Gallardo and Patricio Almonacid, 2 South Americans. And they have a lead of around 14 minutes and 30 seconds at the last time check. The race is about to enter the 24-kilometre circuit, which takes in the pass and climbs, which rise to about 620 metres above sea level. And they'll do this circuit 7 times. It's here where the chasers, as you see now on camera, are expected to make inroads on the 2 leaders. Now, in the chasing group are Carlos Sastre, the Tour de France winner, as is Kim Kirkin, the rider from Luxembourg who wore the yellow jersey at the Tour de France. And also look out for Simon Gerrans in the gold jersey, the colours of Australia, as we go back to the race commentators.
in the indication of what's happening behind. Simon Gerrans with a jersey open.
He's making a phone call there. Look, so he's dialing a number. Well, they are absolutely banned, by the way, in cycling. You can't have mobile phones in your back pocket. It is quite amusing when you go training with the cyclists, though, and somebody's phoning and everybody reaches for their back pocket because they don't know which phone's ringing. This is Jan Valach of Slovakia at the back of the race, and 75 there's Grivko, who is a very strong man. He'll need to recover from the chase, and I think we'll see a little bit of him driving at the front.
A little bit disharmony now with this group. You see they're not rotating through with the turns, so that's going to be a factor too. I think the problem with a group this size is you can't stay away because you can't get that rhythm.
I don't think it'll stay away, but I don't know. Sastra's assessing. Look, he's gone down, checked out everybody.
Yeah.
He's just having a quick word there with Ruslan Podgorny of the Ukraine. Yeah, I have no idea what language they'll be speaking.
No.
Probably English.
But you know, it's better to get away with a smaller group where you can work together better and more efficiently rather than with a big group, because you always get some guys that just won't go through. They have another agenda or getting instruction from the team manager back in the peloton. So it's difficult for a group this size to stay away. So we might have to wait till the circuits when the climbs appear, and then they use that as a springboard.
It's not flooded with well-known names, should we say, and that might be to the advantage of Sastra, because Sastra now may be seen as the man to try and draw the sting of the big boys back in the field.
Absolutely.
And that will go to the favour of Valverde or Contador.
Yeah, they'll wait.
They might have missed a key move here. Jurgen van der Broek is number 19 there.
This is a similar situation to the Tour with the two Schleck brothers serving it up and Sastry sitting back.
Yeah.
This time Sastri's up front. The Valverde and the other Spanish Contador, Ferreira waiting back in the peloton, and now it's up to the Italians to get out after Sastry, because Kirkin's up there too, which is the other big problem.
And Kirkin will go on the climbs. Once they hit these climbs, I think they'll be trying to thin this group out just a little bit. Number 62 there is Boris Bosic of Slovenia.
The Italians have to instigate the chase, there's no question. Kirkin here is a class rider.
I'm warming to the colours now.
Yeah.
Nice those colours.
Simon Gerrans, great to see him doing his job under instruction to be with that move when it came, and he did the job beautifully for us. So it's a talented rider, and a stage winner, of course, in the Tour. So he's certainly got the ability to make the moves when the hammer falls.
Just caught sight there of first-time Olympian Jonathan Bellis of the Great Britain team in this breakaway. One of the young stars of the future of British cycling, I think. He's been living in Italy and he made the selection. He really is in the event for the experience. Well, he's showing us he can read a race because he's got into this breakaway. These boys will slowly be coming back as we get slowly towards those hills as well.
This will be the first rise in the course for the day. You can see out of the seat, getting tired now. You can see the action of the body on the bike is not as fluent as it was earlier. Second group on the road, that big group containing Simon Gerrans of Australia, Sastry and Kirkin, of course, the other two big names. Has to come, the Italians must make the move from the peloton. They can't allow this to happen.
I don't know, and they've got to chase themselves, because looking down there, there's no Italian cyclist made the split, which I find quite amazing because they were tentative and watching everything early on, but now they seem to have made a mystery. Then clearly no one marking Sastre, the winner of the Tour de France, because they don't rate him as a one-day cyclist.
That's Jens Voigt, isn't it?
That's Jens Voigt.
Well, he's not bad to have up there either.
Well, he's also got Grabs up there as a teammate, so there's no reason why Voigt won't start to pull it here. We've got 26 riders in that chase group, 2 riders up front, and meanwhile, back in the bunch, who is organising the chase? It doesn't look well organised to me.
Zabrisky's still on there.
Zabriskie and Hunter seem to be the only 2 doing the work back
here.
here.
Where are the Italians?
They must have a plan. Either that or Bertini sitting at the back, still talking to Ballerina.
Well, with Kirkin, Sastry, and the others up front, it's just, to me, dangerous territory to be hanging back, waiting for other teams to take up the chase.
Well, the reason that Hunter's doing the work there is for David George, who will be their best man for the climbs, or John Lee Augustin, the young 21-year-old who had that spectacular fall in the Tour de France after winning the high spot of the whole tour, 2,800 metres. He was first over the mountain. But that's a huge effort by Robbie Hunter, this, as he tries desperately to pull this race back. And judging by the effort of Hunter, gives you some idea how fast that field up front is now going. And really, there should be more riders taking more interest in this chase.
It's like Heimer on the side there having a nature break.
What have we got? 4 or 5 riders down. We've got riders from Poland, Denmark, Swedish riders. This is Zabriskie.
We're approaching 2 hours of race time now, Phil, so
We must be right on the edge of the circuit then.
168k to go.
Dave Zabriskie there, the camera freezing because we've met an obstruction, but there it goes again. 16th this year in the Tour of California, looks set for a great year. And then he had a nasty fall in the Tour of Italy very early on. Left on the roadside, he hit a post on the floor. When he slammed into it, he was double up in pain. And he's just got himself back into shape now. He was last year's time trial champion.
He also crashed out of the Tour in the yellow jersey.
Yes, he did.
Trial.
In a team time trial, that's
Yeah.
right. Yes, but he's such a strong boy. And he can climb, funny enough, for Zabriskie. He's one of those big boys who can get over the hills. But it looks as though Hunter here is doing his job as a teammate rather than team leader for South Africa. Trying to bring it back into contention for George and John Lee Augustine. You shouldn't have missed that split, I don't think. This is it now. We're on the circuit. We're not through the finish yet. We'll get to see that very shortly. Still about, let me just see, about 6-7 kilometres. I mean, we're guessing with everybody watching right now because nobody's telling us where they are, but we know we're on the circuit. And then they've got about 8 kilometres on the circuit to get through. And,
He's got a bug on his back.
I don't know what he's saying.
He must have had a grasshopper or something stuck on his back.
This is down on the side of the Great Wall here as we come up towards the Yongon area of the Great Wall. We'll go through the arches. And this is the area which is most visited here in China. Some 5 million tourists visit this part of China every year to see the Great Wall. There it is underneath a section of it there. Instead, there's the finishing line, so it's a bit closer than I thought there. So that's the end. This will be the start of the 7 circuits now.
And this is the long drag to the line, which is going to be critical if it comes down to a sprint.
So it's just under 80 kilometres, Mike.
Yeah.
We've gone under the banner now, so...
But this finish, Phil, with the drag to the line, if you make your move too early, if you're in a 2-up sprint or something, it's going to be a critical situation. So very delicate on the old timing coming up to that line.
The clock will count. We'll get an accurate spot check on these 2 riders now. Well, they've been the animators of the first 78 kilometres because they've been in the lead for all of that distance. But you can see now the long road ahead. We'll drop down to the freeway again, and then we'll go back into the mountains.
This is that suspended camera on that crane on the right-hand side. There's a cable that runs back past the finish line. And those were the pictures that we've got on the approach.
Apparently, it's capable of a speed of 165 kilometres an hour, so I think you won't have a problem keeping up. Yeah.
I don't think so. So here's a feed station, taking on some refreshments. That's going to be a really important aspect of this race. I can tell you, I can't emphasise the fact that little area there can win or lose the race if you don't get your refreshments.
Yes, and that's the width that was perfectly wide enough for a race of this nature now, because I think you'll find as laps go by, it'll start to split them all up here. But they've certainly thrown down the gauntlet, these boys. This will be a while before we see the peloton through. 26 riders chasing, including really 2 riders you can consider favourites, Kim Kirken of Luxembourg and Carlos Sastre of Spain. There'll be no tears in the Spanish camp if Sastre wins this race, just because everybody was expecting Contador or Valverde to win, I can assure you. They've played a card. It's up to the others to bring that breakaway back, and then hopefully Valverde or Contador will get a free lift up to the leaders if the Italians take the race by the scruff of the neck back there.
I reckon it's a perfect move by the Spanish team.
It is.
Put Sastre up front.
And the Italians should have had a rider up there as well. they missed that move. The Germans have got 2 of the 5 men up there, Bert Grabsch and Jens Voigt, taking the pressure a little bit off Stefan Schumacher. Not too sure whether, in fact, Gallardo there is starting to suffer already.
He's on the small chainring. You could see there the peloton now.
It's a bit early to be on a small chainring, I would think.
Well, it's a pretty tough climb around this circuit. So, and you can see the mist.
And now we see the 26 riders here. We'll get a time check on them as they
Well, there's been a split here at the front. Bolivian's not able to hold the wheel.
He's gone straight away.
Yeah.
So that's the end of that. That is now trouble here for Gallardo. They'll have him within a lap of the circuit if he's been detached from the leader, which he has been. So
Yeah, he won't finish this race.
he couldn't take the pressure on there, and that was only a small sector of the climb. So he came in halfway up.
Going back up to the leader now. So this is an indicator of how difficult this circuit's going to be. Not even halfway around it, and we've got a rider off the back of the leader. See here, he's really struggling to hold the wheel, and his companion just rode off the front.
Yeah,
He knows
a
it's
very
all
very nice gear. Looks like he's quite a nice climber. Nice position. The average speed for the race so far, 39 kilometres an hour, so it's been a very quick start to the event, even though it looked at times that it wasn't. But of course, a lot slower for the main field because they conceded 15 minutes in that opening 78 kilometres. The clock now running on the finishing line. First time commencement of the 7 circuits. These 2 riders from Croatia, Radislav Rogina and Natasha Vashina, are the 2 riders in the checkered colours. Sastre willing to work up here, Mike. Look at this now. And we've seen how he can climb.
Well, I mean, that's interesting to me that he's prepared to mix it and make sure that this group stays away for as long as possible, because he knows the fireworks are going to start back in the group with the Italians, because they'll have to react. Simon Gerrans still in there. This group working together quite well, regarding what I said earlier about a big group and the benefits of being with a smaller group of riders, more efficient. But you can see there they're rotating well.
Now that you see, now they've come from using Nibali here first of all.
Yep.
To try and do some pace making.
You can see they're on a
they've
small...
got Nibali in the breakaway. Now what's happened back here?
I mean,
That's Rodriguez from Venezuela. Might have been a fall there. Yes, because the doctor stopped on the right, so he looks okay.
Must have crashed, yeah.
So they have got one Italian in there. He's just come to the front, Nibali.
Yes, but he was always a cannon fodder for the others. So
yeah,
I'm not sure.
Watch out,
that,
he's also a very good.
Well, here was a crash.
Promising rider.
Like touch of wheels or something.
Yeah.
Fell on that rough part of the road too. Which wouldn't be
the policeman on the left's not interested. I don't think he even realises he's fallen off there. But anyway, he's up and running. Rodriguez Ortiz from Venezuela, but he'll have to be pretty nippy to get back even at this stage of the race.
Yeah, I mean, the Italian problem is Nibali is a good rider, but not good enough to match it with Sastre and Kirkin at the end, and even Jens Voigt, I reckon. So they have an issue in respect to the guys they've got up there. I'm quite happy with Simon Gerrans being up there because I think he's got the class and the courage to mix it with the best. Jens Voigt, his style, you can always pick him out at the front.
Yes, just enough and not too much at the moment for Jens, but if he opens up all his turbos, they'll all have problems. Nibali here finished 11th in the Giro d'Italia and has had a win in the Tour of Trentino as well as a stage in that stage race. So he is, by the way, just 23.5 years of age. So he's a real up and comer. And for one day, I wouldn't write him off at all. No. I'd be very careful here. The Italians will know that others will have to chase because of the strength of the breakaway. Nibali, I think, will be able to cope with Sastre unless Sastre produces his magic climbing legs again.
Well, that's a big factor, is the climb on the circuit.
Distance.
7 times.
They won't do a thing for a few laps on this, but then they'll start testing each other,
Just the nature of the climb and having to tackle it so many times is going to be the big factor. And the Italians will know that, obviously. And Spanish sitting back with Valverde and Conquador, I reckon they're well positioned at the minute. Sastre again coming to the front. It's obvious they want to create some panic within the Italian team, making sure that they must make a move, because if they don't, it could be all over for
Tell
them.
you what, Vincenzo Nibali is doing an awful lot of driving here for a man that is waiting for his team leader. So is Voigt. We anticipated Voigt would do that, because he's got Bert Grabsch here, who he seems to be resting at the back there, while Jens does the work, trying to keep him fresher perhaps.
Yeah, it's an interesting point about Nibali working so well. You would think he might be sitting back.
And wait and see.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a time board there, so they will be given a time gap. They will know exactly what the lead is behind the two leaders, or one leader at the moment, and in front of the peloton. So they know now. I wish they'd have showed it us. We'd all known then. But we will get an accurate time check once we get through that start-finishing line. The leaders went through in 2 hours and 1 minute, by the way, so it's already 9 minutes, the gap. All this approximate on my watch, by the way, but it seems to be around 9 minutes and counting up to the finishing line. And we've frozen out everybody. Now we're back down to the peloton. Still the pace being made at the front by the United States here. This is Dave Zabriskie. Nobody helping out. There'll have to be a change of attitude in the peloton, otherwise that gap might start to open. They do have the benefit of knowing what the gap is. But the United States have brought two riders up here now.
Danes in red and white too, I think, Phil.
Yeah, but no sign of the rest of the Spanish, and no sign of the rest of the Italians.
Or the Australians.
Or the Australians. There's a plan afoot here, Mike.
Yeah.
They're going to launch a 3-on-1 tack.
Yeah,
as soon as they start to
counter-attacks
sense
from
it.
behind, yeah.
There's Oscar Freire to the right, as he keeps to just keep his eye on things. He rides typically Oscar Freire, that. He just rides about 12 men back and keeps an eye on everybody that's doing anything. There's the breakaway, the 26, as they continue the steady climb now up towards the finishing line. As they continue now, the gap will be around about 10 minutes, so maybe a bit further. Simon Gerrans fourth in line here, but the gap still very much opening up on the main field.
Welcome back to day one of the Beijing Olympics. The men's road race has reached the steepest and toughest section of the course, and the riders have reached the 24-kilometre circuit around the hills, which take in the Great Wall of China. We have a sole leader, and the time gap at the moment is 10 minutes and 15 seconds from the leader, who's the rider from Chile, Patricio Almanacid. He's the sole leader and dropped off his mate for many kilometres, the Bolivian rider Horacio Gallardo. This is the chasing pack. It's the main field, which involves or includes Simon Gerrans from Australia, Kim Kirkin and Carlos Sastre. In fact, this is the pack, the main peloton. This is the chasing group now, which includes Gerrans, Kirkin and Sastre. Their objective is to try and bridge that 10-minute gap, which Patricio Almanacid currently enjoys. As we go back to our commentators, Phil Liggett, Mike Turner.
Chance to see the descent now, as Radislav Rogina brings them down. I think we can give you a full list here. That's the situation now, and these are the names of all the riders in the breakaway. The notable ones there: Roman Kreuziger, who won the Tour of Switzerland and rode a terrific Tour de France; Gerrans of Australia; Kim Kirkin, former champion of Luxembourg; Carlos Sastre, winner of the Tour de France. Rémy Poriol is one of the top French riders at the moment. Voigt, of course, is a very good workhorse. Andrei Mizurev of Kazakhstan, a little bit of a problem on screen at the moment for David Zabriskie.
Yeah.
I think he's tailed off here after all that work.
Yeah. Surprising to see him go off so early.
That's an early
yeah.
absolutely, Mike.
Yeah.
It's an early casualty, isn't it?
Yeah. I think his day will be done.
So he's made his effort, but doesn't seem to have had a very great effort there.
Especially when you get back through the team cars here on the climb, you know you're losing ground, so it's unlikely he'll get back.
Now this is life at the back of the peloton here as our television cameraman tries to get through. The rules are team cars must keep right, allow movement on the left. Belgium a little bit out of line there, but we'll get by. blocking tactics from the Belgian team car, but here we go. And that's a danger. When you see a loose bottle like that, they can cause very serious accidents. But this looks like not David George, is it?
Hunter, is it?
Oh, it's Hunter gone, yeah. So the big effort by Hunter, and he hasn't lasted half the circuit. I'm not sure that was a good move.
No. See how busy it is in the feed station here. Riders trying to get bottles and so on.
So as the riders continue on, it's a good move, but there are some good names have made this split, but I don't think it's decided the race. We'll find out. I think Gerrans has played the perfect teammate right now. He's just sitting in the middle of the field. He did his job. He got into the move as he was supposed to do, but he hasn't helped this escape move clear. And Sastre, surprisingly, seems to be putting a bit of weight into this breakaway.
Yeah, I think the Spanish teams worked out the plan before the race, that Sastre, if possible, was get away with the group and then cause that panic with the other big teams back in the peloton. They've got about a minute and a half, maybe, to the peloton. The leaders, the two guys on the road, are not an issue at the moment. They'll come back shortly. So Carlos Sastre there, the Italian. Back here with the peloton. The Danes now taking some interest at the front of the peloton. They have no one in the lead group, so they need to get some representation up front. Van Semmeren, the big Belgian, in the blue jersey on the left, worked for Cadel Evans in the Tour. Schumacher, jersey undone, German, the favourite for today's race. The Australians are well back in this group, so the plan there with Simon Gerrans at the front. So everything's going the way they want at the minute, so it's just a matter of making sure that if the move does come from this group, they're part of it. So I'd like them to move a bit forward if that was possible. The Spanish also, haven't seen much of them in this group with Conquidor and Valverde, who we know is suited to this course. Bettini there, the Italian defending champion from Athens, in the middle of the screen, rear of the peloton. Bunching up now, so the pressure's obviously not fully on. It's up a slight climb here. You can see most of the riders in the small chainring. Low gear. Cadel Evans on the left. It's back with the main group. There's a shower to keep the riders cool. These conditions are really a big test for all the athletes. Extremely humid. The climbing on this last circuit is about 50-50. 50% uphill, 50% downhill. And the approach to the finish, very difficult. And testing, and the critical factor will be timing. Refreshing aspect for the riders to use on each circuit. Official vehicles following the riders now because the gap's gone out well over 30 seconds. Simon Gerrans with the jersey open. And neutral service will be up here now, covering all riders, and team cars will be back at the peloton. They may be called up later if required, but at the minute neutral service is taking care of this group with the commissaires. If that gap gets down below 30 seconds, and those cars will come out to allow a free space between the peloton and the group.
Looking over the back there, Mike, the mist is still with us on the high hills, but it's okay down where we are. This is rider Hejerdal, Canadian rider, got his first taste of the Tour de France this year and finished with distinction.
Sastre still taking interest at the front. Bugazin, the big Italian. Riders, you can see they're taking some energy food in liquid form. 1:15 to the peloton, so still feel they're not getting big time. Just holding on to that 1 minute, 1 minute 15 sort of time gap. Jens Voigt.
Who always looks as though he's got
suffering.
nothing left,
Yeah.
but it's the style of his riding.
The wave there by
Yeah.
a few of them. Pretty keen.
Hello, Mum. Steph Clement here. That's Kim Kirken just passing through. Mizerov, Kazakhstan. This is Hejidal now. Just dropped to the back after doing a bit of pacemaking at the front. This is Jonathan Bellens here. Still seems confident. Only a young man. And again, another one of the British riders who I think will develop into a top road racer.
That's that Latvian.
Yeah, Bello. You got me at it. Belofajiks.
He goes all right too.
He goes very well now. He's been around a long time. Ramus Belofajic, but he hasn't produced any major results, although he's a very solid bike rider. So just to remind you then, we're going out on our first circuit with the leader of 10 minutes 11 seconds over 26 riders here, and then 11:32 over the field. That was the last time check we had. Davis Belofajic was best placed of the bunch when they came through at 10 minutes 11 seconds. He brought the field over. Number 23 there is Rémi Porriol, French rider, rode the Tour and finished it quite well. He was often on the attack in the Tour de France, so he's hoping he's bringing that form to the Olympic Games right now. It's best to make it when you can. Form is a strange word. Nobody quite fully understands it. But if you've got it, use it. This is the breakaway then. Number 98 just passing through the camera there is rider Hejidal, a Canadian rider. One of three in the bunch.
This is the major climb of the circuit, Phil. You can see on that last hairpin corner where they really had to lift out of the seat to maintain momentum. And it does climb substantially this part of the road. You can see there. It's like a tour style climb with the aerial view of the hairpin corner going up. This is where Sastry is really coming to the fore with his talent as a climber.
The guy setting the pace there, Mike, is Borut Bosic, who is actually the new champion of Slovenia. Won his title just the last weekend of June. There it is. And so, good fast tempo climb this, and this will suit a climb of the style of Sastry, which is the rider here, the little rider in yellow. They'll keep it a high tempo, and if the boys can't handle it, they'll get shot off. Oh, it is Brujudin now. We can see his face a bit clearer as it comes up. Much bigger rider.
I mean, apart from the abilities of each rider, whether they be a climber or a sprinter or whatever the case might be, the overriding factor today is the conditions, and it's the humidity. In my view, it's going to play the part. The heat. Everyone rides in the heat, but not everyone is able to compete in this humidity, which has come down, but it's still very high at nearly 80%. 94% at the start of the day. So to me, that's going to be the major factor, and that does change the dynamics of everything because it can affect your body so much.
Well, there's still a very long way to go, of course. It's only on lap 1 of 7 now on these 23-kilometre circuits. So this escape by 26 men is again a very generous carrot to the rest, but it's the combination that will have to be right. And it looks as though we've got to start a series of moves here now.
Schleck, is it?
That's a huge effort. It is, I think it's Andy Schleck too who's made the move here. No, it can't be. They're the wrong colours. It's an all-white jersey, so we'll have to wait till it comes closer because I keep forgetting Luxembourg have now changed to that colour of Kim Kirken up in the breakaway, and I don't think Andy would do that. He's quickly monitored by a rider from Holland here who's got Steph Clement up
it's
front.
Italian. It's
Nibali. It's Nibali again,
yeah.
It looked like it was pure white.
He looked like Schleck. I mean, he's similar build and all that.
It looked very much like the younger Schleck.
Well, this might be the move by the Italians to start the, the action back there.
Yes, and they see Nibali. He's again another workhorse protecting.
He's cannon fodder, yeah.
And so if they chase him, he's doing everybody a favour. This is the Chilean rider who has led all the day today, Almonacid. And nobody's to help him now, I'm afraid. He was just too good on the early slopes of the climb. He looks like a climber, and if you're a good climber, it's best to be left alone to get on with it.
Beautiful scene of the wall there. Like very dense, thick undergrowth around this whole circuit.
It's the Badeling Great Wall. This is where 5 million tourists come every year, except today, when they've all got to watch the Tour de France, the Olympic road race go through.
Through the wall there.
Yes, very narrow down there. I see they've marked it off and protected it, but no one is anticipating a 140 up bunch sprint today. It'll all be a matter of ones and twos, I think, by the end. This is a very wearing circuit. We're heading up towards the completion of lap number 1. And only one rider in front now. And what a great ride really he's doing, because he's now completed 102 kilometers by the time he gets to the finish. But it's not even halfway, and it's probably not the best thing to remind him of that. And he's very definitely on his own now, because anything he sees now will be probably a bunch of 26 riders. He was 10 minutes 11 seconds ahead last time.
Nicky Terpstra, is it?
It is Nicky Terpstra, yeah.
He must be having a bad day.
Well, he's gone off the back, that's for sure.
It's Matt Lloyd going back up, I think, to the group after going back to the car. So I think he's not well. A guy of his quality shouldn't be off the back this early.
He was riding hard early on. Maybe the humidity.
Yeah, I tell you,
it
to
happens,
me,
yeah.
it is, and he's a Dutchman, so he wouldn't be sort of, you know, familiar with this sort of humidity. And I'll tell you, it is a big factor.
And he's really hanging here. He's trying to keep those riders just where he can see him and get over the hill and then get back on.
It's Graham Watson, the famous cycling photographer, on the motorbike on the left.
Come to get the shot. But this is not good for Nicky. Again, another young man.
He's in big trouble. I think it's all over for him too.
Rode his first Tour de France this year, finished it 135th of the 143 that finished the race, but that doesn't matter. He got round.
You know, the problem is that when you're really suffering and you start to get under the pump, is that you're trying to breathe in air and it's so heavy. You know, it makes it really difficult, and you feel a whole lot worse for it. So
yeah,
I think those guys that aren't exposed to that type of weather on any time during the year is going to be a real big factor for them.
Now we're going to have a little bit of this freezing up of the frames just for the moment, with the trees right on top of the riders. There's Gerrans. He looks very cool. Looks like the rider that rode up to Italy in the Tour de France and won the stage.
Well, he's a guy that's been exposed to these conditions in Langkawi.
Yeah.
So he understands a little bit about it. Also, obviously from Australia, he's ridden a very hot, he won the hottest Tour Down Unders ever with 44 degrees, but in dry heat. So he's got both experience with the heat and the humidity.
Rio Fischer, just passed out of our picture, who's a Brazilian sprinter. This is Muzarev, Andrei Muzarev of Kazakhstan. Here's the leader. We definitely won't be able to go in the tunnel with him.
We'll have to see what happens here. We'll shoot back.
We'll freeze, I'm afraid. And if we don't, how does that work? I don't know. I've never known this before. We go into a tunnel and it works.
We must have a signal going up somewhere.
It's got to be inside the tunnel. Well,
there you go.
That's a first, believe me. We'll have to take that one to the Tour de France next year for sure. It's a very long tunnel too. And all you'll hear in there is that motorbike and your rasping breath, I would imagine, as this young man here is still trying to hold on to his advantage.
Not that it would make any difference. Here's his companion too that is suffering. But when you get in this situation where you are getting very tired, you tend to forget to eat and drink. And if you do, then you're in danger land. Big, big, big problems, because the body closes down very quickly. So it is a major consideration that when you are under the pump and riding hard, no matter who you are, you've got to always remember to eat and drink.
You see the time check here at the Badeling wall, 4:03. He lost 4 minutes in less than half a lap, just over half a lap here.
It's very narrow through there too. You can see nearly just barely a car wide, so it's uphill. So that's a good factor that they're not approaching at a lot of speed, which would have been a bit of a drama.
Yeah. I was just wondering where those riders were going there. I'm not too sure where they've gone. They'll be back. Split carriageway.
Yeah, it's the and Ireland. Always intrigues me why there's always half a dozen riders that choose to go to the other side.
There's always an individual in the
Yeah.
pack. Carlos Sastre.
Yeah.
Just on those pedals, looking just like we could be at the foot of Alpe d'Huez right now, where he's shot away, but Mizurev is having none of that. He's come over the top of him to control the pace. It's very often a big difference between a multi-day rider and a one-day rider. And Sastre really is a multi-day rider. Terrific record in the Tour de France. Even before he won it this year, he'd finished 3rd and 4th. But this is the group of 25 riders who are chasing, and there are still those 2 riders out in front. Just watching here the rider from Belarus. This is Kuzinski. Haven't got many top riders, but we've certainly got a good few of them spread around to the international teams, basically in Italy. Sastre he just loves it when he gets on these steeper slopes, doesn't he?
Still trying to work out the deal with the Spanish team, the tactic. I mean, he's been at the front making sure that the pace has been kept on to try to keep this group alive. We haven't seen any of a Spanish jersey anywhere near the front of the peloton.
No.
Valverde and Conquidor are somewhere there, along with the Australians too. So it's a bit of a funny game at the minute.
This is Steph Clement. Oh dear, the only Chinese rider in the race has got trouble here. Zhang Liang.
Chains come off. That's terrible when it happens on the climb.
As if you need to look like that. It's probably a case he moved off the top wheel onto the back wheel when he was in bottom gear, and he's thrown it clean off there. And that you don't need that, because I should imagine he was already pretty tired. Now you can see now that the field is very concerned here. So we head into the Great Wall Little Archway again. This looks like another group, Mike. Has split the peloton here.
Same.
Is that the 26?
Yeah.
So, though, yes, they're coming through. Time through at 7 minutes 10.
Sastre there.
So they've pulled back in just over half a lap, 3 minutes of their deficit on that lone leader. So another lap and a half, and they will be very close to catching him, if they're not caught themselves, of course.
It's the Ukraine at the front making the move we saw back there. Rider from Great Britain.
This is Jonathan Belitz here.
Looks like he's had enough too.
He must have got caught at the back, and it's cost him.
87.
Yeah.
Bellis, yep.
Yeah.
Well, he was with that group of 26.
He was, so he's just been dropped from it.
Again, another rider from a country that's not normally exposed to humidity.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like the Spanish guys will do well, because, you know, they always have that sort of conditions in Spain.
Well, this is the problem with the Chinese rider. The only Chinese rider in this event, by the way, is Zhang Liang. And he's got himself going again, but he's off the back of the group now, and that's going to be a big question now. Can he catch up with them again? Tough part of the race.
The men's road race here at the Olympic Games continues on the outskirts of the city of Beijing. Less than 90 kilometres to go, and this is the race situation. We have a sole leader, the Chilean, who's been down in front virtually from the first kilometre, Patricio Almanacid, and he's got a 4-minute time gap on his Bolivian opponent, who was a worker with him during the early part of the race. Then you've got a breakaway group of 26 riders. In that breakaway group is Carlos Sastre, the winner of the Tour de France, Kim Kirchen, the rider from Luxembourg who wore the yellow jersey at the Tour de France this year, And Australia's Simon Gerrans, the time gap is coming down. It's down to around 7 minutes. And then you've got the peloton some 60 or 90 seconds further back, which involves or includes the big hitters of this race. So let's go back to our commentators now, Mike Turner and Phil Liggett.
This is the group which is still the chase group, down to 24 men just now, waiting for a time check on them when they get through the finish line. The leader hasn't gone through there yet. And the main field is still awaited at the Badaling wall. Time check. I think it's starting to nose away. They're working very well here.
Absolutely. You can see the wind too, and the trees in the
yes,
background.
Surprisingly, we've had no real wind, have we?
No wind.
It's going
in
from
the last
south
3
southwest, supposedly.
It's quite blustery up there, so that's going to be another issue too in respect to the peloton making a move, because if this group can continue to work together, this is the lone leader.
I think he's done a terrific ride now. I mean, there's no way he can stay away from these riders, but he's put on a real show now. Taking advantage of the descent to save a little bit of energy into the tuck position, streamlined to get up to something like 55, 60 kilometers an hour. Chance to see how the shoes fit onto the pedals. Are like ski bindings. They lock in at a twist of the foot, come out the same way, hopefully, when they fall off. He got away after half a kilometer today. He's got rid of Horacio Gallardo, the Bolivian rider. He's prepared to push on, and in fact Gallardo may well have been caught now. He must be very close to being caught anyway.
Yeah. Maybe half a lap of freedom for this guy, and then that group will gobble him up in the next
You can hear
5
that
or
wind
10.
now, Mike.
Yeah.
It's getting quite problematical.
Still working well together, this group, which surprises me. I thought you always get riders not prepared to contribute. Simon Gerrans is doing the right thing under instructions, obviously.
Yeah. Jens Voigt taking the line through on the red jersey here. Yeah, but again, he's got himself under control. He's normally so enthusiastic, he will try to ride away from these guys, but he's got himself under control, just doing what he has to do, make himself known and drop off the front. The two Croatian riders here, Vladimir Milojevic going through, and the other one is Radoslav Rogina. He's coming through now.
The French jersey, Phil, I noticed that it's made of a mesh type material.
Yes,
so
I saw that with air holes and
maximum advantage for the heat. So specially designed jerseys for the conditions. Some riders choosing to leave their jersey completely unzipped. I noticed that Simon Gerrans has done his up for the last few kilometres.
Meanwhile,
Here's
life
the
at the
French
back,
jersey
this will
now.
be Federigo. Oh, Cyril Dessel, beg your pardon. He's taken all the bottles.
He won a stage in the Tour too.
He did. Yeah, and life at the back also for Stuart O'Grady here.
This all pretty casual to me. What's going on back here?
Matthew Lloyd come back to check it out as well.
Trying to hear what they say.
And you might hear back home better than we can hear. But either way, don't look like riders concerned too much about a breakaway of 24 men just now. We're not sure how far ahead they are. They were 1 minute and 21 seconds when they went out onto this lap. We've had no further time checks since.
There's going to be a demolition of this race in the last 3 laps. I reckon it's just going to be blown to pieces, I think. So they're all waiting.
Absolutely. There's a lot of guys here going to be very frightened of what's left of this race today because of the conditions, because they now know the circuit. We're into the tunnel with the group.
We've still got pictures too.
You can hear, no, the pictures stay with us all the way to the end, Mike. We're out through the toll station again. But you can hear those guys talking in that tunnel. I found that quite amazing. This is the leader anyway, and he continues to push on towards the end of this opening lap. Not too far now before we see the top of this climb, which is ground away at the legs. You get some idea of the angle from that camera position, which you can't always get from the head-on shots. And the clock will start at the top for Almonacid. He's certainly making a name for himself. Maybe, you never know. Some enterprising professional team manager will think he's done a pretty good ride today and ask if he wants to come and race on a European team. Certainly rapidly got rid of his partner from Bolivia and pushed on as soon as the climb started, so he might well be a climbing talent. Just keeps those little rhythms going and sits down again, keeps his revs up. That's what they always do if they're good climbers. They have the power also of acceleration. The best exponent of that is Alberto Contador, who can accelerate on a mountain that hurts just about everybody.
Great wall. Beautiful scenery up here. It's terrific. Not so good if you're suffering on a bike, but
underneath the wall, as we now get the view of what the finishing sprint, if it will be a finishing sprint, if it is, it'll only be a handful of riders. Just above there you can see the cable set where the camera can follow the rider. That's an interesting shot, isn't it?
well, that's where the line is, right on that crest. You know, it's the timing is going to be the big factor here.
And the clock starts, so average speed coming down to 37.4 now.
One thing I didn't see there was the countdown boards for the 500 metres.
It's in a big gantry.
Okay.
It's all lit up in, I mean, didn't see it in that shot, but the riders can't miss it.
Normally you have them on the barriers, you know.
Yep,
It's,
absolutely. Now this is the chase group, and I think it's down to 24. We've lost 2 riders here. Terpstra went, and also Jonathan Bellis, Great Britain.
I'm not a big fan of this sort of business.
No, it's very painful if you fall off.
You wouldn't want to hit something.
Yep, here's the
balance.
catch. This is Horacio Gallardo, who's just stretching out his back. I'm not surprised. He's been out in front since the first half kilometre. Now, is he going to make any effort to get in? I can't imagine he will here. This is having just gone through over the line. He's now counting. They've just picked up the other breakaway rider, Horacio Gallardo. He's back in the group and slid down towards the back end, I think. No change here at all. The Latvian rider, 2 of them are in this breakaway, just doing a little bit of work. Nobody over exercising, but on the other hand, as far as we know, that group behind is not closing in.
I just saw Jens Voigt having a word to his teammate Carlos Sastre in the yellow sleeves there about something.
His sponsored teammate.
Exactly.
Yes, because of course they ride for the country now. Sastre is Spanish and Voigt is German. Who are they riding for is the question mark. They're not allowed to help riders from other countries, but it's not something you can easily prove. He certainly is a good friend of Carlos Sastre, that's for sure. He was a brilliant ally for Carlos in the Tour de France. This is looking to me like Oscar Freire, who's been to the back of the cars. He's in the chase big bunch, and also Matthew Lloyd there. He's also going back. He's been back to the cars as well. They don't seem overly concerned at all, which is surprising me here. Well, Sastre won't, because he's got his best man is up there for the minute in Sastre. Matthew Lloyd doesn't seem to worry. When he won his national title of Australia in Buninyong in January, Mike, he was superb on a very difficult circuit with a long climb.
Yeah, I know.
That's what makes me think this might be a good course for him today.
Also in Amstel Gold Race, he was well positioned before he ran off the road and lost all hope. So he's potentially top 20, top 10 finish there. So certainly has what it's got as far as this type of circuit is concerned.
Yeah. Quite agree. There could be some surprises today, I must say. This breakaway, I just can't believe, is the decisive move.
No.
And Sastra's the softener for the Spanish team.
Well, that's the interesting aspect of this group. You can see him there in the yellow sleeves, tucked right in the middle, is what's going to happen next. I mean,
What about Kim Kirk? You see, is he working for the Schleck brothers, who are basically his rivals during the summer?
Well, they're not on the same pro team, are they? So
No.
that's mostly the.
This is the little part where it kicks up a little bit just here and will decide any sprint. I can't imagine a group even this big coming to the final line, but you never know. Immediately those roads kick up. Sastre goes to the front. Gerrans sits at the back there, but he's not in trouble. Gerrans enjoys hills like this, evidenced by his great win in the Alps in the Tour de France. He won't be perturbed by this climb. This is Mizurov on the front from Kazakhstan, the only Kazakh in the breakaway. The clock counting at 102 kilometers covered here. And it's 4 minutes 16 since the leader went through. It was 10 minutes 11 last lap, and it's not going to be long before they're through that line now. Oh, they're through it. I missed them go through it. I was looking down. Sorry, Mike. So what was it? 4:16 the gap.
Feed station again, so important. You can see how busy it gets. You have to be really on your toes.
Well,
not so bad in a small group like this, but it's the big pelotons where you get in a lot of trouble.
6 minutes off that leader in 1 lap of 23 kilometres. Now you'll understand why they weren't concerned when they got a quarter of an hour out on the route coming up to the circuit. Now it means that at this sort of average speed they'll pick him up on this lap, and then tactics will change again because there's nobody in front.
Interesting to see this time what the split is back to the peloton.
Yeah.
To the lead, this group. Saw a couple of riders miss bottles on that time, so that's going to be a factor. You wouldn't want to miss your bottle because
Yes, because I wonder if now they're only allowed to take them through.
they
that.
are.
Yeah,
Absolutely. So it's 23k around. So if you missed a drink bottle,
better make friends with the guy next to you.
well, I'm going to say if you haven't got a teammate in there, you might be in a bit of strife. Because these guys will drink continuously every few minutes, sipping all the time.
Well, fluid loss is enormous in this humidity, and although our humidity monitor is telling us 85%, this is down in Beijing on the circuit there. It's probably a little bit higher.
Simon Gerrans top a picture there trying to get the drink bottles out of his musette, the little bag they get.
Yeah, I'm not sure he was waving at the camera there. I think he was waving back to the team car. But there's the wave, and that comes from the Bolivian.
Yeah, he's
yes,
enough.
he knows what he did. He's had a good time, let's face it. But it's all over now. He's gone out the back of that chase group, and shortly, I'm sure, he'll be watching the race on television.
Well, Cadel Evans and Stuart O'Grady right in the middle of the peloton there have moved forward. So in the Italian jerseys. No chasing, but just making, and the Spanish too. We haven't seen them all day. So
yes, all the red shorted boys on the left are all the Spanish team there, knowing that their man Carlos Sastre is in the breakaway, but somehow one feels that's not the man for the win today, so they're waiting. Now they were only 1 minute and 21 seconds behind, and they're going to be a lot more than that this time.
Absolutely.
So there's going to be yet another good chase to come here if they're going to upset the apple cart of the result.
There's one thing intriguing about bike racing of this quality is you can never predict exactly what's going to happen.
No.
You know, I mean, I'm still sitting here trying to work out what's the potential for things to happen, and it's hard to
It can be
work it out.
frustrating, I agree. Levi Leipheimer, centre in the dark blue. To our left is Patrick McCartney. Leipheimer will want something to happen here because the US didn't put a rider up front at all. George Hincapie's still in here. We've seen Zabriskie go off the back after doing early work. He's gone.
Contador.
Alberto Contador is there, sitting behind Nibali.
Stuart O'Grady and Cadel Evans sitting up there, you can see.
This is Park of Korea on the front just now.
I reckon too there goes the
These
time.
are tense moments though, because they're all just trying to work out what and who is going to make a move here.
I think 46 kilometres to go is about the time when we might see the moves. I think any earlier, because of the humidity and conditions, it might be a factor that they won't go earlier than that. Might be wrong, but I reckon 60 or 70k out's a pretty long haul to commit yourself.
Oh, absolutely, but of course they've got to decide on the progress of that breakaway as to what that will determine in the end whether they go early or late.
Yeah, but like you said, if that breaks out longer than a minute and 15 or whatever it was last time.
Yeah, we should get the check any second now. It was 1:20 last time, and it's going to be more now.
Here we go.
Oh, it's 4 minutes plus, Mike. They've put 3 minutes into this group, that breakaway, so that's quite a lot. That's going to cause consternation next lap. There's it. 8:33 is now the gap on the leader, but that makes it 4:16, 4:17 is the gap between the 26 or 24 actually now and this group here.
No, but the fact is, Phil, that you got the winner of the Tour de France.
Yeah.
4 minutes up the road.
And I'd be very worried about Roman Kreuziger because it's a hilltop finish. I wouldn't worry about him if it was a flat course, but there he is, number 32.
I reckon the Spanish are laughing at the minute.
Yeah. And so too the Czech Republic.
So again, through the feed station, this is where it's most really more dangerous for the big group. Grabbing those bottles as you go past. Biddens, as they're called in cycle racing. As we said, really important to get your drinks because there's still a very long way to go in this race. So the big peloton coming through the wall, the Great Wall, discarding any empty bottles, replenishing supply. And the following entourage, you can see their team cars, officials, press, photographers. This is the big group currently on the road, 24 riders strong, 4 minutes ahead of the peloton. Very dangerous situation with the winner of the Tour de France part of this group. Other very strong riders representing other teams. Luxembourg with Kirken, Germany with Voigt. Dogri's had enough, the Hungarian, he's out of the race. More of a time trial specialist, so maybe in a couple of days' time his chance will come. Been professional for many years, rides for Credit Agricole, the French team. It's losing their sponsor at the end of the year, so yeah, some contract issues for next year as to where he might end up. Sastre there in the white and the yellow sleeves, winner of the Tour de France. And the Latvians have been very prominent all the way along with this group. Less riders now working, which is pretty significant now. I think starting to get to the time of the race where riders will be suffering. Number 72, Scari. Might be his day over too, I think. He's actually made a move from the front of the big group, so he's in between the 24 riders and the peloton now. He's been joined by the American, number 48, Jason McCartney. A few others coming across there too, so there's a bit of movement now at the front of the peloton, and there has to be too, because the 24 rider group that's ahead of them over 4 minutes is very, very dangerous, especially with the quality of riders Kirken and Sastre, Voigt, and make up that that group amongst others that are very capable riders. Simon Gerrans is up there for Australia, which I think was a planned move because he was covering everything early in the race. And the other Australians back in this group, along with the favourites from Italy and Spain, which are the other very strong countries. Frenchman on the left making a move now. So we can see a lot more activity at the front of the group. The gold jerseys of Australia also moving forward, which is really important. Oscar Freire, former world champion. Yellow sleeves from Spain there. Maybe will be used in this race as a worker for Valverde.
Welcome back to our coverage of Beijing 2008. We'll return to the road race in just a short moment, where we have a sole leader the Chilean rider who's been out the front from virtually the first kilometre, Patricio Almanacid. And he's got a 4-minute break on the breakaway group, which includes 4 very key riders. Carlos Sastre, the winner of the Tour de France, Kim Kirken, who wore the yellow jersey for a number of days at the Tour de France. Simon Gerrans from Australia is also in that lead group of 26 riders, as is the Spanish threat Oscar Ferreira, who won the Green Points competition at the Tour. So some very big names, and I would expect that a winner will probably come out of that group. To take us through the rest of the afternoon, here's my good old mate, Craig Foster. Fozzie.
Thanks very much, Mike. Plenty to look forward to over the next few hours with the second round matches from the group phase of the women's football tournament. Sweden versus Argentina coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern. Both teams searching for their first tournament point, plus beach volleyball, boxing and women's basketball. But let's head straight back to the roads of Beijing now for the conclusion of the men's road race with your commentators Mike Turner and Phil Liggett.
Well, it's like a mini Tour de France, because that was a similar situation with a lot of these riders on the same teams there. But Kirken now has 2 riders who did in fact knock him off the pile. Frank Schleck and Andy Schleck in the Tour de France are now on his team, because they're now all from the same country, Luxembourg. 3 very class bike riders. Kirken's in the breakaway, the Schleck brothers are in the main field, and so far not doing any counter-attacking, so they're playing loyal to the nation rather than the teams at the moment.
I'm trying to work out what's going to happen, but it's virtually impossible. It's the nature of road cycling, and maybe a bit of the interest of the sport is that it's never easy to predict. And there's Sastre.
It's different pedalling style to all the other riders.
Yeah.
He's a pure climber. He rides a little bit like Lance Armstrong used to do. High cadence, keep the gears low, try to conserve as much energy as possible. And he's absolutely in his own backyard right now, and it's going all according to plan. Voigt also riding well, let's face it, in the bright red jersey here of Germany, and he's got Bert Grabsch also up here.
You can always tell the difficulty of a climb, especially when you're riding, watching professional cyclists like this, is when they're on the small ring, you know the climb is difficult. And all of these guys, if you notice, are riding the small chain ring at the front, which indicates to me it's a tougher climb than we're all prepared to give it credit for.
The cameras belie just how hard this climb is. There's no question that, Mike,
And now we're sort of on a bit of a crest. And as we heard earlier, Valverde's summing up of the circuit is 12 kilometres up and 12k down, so 50-50.
Yeah. This is rider Hejjedal here, who's a Canadian rider. He rides on the Garmin-Chipotle team normally, and he's just completed his first Tour de France for them, but now he rides for Canada here. He's the only Canadian to make the split, as they've got 3 good riders in this race. The other 2 are Michael Barry and Sven Tuft, their national champion, but they're back in that main field, which is thinning out. Actually, riders are climbing off when they get through the finishing area. There aren't so many back there now, and that's something else the big names have to wonder about. If they allow this breakaway, it's down to 24. The rider dropped here earlier was Johnny Bellis of Great Britain. He went off on this climb about a lap ago. Other than that, Hejjedal is the man leading the charge at the moment. This is Pat McCartney here of USA. Back in the main field, remember, there are 24 riders in that lead group. They need to pick up the tempo on this climb, Mike. You've got to see inroads into that 4 minutes this lap.
I mean, I'm a bit nervous at being over 4 minutes, to be honest with you, but I know there's a long way to go, and the factors of the conditions, weather is going to play a big part, but to me, the quality up front is a bit concerning at the minute, so it's going to be very interesting to see the reaction from this group, the peloton, to the 24 in that big group ahead.
At the end of this lap, we'll have just entered the second half of the race.
Yeah, and this is crunch time. Yeah. I still reckon it will be delayed until the last 2 laps because of the humidity. to make a commitment earlier than that, like a full-on commitment.
The
It's gonna
circuit's
be
too hard.
yeah.
Unless it's a group,
Yeah.
the circuit will be too hard here.
Big gamble.
Just look at the faces of these guys. There's 1 or 2 under pressure here, but they are riding very quickly. Rider just swinging off there. There's the Lithuanian rider.
They just got the board then. I'd like to know what it said to them, but about the lead they've got. This is
Yes.
the little climber.
That's looking a bit more angry now.
Yeah.
Still trying to get it on his own. Hossein Askari, I don't know if he's not.
No hope.
I think it's a very unwise move just at the moment, because there is a reaction from the field. He may as well save a little bit of energy and go forward with the wave rather than try to take them all on by himself. It's a brave move, but it's not a very clever one, I don't think.
No
And,
means land.
We've frozen out again. Meanwhile, back with the leaders here. This is again Ryder Hejidal doing a lot of work up front. Ryder again doesn't want to overdo it. No point. It's Jurgen van den Broek, the Belgian rider. Bert Grapsch.
He's been doing a bit Grapsch at the front,
Yeah.
the other German, along with Voigt too. So, and bearing in mind that one of the favourites, Schumacher's
Still back there. Yeah. This is goodbye from him
Nicky
now.
Terpstra.
Yeah. He's called it a
Going to
day.
the showers. Yeah.
We saw him get dropped and he's abandoned. Well, if it's not your day, it's not your day. But he made the moves, but he's found I think the humidity and the conditions just not been to his liking here, so he's taking an early shower there. And this is still, and you see he's going nowhere there. You just saw the main field come round that bottom bend. So he really should save a little bit. Almost tempting a couple of guys to come off the front of the bunch. This is McCartney here for the USA.
Michael Rogers in fourth in line for Australia.
Yes, and he's looking confident too. Pulled out, but amongst them some big names really. Robbie Hunter's gone. He did retire when he got dropped. So too did Dave Zabriskie. We've seen Terpstra abandoned. Only 5 riders officially out of the race just now. I think that'll change in the next lap or so, when this big field has got to split up under the pressure, because it's going to have to chase down that 4-minute gap. They've certainly gathered pace. This is the downhill section, which is a very fast sweeping down, as you can see. So it is possible to hit speeds of 80 kilometers an hour down here if they're willing to drive on at the front. Because look at the length of that peloton now. All of a sudden it looks like 140 riders again. Meanwhile, our lone leader here continues to cut a lone trail, and he must be not far away from being picked up. He had 4 minutes. Oh well, there's the answer to that, Mike.
Yeah.
He's about to be caught. He waved at the camera there. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Because this is the group now, and they will become the leaders on the road, and then that is going to give a lot of guys up here a little bit of extra hope, and the boys behind are going to have to start to chase. Bert Grapsch of Germany on the front just for the moment, and now it's the Ukraine who have taken over.
Yeah, you can see all the cars moved out, so that was an indication that they were coming quickly. So there's the commissaire, the referee, ahead of now the lone leader is going to be picked up shortly. These press bikes are able to get out the way of the chasing group. Come through here now.
That's the leader, and where it was 4 minutes 16, not less than half a lap ago, it's now 9 seconds as Grapsch leads through Podkorny of the Ukraine.
I can't remember back when there's been such a big group.
No.
Yeah, early in the race.
It's a dangerous escape. It's
With
a
the
strange
quality.
pattern, isn't it?
Yeah, with that quality in it though.
Yeah.
I can't remember a race like this.
Patricio Almonacid is about to be picked up here, and he is at 114 kilometres covered, and he's led for 113 and a half of them.
Simon Gerrans at the front there, gold jersey. So he's making a bit of an appearance at the front. We haven't seen him there for a while. Brugazin, the Italian on the right in the white jersey.
Remy Poriol is the rider, just tempting everybody to come out and play right now. They're all taking advantage of this. It's a bit of a false flat, this. It's just where the big hill levels slightly before they climb up again.
See the wind too, Phil. It's a tailwind through here, but it's quite blustery, especially on the other part of the course. You can see the flags. It's a bit of a dangerous little part there with those little poles. Cyclists don't cause trouble if you can't pick them up quickly enough.
And Hazedal here in second wheel is playing a very active part at the moment. He's obviously feeling good. When you feel good, you know, try and hide it a little bit sometimes.
The Iranians come back to the peloton now.
Well, that was a wise move.
Yeah. So the American, this is McCartney at front, with Michael Rogers there, going through the feed. I think they've introduced another feed area here later in the race, because this isn't the same one as the other side, so they must have two sections on the course because of the conditions for drinks.
Just wondering why Poriol stopped there. Couldn't have been hit. It must have been, no, it was Denis Karelis, the Belarus rider, seemed to be stopping.
I reckon that's what they've done. They've got two feeds on the circuit, which is a wise move for the athlete's point of view.
Well, these riders are going to take a little while to reorganise themselves now. They go into the tunnel. It looks around 22 riders still together there, and I think Patricio Almonacid won't stay there too long. And in fact, the Belarus rider just picked up a bag. He actually stopped to pick that up, and he's got back into the group here. Karelis just sat there on the back. Is the man that's led for 113 kilometres today, but how long will he stay there once this ride goes up the hill? This is the luck of determination on Patrick McCartney, who's lost a teammate in Zabriskie, the early pacemaker. Down to him now as they continue to protect Levi Leipheimer and George Hincapie, just to see if they can produce something a little bit later on. And the other rider we haven't seen anything of, Christian van der Velde. Well, this is a different name to the sorry, this is the Hong Kong rider here.
He's suffering big time.
He's I noticed that in the flag ceremony yesterday it was Wong Cam Po who was the finest cyclist from Hong Kong who carried the flag. That was rather nice. He's a lovely man, and he's not riding the race here, so he must be in the time trial, I guess. But
number 29 is Stuart O'Grady from Australia. Always pick his style out under a mile away, so
what a great competitor then. Good support there from the boys as we get back out.
Shouting out Stewie,
it's Stuart O'Grady, definitely. You see, there's not many places on this back of the circuit where they can stand.
I mean, they can't get access
to it. Up here. No. You can't see the most exciting part of the course. There's just nowhere to go. Michael Rogers looking very, very good. He's in third wheel, sitting there behind McCartney rather. Austrian rider there is Fanberger, Austrian champion. They've got two good riders from Austria in this race. They've only got two men entered, all on the qualifying situation. You're allowed a maximum 5. Australia qualified 5, so of course did the Italians, and that's Bettini we've just seen. Doesn't look too worried here, but he knows now that this race has got to liven up at the front because of that large breakaway. Still a lot of riders here, so the pressure has not been applied yet. Otherwise, this field would split. This is through the battling wall again, across the time check line at 5:27, and that's virtually the time
same.
gap on the leaders now.
Absolutely. Take 10 seconds off and that's it, isn't it?
Yep, yep. So they're still pulling away. Although
Well,
I'm not sure they will if they keep this up now, because that is a long, thin line of action. This may be the time to revert now. It's McCartney who's driving on for the USA. Rogers in third wheel.
I reckon the boys might have mixed their sums up today.
It's going to take a long... it's going to be a very difficult chase now. And who knows what counter-attacks can go from that leading group. We're looking at 5 circuits and a bit still to go.
I mean, I wouldn't normally say that because, as we see in the Tour and other races, when you got a group with a lead like that with 100k to go, you say, oh, there's no way they can stay away. My concern is the quality up front. Kirkin, Sastry, Voigt. I mean, just to name a few.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yep. We're going to find out, because these are the leaders now, back into the tunnel. Pictures guaranteed as the riders continue to swap turns at the front here now, and they're going to feel quite confident. They know that they've got more than 5 minutes now on all of the real favourites for this year's Olympic title.
And I can tell you the other thing, with Simon Gerrans there representing Australia, this group will work together better because they know they've got 5 minutes. If it was a minute or two, you wouldn't get the cohesion between the group. They know if things go their way, they're all in the chance for a medal.
That's right.
Simon's looking good too, Simon Gerrans there in the gold jersey, second wheel.
Yeah, and he's going through there too now, so he's starting to work. Maybe he's been given a free hand now.
Well, we said that the instruction was halfway, and we're well over that.
Only just?
Yes.
Only just, yeah.
But the decision will be made as to the situation on the road.
Oh.
His instruction was to go with the brake. He's done that. And as I said earlier, it could well be that he puts himself in a middle position.
5:18 is a big gap at the halfway point when you've got so many riders. Normally it would be chased down later, but riders, and some riders with big reputations, it's a whole different race now. And a very difficult course too, but there's plenty of opportunity for the strong riders to get clear of that pack on a course like this. Ryder Heyerdahl is riding extremely well, and he's looking very strong right now, and he doesn't want to advertise it. He wants to just keep some of that energy. He might need it soon.
Carlos Sastry at the front again. I mean, who would have thought a group this big would get away with such a lead?
It just happened on an innocent stretch of road. Somebody left the door open, it was gone, and there was no counter move to cross the gap. It was suddenly gone. That's how breakaways go. Only 2 cars back of them, so unlike, as I said, in the big races normally you'd have a whole flotilla of cars. With a breakaway this big, you would probably have 21 cars behind. And
they're only allowing,
2.
only allowing neutral service to come up. And we saw them preparing the circuit. It was all swept and blown with the machines to get all the rocks and stuff off the surface. So the likelihood of a puncture is pretty remote.
So by the time we get up to the finishing line, we were just going inside half distance. We're still not quite half distance, but we're only a couple of kilometres off it. So there's still a little way ahead to alter the face of the race. We've got 5 full circuits still to go after we get through. This is Bert Grabsch of Germany on the front just now. They don't stay there too long, just do all they have to do and keep going, push on. As all the riders still concerned with each other, they're beginning to look at each other now to see who isn't actually helping here, who is along for the ride, the ticket collectors they call them.
I'm not sure about this business going downhill like that. I can't understand.
I would find it very, very painful.
On the legs, it kills your legs.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a nice pair of legs though. Strong climber. It's the style of the Belarus rider here, which is Danish. He's pulled back in. 2 riders from Croatia. They've got 3 riders up here. That's a great situation to be in. Just currently, they're doing 57 kilometres an hour here. You can hear the wind whistling around the back of the motorbike with the sound microphone on. This rider here at the back, the leader, just laying off the group now, obviously feeling the pace, not getting involved in the race now. He's just going to say to himself, I'm going to stay with these guys as long as the legs hold out and see what happens. Heading back up to the wall again now as we start the climb up towards the finish.
Is that the kilometre marker? I
That'll be the
suspect
one.
it would be.
Yeah. You can just see the kite fluttering there in the wind, but of course that won't apply for a while yet.
But it's a good marker to know that, and you'll need it on a finish like this with the uphill approach.
Yeah, it's just you can gather how far the climb is now. We just change direction here, tilt down a little bit, and then we start the climb up to the finishing line. But it really is a most stunningly nice part of Beijing here and the wall. Better make sure you get that corner right, Mike, otherwise you'll be paying the toll quite literally. And now this starts the climb, and again it's He Jiadao doing a lot of work. Simon Gerrans sitting fourth in the back. His job is not to help this breakaway. Kim Kirken here working very well, and look at his face. Kim is enjoying this race right now. He's very passive. He's enjoying the climb. He can climb particularly well.
Jens Voigt there on the front too, scrubbing out another pair of tyres, the way his style is.
Yeah, exactly, and he always looks tired, but he isn't. He's just using his force, and he's a tremendously strong man. Even though you're a professional at your job, you still have to love the sport of cycling. You have to love to race a bike and love the pain. Otherwise, it just won't happen for you. And that's Jens all over. He just relishes the competition. Has to be in the front group. Has to be in the thick of the action. And now, with the backdrop of the hills here outside of Beijing, the riders come underneath very shortly, heading up towards what will be the end of the lap. Then we get another time check, but the last time check was 5 minutes 12 seconds. Voigt brings them through. Over the years, Jens Voigt's put together 78 victories as a professional, and he's gone under, and the clock has started at 126 kilometres now.
It was just under 40k an hour average for that lap, Phil, so...
Which is good for the course, isn't it?
Well, especially with the up and down
I
part.
wouldn't have thought they could keep that up.
So here's the other feed section. So they've got two feeds going, which I think is a wise move on behalf of the organisers.
Yeah. And that's fast, but it's uphill just there.
Yeah, they'll be able to grab the drinks there, no problem. There's some ice bags going out too. Kirken grabs his bottle.
Yes, takes a drink, I don't blame him. Just checks out, gets rid of the other one. There'll be a lot of bottles around the Great Wall from now on.
Plenty going out there.
Jan Valek is the rider in the blue stripes, cross stripes from Slovakia. See the similarity now, they're just upright stripes in from the Czech Republic, and cross stripes, same colours for Slovakia. It's quite difficult to pick out. 127 there is the Brazilian side. He's really the only Brazilian rider who is on the international circuit. He rode the Tour de France. Had a lot of support as well. His name was often on the road. A lot of Brazilian people were following the race just to cheer him on. It's a big thing for him. And he wasn't far off winning the stage, because he can sprint quite quickly. Liu Shijin going through. Marzio in the white jersey there. And just look at the back there, because Almonacid is having no problem sitting at the back of this group. He is a good rider. 140, he led all that way by himself. He's having no trouble hanging on to the tempo of the climbers here. He's now gone out into the second half of the course. We've done 127 kilometres here of 245.
Simon Gerrans there really spinning a high, well, very low gear, you can see there.
That's very typical of Simon.
Yeah, it is, and that's conserving energy too. So what's going on here?
Oh, we've gone back. Somebody, I don't know if that rider's attacked, about to get wiped out by the team car there. It's all right. or whether he just was back from the leading group into this chase group.
Yeah, see that was the riders get upset when they're not on the horn to tell them that you're overtaking.
Yep.
And that's a bad move by the manager of that car, and they should be told.
Well, he came up rather
dangerous.
quickly. Absolutely. He probably has been told by now, I would think, because they're all radio linked to the race referees.
Well, the golden rule is that when you're overtaking a car or motorbike, you're on that horn to allow the riders at least some chance to get out the way and know that you're coming.
Yeah. And it looks like they're trying to get down to business in this race, in this main field now. They're trying to get a system working there, but they're going to have to work it. Here's the 1 kilometre to go, so they're still about a minute and a half away from passing under the banner. Clock is counting.
Well, I'm starting to get my money out, Phil. I think I'm going to be ready for a few bets shortly.
I'm very interested to know who you're going to pick, Mike.
Well, I can't see the sense in giving the Tour de France winner over 5 minutes lead in any part of the race.
I'm not sure it's tough enough for this climb for him to ride away, though, and he's got to ride away because he can't win in any company. He has no sprint whatsoever. Somebody like Grivko can hang on, could beat him
Yeah,
easily.
you're right.
We'll just see how it goes. It's interesting.
I think humidity's going to
Hey,
play
look how
the
close
fact.
the Spanish riders are now. They're waiting for the chase. They're waiting for the chase to go with the next wave.
I know it's not a massive climb, it's a difficult climb, but I think the big factor is going to be the weather, humidity. More so than anything, because that, I think, will bring a few of these undone. And the Spanish guys are used to that sort of condition. It gets pretty humid and hot in parts of Spain. I'm sure where Sassari comes from would be the case.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Barcelona this time of the year. I'm at the Barcelona Olympic Games in 1992.
Well, they'd be loving it,
was an
Phil,
absolute scorcher.
Yeah.
Much hotter than here.
Yeah.
But of course, different humidity.
Conquidor just going through there.
Just passing through there. I think that was John Lee Augustin.
Matt Lloyd from Australia. So let's see this time
There's a lot of it's clearly not been hard in this group, because with every respect to the Korean rider Park, I know that guy. He wouldn't be in this company with this nature of this course.
That's why.
Climb.
That's
so
why
they haven't started yet.
That's why I reckon 2 laps to go. It's just going to be.
They just haven't opened up the gas yet.
All
when
or
they
nothing.
do, we'll know. Yeah, that
Maybe.
the rider in the dead centre there is the man that took the dive off the Col de Bonnet.
5 minutes.
Still 5 minutes, Mike. So it was 5 minutes 17 last time. It's going to be just a tad, a little bit better. 5 minutes 8.
Well, I mean, let's split hairs and say they haven't made any.
Yes, no
ground.
progress at all.
That's why I'm suggesting now that the last 2 laps is just going to be all or nothing. It's a matter of just laying it on the table, and if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. I can't see any other scenario, to be honest with you.
It's been a very delicate race pattern today, I have to say. And to see such a big chase group form with 1 or 2 fancied riders in it is equally as surprising today. Just trying to grab a missing there was the Iranian rider Askari, who got caught from the group.
Schleck, Ketsalara, Michael Rogers.
Valverde went through.
Yes. Schumacher.
Yes, that's where it hurts, just there.
A little pinch, yeah.
And that's where they start the climb up to the finish, of course. Climb away from the finish, and then it continues to climb for a little way. This is Gerald Cholik here.
Cholik, yeah.
Yeah. Another rider who's on Team Columbia, but has riders in the break like Kim Kirkham, but today on a different team because he rides for Luxembourg, whereas Cholik's a German. And he's got 2 teammates up there who normally is rivals in Bert Grabsch and Jens Voigt.
Conquidor there on the right with Valverde.
Yes, they all look pretty calm, cool and collected.
Sanchez, their teammate. O'Grady, Stuart O'Grady going through there too. Latvian out of the race. Who's this, Phil?
Well, it's no good listening to what he's saying, Mike, unless you're fluent in that bit. Milošiks.
I think he's saying something about humidity, Phil.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, he made his effort early on, and he paid the price. He fell back from the front group, and I thought for a moment rain had started from that camera angle, but happily it hasn't, as Kim Kirkin avoided the shower. But I'm sure a lot of riders will love to dive through there right now as they continue up, and still no update on whether the rain will come. I have to say, downtown Beijing is clear completely. Almost can see the blue sky, which will be the first time since last Wednesday, if it happens. But if that rainstorm does come on these mountains, on these slick roads like this, it would really change the face of the race, especially if it does come as profits on the last lap. First man into the shower there, Mathieu Vachina, number 102. The other rider going through is Rémi Porriol of France. This is Mizerov, one of the famous little group of Kazakhs that have dominated a lot of international racing. Sadly, another one of them, Andrei Kivilev, was killed in Paris-Nice, which is a great sadness. Very popular rider. The other one's out in disgrace, Alexander Vinokurov. But Mizerov seems to be out of trouble and riding very well. So there's Vachina out of the shower, probably as dry as a bone already, I would think. But still riding superbly, I have to say, is Almonacid. He's just following wheels now, but heck, he doesn't look under stress at all. This is Grabsch in second wheel here. They've just got tempo riding, but they know that they've got 5 minutes. They're not lifting the pace anymore.
That's all they have to do, yeah.
Just keep the tempo going, because they're waiting now for attacks from within, I would think. No work being done at all by Marzio Bruchagin, who's the rider in white there behind the checkered boy. As
Robbie Hunt.
Yeah, he's off to the showers now. He should have stayed in the race. They had them for him halfway up the hill.
I would think that the idea is the right tempo in that lead group. Hold on to that 5 minutes until at least 3 to go, and then all the cards on the table from there on in.
Kairelis swings off for Latvia. Mizerov doing a lot of work, considering he's on his own up here. Sastre always comes up at this sector of the course. He loves the hill, and the climbers often like to dictate their own pace and let the others try and follow if they can. There's no attempt to attack here. It's just fine, fast tempo riding to try and just keep the pace up. As Mike says, wait perhaps for a couple of laps to go. Oh, come on, don't go now.
Yeah.
But it looks as though the legs have left him. Well, that's sad, but Patricio Almonacid has ridden a very good race. He certainly wasn't going to come here to Beijing on what I'm sure is his first Olympic Games and be anonymous throughout. He made a little bit of a name for himself today. He stayed at the front of affairs for 131 kilometres. But enough is enough. Now, he should have really have stopped when he came round by the showers rather than have to go right round the circuit again, but that's life. You may be interested to know that you can't turn round and ride back home on a cycling circuit. Just as if you know a teammate's in trouble, you can't ride back to him. They always only flow forward. That applies to every vehicle in the event, in any event. As far as cycle racing is concerned, you can't go the wrong way down the course.
It's the main climb of the circuit. A couple of hairpins in European style.
Somebody else just dangling at the back now, down to about 23.
Simon Gerrans right in the middle of the group there, still using that very small gear that he climbs with, conserving energy. It's a great tactic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Works really well. I mean, in that stage of the tour that he won, everyone thought he was gone when he lost contact with the leaders, but you know, just tempoed his way back into contention and all over.
The thing is, when you climb a big mountain, you can only climb it at your own speed, and if the other guys accelerate and you get unhitched, you just keep plugging away at your own speed. Keep out of that red zone, so you can actually fight back, and then if they slow you back in.
If you tip into that, you're in big trouble. You can for a period of time, but you can't sustain that sort of effort for a long duration, especially up the big climbs. I dare say on this circuit, you know, once you get into that zone,
very dangerous because it is a difficult circuit with not much place to recover.
Well, Jason McCartney has been left an awful lot of work to be done here at the front, and nobody else helping him from America. So the three protected Americans, Hincapie, Leipheimer and Van der Velde, are all hoping this gap closes down.
Well, they're the other ones we haven't mentioned much about, the US team. So, you know,
that's right.
They come into the same category as Spain, Italy and Australia.
They do. Just looking there on the zigzags, back at the climb again now. This is the end of the, we've gone through the end of the second lap, so we're heading up towards the third of 7. There's still plenty of time for this to be corrected, but it's still a big gap to close, and I would say now that the whole of this peloton, the big pack, they won't all see that front chase group now for sure. They're just going to have to work as best they can and hang on when the counter-attack comes, as it surely will. This is the tail of the main peloton. I think we switch back to here. No, it's still a breakaway. Still the breakaway.
Yeah, I think this is the driver of the team car that the riders weren't too happy with.
Oh, well, see, he's got the Luxembourg flag on the car.
Yeah.
Not the same as the racing jersey.
Because he was the guy that went up earlier.
Yes,
nearly
it was.
Got tangled up with those riders.
Yeah.
Kirken's loading up.
Anxious to get to Kim Kirken and get his food. He obviously called for food.
He's got a few there too.
Oh, boy, he must be a bit hungry, I think. Yeah.
See, this is a really delicate situation, is that if you haven't been eating earlier and you try to make up for lost time, you've got no hope.
No,
the body's depleted that and you're in no man's land. So it's really important to keep those fluids and food intake on a regular basis right from the word go. Simon Gerrans is looking really good. Third wheel there. Jersey wide open. Little microphone.
He's never looked stressed.
No.
I have to say he's never looked stressed, Mike. He's doing his job. That's where we're going on the right, and that's where we are currently. I would say less than 50% of this group is actually putting some elbow grease into the breakaway. The rest are just sitting there behind, either waiting for news or they're not feeling too good.
Yeah, I think it's a mixture of instruction and fatigue. Some of them are going okay, but under instruction, the others are sort of suffering a bit. And even more surprising that they've been able to maintain that 5-minute gap with that situation happening here, where there's only that small group rotating through.
It's like autumn's come to Beijing there. This is Van den Broek on the front right now, followed by Grifko.
Sastry hasn't been up the front as much in the last few kilometres as we saw earlier.
Maybe he's planning a surge. Yeah. This is Mizarev, who was dropped away for a while, and now, meanwhile, back at the camp here, this looks like Bellis has called it a day. He was in the breakaway.
Yeah.
Made a big effort. He's only a young lad. He's had some good results, especially in Italy this year, so he'll be a pro later in the year, I think. There's some two brave policemen standing on the wrong side of the road there, as far as the race is concerned, anyway. Ryder Hagedal, who's ridden a very good race. He's obviously benefited terrifically mentally from the Tour de France. He's a different bike rider now. Happy to tap out the rhythm. And look at this, tap out the rhythm. He's opened a gap here. Oh dear, he says, keep up, boys, keep up.
I reckon Simon Gerrans has got the message from back in the car to get up front and start to get this thing moving a bit somehow, because he's come to the front more so in the last few K than we saw earlier. That's a fact.
Well, we're not looking at the velodrome. That's to come next week, but that is the angle of the wall there as the boys come back together. Andrei Mizerov brings them through with Van den Broek in second wheel under the arches again. And still Hejjedal just looks very, very comfortable. Sooner or later, somebody's going to have to break this field up because there's a lot of passengers now. Just slip into the back here. This is Smukulis, Gatis Smukulis from Latvia. Sastry, you're right, Mike.
He's gone back.
He's gone back, and he's not very interested for some reason, unless he's planning a move.
Grifko, number 75.
Well, I'll watch him because
He's
not
been
tired.
hanging back too.
Yeah. Though they might be hearing
Ukraine.
things that we don't know, which is the field are closing in, because for some reason we're not going back to the chase anymore. We're just staying with this leading group.
109 kilometres to go. Been going for 3 hours 45 minutes.
Yeah. Well, 109 kilometres. Just over 2 hours, probably 2 hours 20 minutes. Still to race.
Big Dutchman.
Just after 5 o'clock local time, so
Yeah.
they're on the schedule plan. There's still a long time to keep a working breakaway away from the field.
Brusican coming to the front, the Italian. So I haven't seen him much in the last few K either, so he's decided to move up. So we're on the climb now.
Well, it could be an alpine pass, I suppose, as they come around that hairpin bend. Not quite as steep. They've got plenty of good rhythm going here. These 3 Croatian riders really have got
they've
no
done a great job.
reputation.
No, but they've put in a lot of work. Jens Voigt there, and you can see his style swerving from side to side coming up.
Milijevic is probably the most accomplished, and then Vashina will be next. There's an indication of the wind there, and it's a tailwind as they come up under that archway, tail to cross. So we come up now towards Badaling again. There's the wall creeping over the top. We once finished the stage in the Tour of China here a few years ago now. From memory, Stefano Zanini was the winner then, now he's retired.
Oh, there's a bit of a little split there. This is the indication that some guys are starting to suffer, obviously.
Yeah, somebody's just feeling pretty fresh on the front right now. It looks to me like it's Jens Voigt who's got himself back on the front down there.
And nothing worse than following someone and they lose the wheel in front and leave a big gap for you. Especially,
Can you imagine the language?
well,
Which language? That's the question.
well, they all understand it. It's a terrible thing. I mean,
It is. Oh dear me, yes.
Especially when you go past and there's a 20-30 metre gap to the next guy.
It's called opening the door. The man that opens the door is not very popular. The clock has started again at the checkpoint there now, and clearly just over onto this little dip down before we climb up to the finishing line. There's a little bit of daylight appearing around about those riders. This is a Bosic, who is actually quite an accomplished rider this year. He's had a good season, so he won't be in any bother. He's just gone back for some food. And you've always got to take it on board behind that black car, which is the chief referee, so you can't take it on in front of him. And you've got to pedal your way back, which is a shame.
I think they've relaxed the whole feeding regulation for this race because of the conditions, allowing riders to go back to the team car and also the 2 feed stations. So it's a good thing because of the extreme conditions.
Yeah. One of the riders who have abandoned, surprisingly, Laszlo Bedrogi, who was in that chase group earlier on, has abandoned. About 20 kilometres ago. This is again rider Hejjedal. I only see 2 of the Croatian riders working now. The others are still in the group down there, so the 3 of them are here. That's Vashina, Milijevic and Rogina. They've only got 3 in the race. They put them all in the breakaway, so
good
well
effort.
done to them.
So here's a second feed station on the back end of the course. Very busy again.
I must say they're taking on everything they get an opportunity to take on.
I would knock back a thing. So this is now the difficult part, is juggling the musette, trying to get your stuff out of the bag, onto the bike with the drink bottles and into the pocket with the food. And then
Especially
discard.
just here, because now you're starting the climb
uphill,
up.
yeah.
Simon Gerrans right in the middle there, in the gold jersey. So he's ridden a terrific race.
With the loss of Almonicid, 24 riders there, and you look down there, you couldn't see any signs there of the peloton at all. This is Gatis Smikulis from Latvia at the back, 118. Jürgen van den Broek from Belgium.
All the energy bars going in the pockets, you can see.
Yeah, Pidgorny and Grivko, the two riders here on the same team from the Ukraine. Ukraine riding unusually in all blue. They've changed their colours as well. This is back in the field here. Jason McCartney is the rider in second place. Done an awful lot of work. That's his job for the USA, because there are very few volunteers to set the pace up here at all. Looking down the faces, Lawrence Ten Dam, Karsten Kroon, Dutch boys. They're not bothered because they've got Steph Clement in that breakaway. You just got that feeling looking at some of these faces. There's Stefan Shoemaker gone by in the red, number 13. And he's got two teammates up front. So the clock is on. Oh, it's come down,
yeah,
Mike.
Come
Even
down.
so,
I'm going to say it's come down.
3:35.
Yeah.
They've knocked off 2 minutes there. Well, 1.5 actually. All by just tempo riding. Nobody is attacked, and virtually all by the work of the American rider there,
I think
McCartney.
the time check's a little bit further up the road, isn't it, Phil? So,
Oh, is it?
yeah, still running the clock. So,
Oh, well, maybe.
I think there's been a slight improvement, but not enough to suggest that it's sort of coming back quickly.
Well, we'll see what happens when we get up onto the finishing line. That'll give us our best attempt there, completing lap number 3.
So the two Germans, Grabsch and
Yeah.
Voigt, and there's Simon Gerrans. So really now you can sense an increase in commitment at the front by everyone. Although Sastry has dropped back, and we haven't seen him up front as much as we have in the previous kilometres.
I reckon he's been told to stop riding.
Yeah, I reckon too.
Yeah.
And that's where the problems start, is when the instructions coming back, don't work and carry on. And
Oh, Cholik has decided to call it quits. We saw him at the back of the group there. He was the lead-out man for Mark Cavendish in the Tour de France, and Mark got 4 stage wins there, but he's coming up in the Madison next week on the Velodrome. Cholik chose to ride the road race, but it wasn't for him today. Well, he's got 2 teammates in the breakaway, riding pretty strongly up here too right now. And this is in fact Smikulis again at the front here for Latvia. Grabsch in second place.
can't understand why they do that, to be honest with you.
No.
I know why they try to do it, but I've never been in favour or a great sort of believer in it's worthwhile. Too dangerous in my book when you get crouched down on the bike in a descent like that.
Yeah.
Bit of a stretch going on here.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Back stretch, leg stretch. Simon Gerrans, number 27, just stretching the calves there.
Well, this similar distance to when he broke away to win a stage of the Tour de France into Prato Nervoso in Italy. It was a long, long breakaway that survived to the end, so he won't be afraid of the distance. It wasn't as long as it is today, but he won't be afraid of the distance at all. He looks very cool, calm and collected at the moment, Gerrans. What if he feels concerned, though, about that gap, knowing that that's where his key men are?
I think his attitude would be that I'm under instructions, I've done what I've been asked to do, and if the cards fall my way, I may well be in for a chance.
Yeah, he may be hoping this is the way it stays now, of course.
Because like every good professional rider, he's not afraid to hurt. So, and that's going to be a big factor on this circuit, I reckon, those last 2 laps.
Well, everybody wants a medal from an Olympic Games, and if you're told to work for someone else, sometimes that's a little unfair, it appears. If the cookie crumbles your way, though, you get a shot at it. And Simon Gerrans right now is poised, and he's having a great season. He'll be very happy with things. Nearly 4 hours in the saddle now. 103 kilometres left of the 245. There's still time to address the matter of this breakaway of 24 riders in the move. But Mizerov still willing to work through here for Kazakhstan. He's the only Kazakh in this leading group as well.
Welcome back to Beijing 2008. Just a reminder of what's still to come on SBS on day one. We'll have Sweden and Argentina in the women's football from 8 Eastern. That's followed by beach volleyball. And then more action from the football competition with China against Canada. And we finish up when Russia takes on Latvia in women's basketball. But for the moment, it's back to the men's road race. Your commentators Mike Turner and Phil Liggett.
There's a little split because the workers are in the front and the chasers and the hangers-on are at the back right now, and that's the way it is. All back together, Mike.
Yeah.
Chatting the camp here. This is Neil Stevens talking to Simon Gerrans now, telling me exactly how it is, I would think.
Well, Neil's come up from the peloton, so he's come forward to have a talk to Simon, maybe out of contact with the radio because of the hills and so on. But I'd love to know what was said, to be honest with you.
It's probably, mate, this isn't going anywhere, mate. Just stay right there at the back. Stewie's on his way
you
up.
might be right.
Mizarov thinks it might go somewhere because he's done a lot of work up here. Now there's the peloton, just the arrowhead, so the boys in the long line at the front are chasing, but are they swapping partners or leaving it to just one rider to hold the pace, to limit the escape rather than catch it? Because the team leaders who are in the body of that pack are beginning to say to themselves, it's going to be down to us very shortly, because it's still Jason McCartney at the front and one rider here, which is Russian, and that's it. And that looks like Sergei Ivanov who's doing the work.
Well, them two have really contributed that 2 minutes that they've got back. Absolutely, they've just ridden like this for the last couple of laps.
Yeah.
Really brought this lead now to a controllable level, I reckon. Having said that, you've still got quality.
They've got Vladimir Karpits and Vladimir Efimkin. They've got Kolobnev, Denny Menchov. We haven't seen Endiger Menchov.
No.
And he is a likely candidate. He's a good one-day rider as well as a great stage race rider. He was one of the big five in the Tour de France that was looking in with a shout up until the halfway stage of the Tour anyway. But McCartney is doing his job. I mean, you're looking at a man now who's racing himself into the pits because he won't finish the race riding like this. His job is to try and pull this peloton within shooting distance for Christian van der Velde and Levi Leipheimer and maybe George Hincapie. I also saw the South African rider there, John Lee Augustin, Mike. What a huge future he's got. He's 21 and a half years of age. He's fourth in line here at the moment. No, he's a bit further back. That's him peeping in, fifth or sixth in line. And he's ridden and completed his first Tour de France with distinction. And here he is now. This is a course for him. And I can tell you what, South Africa would be celebrating for a week if they got a gold medalist in the Olympic Games.
I mean, the big factor here, apart from stuff we see in the Tour and other big races where the pro teams race together, is they normally have 9 or 8 rider teams. But here we've only got a maximum of 5. So you haven't got the sort of firepower where you can burn riders at the front to bring back these gaps like you normally see in the big races in Europe.
That's right, and a lot of the nations didn't qualify 5 riders, so of course they've got to ride on the back of the other teams. They've got 1 or 2 riders. Some have only got 1, for example, China. And I think probably the Chinese rider Drang has now probably dropped out, but still a lot of work being done here. As always, Russia now trying to also drive in favour of their 2 team leaders. McCartney welcomes the help here because nobody else is providing it. I think that's Fanberger in 3rd place, the Austrian champion.
Nibali, I think, the Italian, in 4th.
Yeah, 5th. Yeah.
5th spot. Yeah. Van Summeren from
Van
Belgium
Summeren's up there, but he's not going to work because he's got Van den Broek in the breakaway. But there is a lot of movement here now, even if they're not moving to the front.
But those two, the American and Russian, have really kept up the pace here and contained that situation at the front to within a manageable situation. So
yeah. But it's a case of the domestics have got to work, and that's their job. They've been given a job to do. Once they do it, they don't have to finish. They'll still get the manager saying, well done, you did the job, if they can get the gold medal at the same time. These are the leaders here as they head up towards the end of the lap now, which will take us through 150 kilometres covered of 245. Let's have a look at the faces. They're not giving much away, those faces, are they, really?
They look pretty even, don't they?
They do. Absolutely no worries. These are the two riders here, Grifko and Pigorny in the blue from the Ukraine. Underneath the arches again as we head up towards the line. And this will take us at 150 kilometres and at the end of lap number 3. Just 4 hours ridden now as the clock starts. Still 4 circuits to go.
The average speed came down slightly on that lap. There's not much in it, but
yeah, it's also getting darker because it gets dark pretty early in Beijing. It's now just after 3 o'clock local time. So by 5 o'clock it'll be getting towards dusk. Dusk is around 6. And believe me, the temperature doesn't drop down too much. It just gets darker, that's all. There's Kirkin. Kirkin to me looks as though he's on a very good ride here. He's enjoying this course. He's not done any contribution to this breakaway staying away, so he's gambling on it not coming back. And if he senses it being caught, he might attack, you know.
yeah.
There he is, Kirkin, dead centre left. So we're watching now the leaders here. 3 riders from Croatia in a front group of 24. The clock is running here.
Big Italian there, Brisagan, looks still pretty good as they go through the feed.
Well, he's a surprisingly good rider. He's ridden 6 Tours de France. He is an excellent rider. Doesn't win many bike races, but he's always wanted by the riders because he's such a strong team rider.
Yeah.
And of course, he's a great time trialist, as we probably see when he rides in the time trial section of the games here. Finished 10th. He won the stage 10 of the Giro. Got his highest ever finish in the Giro d'Italia, which was 3rd this year. That gives you a quality of his consistency to get over those mountains too. He's quite a big man. But the 2 boys from the Ukraine, this is Podgorny, and then he's followed through there by Grifko and the Belarus rider.
Well, I tell you, they're putting in at the front here, and a similar situation back at the peloton with the Russian and American doing similar. So it'll be interesting to see the split when the peloton comes up to the line this time, to see if there's any. Here they come now.
Well, there they are. And now Christian van der Velde, in fact, has moved up just ahead of Levi Leipheimer. So they know the work that's been done here by Jason McCartney. They've now taken closer order because they're going to get a bit itchy. 4 full circuits left to go. There's Nibali throwing the bottle to the crowd. There's the Cricket, the defending champion, just playing with the zipper on his racing jersey. Doesn't look such a big bunch when he closes up like that, but it is still quite a large bunch here. And this is Kolobnev, the Russian rider, on the front, in fact, followed by McCartney.
Hincapie might be their man, the US. There he's there. Hincapie stuck in the middle of the peloton. So
yeah, George still smarting from losing the stage in the high Alps when he just let the race go over the top of the final climb and couldn't bridge it on the way down to the finish. 3:10. So, well,
still going.
It's
Here we go.
it's really been pegged, Mike. They haven't really in the last half lap got any. 3 minutes 17.
Yeah. And that's the Ukraine's up front.
Well, we're looking at the peloton. They've just gone through at the end of the 3rd of 7 laps here. 3 minutes 17 behind 24 leaders. And they were 5 minutes out. They come back, but for the last 10k they've really been pegged. They haven't got any closer, and clearly, Mike, the orders have gone out to people like Carlos Sastre to stop riding at the front and see if they can bring up the other Spanish riders here.
Yeah, we saw Sastre do a lot of work early, and now in the last lap and a bit, nothing. Peloton here coming through. America's moved forward now with Leipheimer.
Yeah, that's significant, I think.
Doing a lot here.
And this looks to me as though it's Pigorny trying to get clear here.
Ukraine,
he's taking with him the Belarus rider here, not the Belarus, the Lithuanian Karelis. trying to go clear with him. Sastre again now for the first time for a lap has come back up. This is his playground. He loves this section of the course. You see the natural acceleration of a born climber. He just pedals the low gears and lifts up the pace. This is a move here, a definite move to split this leading group. And the first time we've seen it here, it was getting a little bit unmanageable. And this is Grifko, surprisingly, his teammate, writing him out the script here.
Yeah, that's a big surprise, but we thought he was going to do a good job today. And that's an indication, I think, of obviously the pressure and the humidity is extremely high. This is now the fact that it's going to be a big issue for these riders. You can see another 2 riders off the back on this climb.
Yes, this has been a little bit of a crunch period here. They've got Stef Clement here too, the time trial champion of Holland in the orange jersey. He might get back here. A little acceleration. Petr Benčík also going to come back on. What about Grifko? Are they going to let him back on? They've slowed down a little bit. Sastre's come off, you see, he's off to the right here. Simon Gerrans hasn't put a wheel wrong in this breakaway. He's really played the teammate behind while maintaining position, ready to take over if this breakaway was a success. I don't think it will be.
Someone's just gone up the road.
That's Miserov who's just gone off the front.
See, this is going to work in favour of the peloton if we get this stop-start situation.
Oh, because these two got a bit of a lead here, so they're going to have to be bridged. This is Pidgorny here, and with him is Danis Kairelis. This is how it happened. The irony is that Pidgorny's just got rid of his teammate Ondrej Grifko at the back. There's the acceleration. This was absolutely necessary now, because this was not going anywhere. They needed this move. And Pidgorny, in doing it, has rid himself of Grifko. No coffee round the table for those two tonight. This is the Belarus rider. This is Kuzinski. It is a Belarus rider. It's very similar colours to Lithuania. So this is a much better bet here with Alexander Kuzinski. He's fresh off the Tour de France. Not so much sure about the fresh bit because he struggled to finish in a high position. But even so, a quick dive through the shower. You dry out in about half a kilometre. Just taking that was Borut Bosic. And there's Simon Gerrans, his coattails flapping here, but he's had a great race so far. He's still got that form that won him a stage at the Tour de France. Right up alongside Miserov there, almost knocked him off, I think. Now we're heading up to see the two leaders, but this is a good move now. This will bring impetus to the chase, and it might open the gap again. Could be quite serious for the main field.
It might play into their hands too if this comes back together at the front. They'll certainly sit up for a bit, and with this stop-start situation, the peloton will make ground. But these two, very strong on the climb. They've got away to a handy lead, so now it's up to Simon Gerrans and Sastre and Jens Voigt, Kirken in that next group along the road to make a move and bring these guys back.
Alexander Kuzinski finished 127th, just checking out there, Mike. He's ridden 2 tours, finished them both, but he's a strong boy. And that's him there setting the pace now. Rider from Belarus.
16 seconds, so a couple hundred metres.
It's a start.
Yeah.
And we're looking now, we're into 154 kilometres done of 245. Just about 90 kilometres to go. These checkered jerseys here, first time I've ever seen them. This is the colours of the Croatian cycling team. 3 pretty strong riders who race normally as professionals, and they've put the whole team in this breakaway, so they're not going to want to surrender that position to the chase behind, that's for sure. And they've got all 3 here too, so good luck to them. Maciej Vesina is one. Vladimir Milojevic is probably the best rider, and Radislav Rogina is the other one. This is a good move here. Look as though they're quite well balanced. Ruslan Pidgorny, I would have said he was the least of the 2 riders at the front to succeed, and yet he's got away. And as you can see, the humidity has gone up again to 90% now.
Big
temperature
factor.
virtually locked in at 26.
Yeah. It's like trying to breathe soup. The atmosphere is so heavy.
So the situation at the moment then, Kuzinski and Pidgorny about 15 seconds ahead of the remainder of this 24-man breakaway, with the field wondering what to do now as they sit some 3.5 minutes off the pace. So just looking now, they look a little bit confused here, don't they? They're just nobody's taking it up. They're just waiting to see who's going to make the move.
Yeah, that's the problem now. It's with the two up the road, where the indecision comes in. The two up the road are working together beautifully and making every metre count, whereas these guys hopefully can get some sort of rotation going and bring them back. Simon Gerrans in this group, about midfield out of this little group. There's the two leaders on the road. On the climb, out of the seat, because it's starting to get tough now, so they've increased their lead to 34 seconds. So the chase group of about 22 riders. Ukrainian, Belarus on this twisty climb. Official vehicle hasn't dropped back yet, but will do shortly. If that gap gets over 30 seconds, I'll go in behind the riders, and then they'll know instantly that they're making ground on the chasers, so it'll be a big confidence boost for them. But at the minute, he's staying back. You can see just below the cars there, chase group. Kuzinski from Belarus. Ukrainian, Gorny. Already starting to get very difficult now with these conditions. The humidity, as we've spoken about all day, really, will become a massive factor in the closing stages of the race. Apart from the sheer distance of this event and also the terrain, this final circuit, about 50-50 uphill and downhill, even spread. Now the chasers in that next group, about 22 odd riders. Croatians have done a lot of work at the front, continue to do so. Carlos Sastre has dropped back along with Simon Gerrans. Still climbing. It's goes on a bit, this climb. You can see now the split. So this was the Ukrainian, it looks like, Pidgorny. Pidgorny has gone clear. The Belarus rider in Kuzinski is suffering a bit, can't hold his wheel, so a bit of an ask of the Ukrainian to stay away for this distance to go. It's a long way still. In difficult conditions. You can see the chase group just through the trees. And he's come back again now, so very difficult in this situation to hold the wheel if you're suffering, and have to do his best just to try to stay together and work.
Mario Contreras, who is on his way to the back of the race. It just shows you it's just picking them off one by one, but nothing like as bad as I would have expected at this stage.
We all predicted just ones and twos. I mean, still a fair way to go, isn't there? But that can still happen. But to have the big group still together now is a bit of a surprise.
Nibali's putting the pressure on here. Kolobnev just behind.
Two Austrians have moved up too.
So. Rohriger and Fanberger together now. Fanberger's the second of the two. And that looks like the style of Levi Leipheimer there. No, it's Christian van der Velde, I think, who's come up into fourth wheel. Van der Velde, Leipheimer's on his wheel. Well, this is looking like a push now. They're obviously getting confident. And amazingly, the two teams I would have expected to see would be the closing up of the likes of Bertini and also, of course, Valverde and Contador.
Karsten Kroon on the back there.
Still gambling. Well, Karsten is a good climber. You know, he won the Henniger Turn for a second time this year, which is a classic race in Germany. It's full of undulations. It wouldn't be dissimilar to this course, actually. But today, he's hurting bad, and this is a group which may be going here. Little tap there to say to Jason McCartney, give me a hand, but Jason's finished. Yeah,
he's
done a great job.
Yeah. I think Kroon's suffering through the weather. The conditions are not to his liking. But McCartney's done a great job for his team, and now
yeah, did all he could hope to do there. And he kept them in the race, let's face it, he has kept them in the race.
oh, it's not as if he set up, he's still trying to maintain some sort of rhythm there.
For as long as he can, he's just living in the hope they slow down, but I don't think they're going to slow down here.
He's in trouble
and
now.
Maxime Montfort, surprisingly, number 18 going as well. Expected something from him today. Roman Bronic of Slovakia is also in trouble with his teammate Maciej Jurko. I think they're gone because once they get unhitched, they don't come back now. And
Once
this is back up to the leaders.
Once they start to break up, Phil, this could happen really quickly.
It's all down to the pressure here of Nibali that's cracked them, and the two Austrians, Famberger and Rohrager. Although it's all down to Nibali because nobody seems to be helping him at the moment.
Well, they're on the descent now, so time to recuperate a bit if you can. Have a drink and something to eat. Best place to do it on the descent, obviously, and not straining going up hills. So you've got to sort of always keep that in mind. Big, long line. Huge line right back to the end of the peloton, so the pressure's right on.
Nice little twist and turn underneath the freeway there. Sharp left, the whole peloton now in a dead straight line, so that's a sign that the pressure is really on these boys right now. And even though there is a descent, it won't be easy for that little drop group to come back into this now, because it looks like the referees have done what they call a barrage. They've opened up the gaps with the cars so that the riders can't leapfrog through the vehicles back into the pack. Modes of transport down there, Mike, through the tunnel or on the road, please yourself. Sitting at the back here, you just see Brian van der Borg here too. Former is a professional rider on the Dutch teams.
Green did enough.
Saw the Korean slide off the back there, Mike, as you said. That's a sign the pace has gone up. Van Borg content to sit here at the back of the race and just follow wheels. He's not looking too good now, Brian. He's turned in one or two good rides.
Here's the two leaders now, Kaczynski and Bigorny.
Well, he's hanging on in there. He settles down better on the climbs, Kaczynski.
I still reckon he's under the pump a bit. The other bloke,
there's no doubt about that.
The Ukraine
Look at the difference in the pedaling ratio.
Yeah,
much
you can
more
see
aggressive style, yeah. But that's a good move by Bigorny. One world, one dream. These boys dreaming of gold right now as they swing round through the arches here again into the heart of the Great Wall at Badeling.
Should get a time check hopefully soon.
That's where it starts right there.
So last time they were 30 seconds.
This is 161 kilometres now into the race of 245.
Last check was 30 seconds to the chase group. So we'll see this time.
Well, judging by the chase group, I think they'll have stretched it just a little bit for the moment. But how long is Kaczynski going to stay here? Because I think once we start to climb up to the finish, he will go.
He'll lose contact that time.
It's still Ryder Hagedal, the lone Canadian, doing a lion's share of the work in this group. And I'm not sure that's wise. Gerrans is doing exactly right and following. The face of Sastre doesn't look very happy to me, but then it never does.
I think the Canadians just accepted the fact that he's on his own.
He's on his own, and he's feeling obviously very good.
So he's got to, if he just sits there and does nothing, then it's not going to do any good for anyone.
No. It's a little gap they've opened there with their tempo riding, but it's coming back together again.
It's over 30 seconds, isn't it?
Well over.
Yeah.
We'll get this under
here we
the
come
arches.
now.
It'll come up now, but yeah, here we go.
What are we?
Oh dear me, they're pulled away to 114 now.
Yeah.
Bert Grabsch It's the rider setting the pace on the front there. But they've pulled away to 1:14. Has the peloton pulled these boys in? Because it was at 3:17. As we fan out and look across the Badaling section of the Great Wall here, 5 million visitors a year. The last man through the time check there was Kim Kirken, sat at the back waiting to see which way it's going to go, this breakaway, forwards or back to the peloton. This is the group of 22 riders just now. 2 have gone up the road, nobody reacted. It's an interesting carrot again because we're coming round for what will be 3 laps to go. There's Kirken, still sat at the back, look. But I think it's not a case of being tired in Kim's case. It's a case of trying to work out, is this the move to waste the energy in, or is it the move just to hang on and wait and see? Here come the 2 Austrians, Famberger and Rohrugger in 2nd and 3rd place.
Nibali's doing all the work for
all
Italy.
the work.
Yeah.
He's now the horse, the throwaway for the Italians to try and close that gap down. Up front, Bruchadin not working for the Italians. There's George Hincapie in the dark colours as well. Looks very cool. No problems there. Dominique Cornu I just seen go through there as well.
Cadel Evans is in midfield there. Conquador just going through. So we'll come at that time check now. I suspect they've come back a bit on the chase group. What is it? 3:13. 2 minutes.
Well, yeah. 3:13, but it's 4 seconds they pull back on this lap so far. But that's on the 2 leaders. So
no, that's right. So
yeah,
they've pulled back a minute.
A minute, yeah.
On the actual chase group of 22.
Yeah, and that's why Kirken's hanging. He doesn't know now whether it's going to work or not. And that's all down to the riding of one man here, Vincenzo Nibali. Absolutely super riding by him, and again a demonstration of the value of a strong team, because they're still keeping their potential gold medalists safe in the pack. We've seen nothing of Pelazzotti, for example, on the Italian squad, and he's the only other man in there except the birthday boy, David Rebellin. He's 37 years of age today, by the way, David Rebellin. He's still in that gap and waiting. We haven't seen anything of him at all.
I think Pelazzotti will be the next one to lay down the effort at the front and set it up for Rebellin and Bettini.
Yep. They've got 3 possibilities, the Italians, still safely in that pack, and they're going to go sooner or later. And there's the 2 Spanish riders who are going to mark that. And I reckon the Americans are looking quite good, and that we've seen nothing in aggression coming from the Australians either.
No, nothing. Yeah.
Plan so far working. They've got the man in the breakaway. Their job now is to wait and see. They're the gold jerseys down there, easy to pick out.
Also Denis Menchov tucked away somewhere in that peloton. It's going to be 2 to go. I think that's when the big moves are going to come, and that's the hammer will fall big time.
There's the race situation. Podgorny, Kudzinski, the 2 leaders, then the chase group of 22 riders at 1 minute and 14 seconds, which contains Sastre, Voigt, Gerrans, and has done now for an awful long way since we joined the circuit. In fact, Bruchadin is a sleeper there for Italy, and Kreuziger very definitely a strong man there for the Czech Republic. Kim Kirken the last of the group, and then Nibali is brought through the charge at 3:13. Oh, they're saying that's Kurt Attel Arvesen there for Norway. They are different colours now we've seen them from the air, are they?
The Norwegian colours are predominantly white.
Yeah, so too the Austrians, unfortunately. And there is a beautiful shot of the wall here, which moves away from Badaling. 5,000 kilometres of it. Meanwhile, back with the 2 leaders, where we seem to have gone into stormy conditions again. As you can hear the wind now, wind directional change up here. But I'm delighted to state still no signs of the heavy storm which has been prophesied to hit town at 5 o'clock, hit the finishing line rather at 5 o'clock, which is some 80 kilometres away from Beijing. Into the tunnel for the 2 leaders then. working together well here. So 2 leaders clear by about a minute and a quarter over 22 chases, and the sped is now 3.5 minutes. Time for a drink for Bigorni. Chance for a rest as well. Kuczynski's okay. He hurts a bit on the climbs. He can do a little bit on the flats and downhill. There isn't too much flats and downhill, unfortunately, now.
No, the Ukraine is certainly the stronger out of the two, especially when we hit the uphill sections. So bad feeling on a bike when you're suffering. You know that there's a climb to come up, especially on the circuits, and you're suffering. Last time check to the chasers was 1:25 and 3:30 to the peloton. So the leaders have gone out a bit to the chase group, and the peloton has made up time on this middle group.
A little bit of aggro coming in now because the guy's not pulling away. But Steph Clement, in fairness, has done more than his share in this breakaway. You see, they want to start the work now. They want everybody to work, but everybody has a different agenda. Some don't want to work here, but they're driving on now, and they're riding with some urgency here. And of course, you can always expect Jens Voigt to contribute as he just comes through, does his bit, and swings off into the tunnel. Well, we've got pictures, but the trouble is we can't see them.
Simon Gerrans at the back of this group.
Grabs is behind Gerrans there. Sastre is in front of Simon.
Obviously, the word's gone out clearly to Sastre to stop working.
Yes.
Don't contribute.
Lost all interest. Waiting for the charge of his teammates now, by the look of it, and he doesn't look at all fatigued. He looks as though he could go the distance himself here.
Don't worry about the rubbish that's discarded. That'll be picked up by the organisers. Well, I think the prediction now is the medals are going to come from the peloton, maybe.
Well, they're the Norwegians down there, you see, with the heavy stripes on there. They were definitely Austrians in second and third. They're quite different colours.
It's hard to see the 2 leaders staying away. I mean, it's still a long way to go and tough conditions.
Well, definitely the 2 won't. One might make an escape, but he's still got an awful long way to go.
Michael Rogers,
real terms,
having a drink, looking pretty good. I think he's had a good race so far.
There's a lot of riders hiding their light under a bushel just now, I'm sure of that. But when the attack comes, it's going to be vicious.
Yeah, it's all out. Has to be all out. No looking back.
No, absolutely not. And there's still plenty of driving. It's virtually all Russia again who are driving here. Still none of the big names really have dropped out of the race. Just checking the abandoned riders here, but none is what you would call a fancied rider at all. So there's still an awful lot of riders in who feel they've got a chance of a gold medal here. The Russians certainly are working hard, and they've got their strong men here: Vladimir Efenkin, Sergei Ivanov, Vladimir Karpits. They're the boys that they'll try to protect. And Denny Menchov could surprise. I'm not sure he's got the one-day explosive power, but this is a hill and it's a war of attrition. It's the strongest man on the day who can climb that hill will win.
I mean, Efenkin and Ivanov, I mean, they're no slouches on their day in a single day race.
Russian champion. I think it's the 4th time he's won that championship.
So there's still plenty of firepower back in the peloton that we haven't seen anything of. You know, the Italians with Bettini, Rebellin, they haven't shown themselves at all.
No.
Apart from Bettini going back to the team car, having a discussion with the manager every 5 minutes.
It's not breaking up as much as they would have expected it at this stage. I think you're right, Mike. The last 2 laps will see a very different bike race now.
See the Australians, I think Michael Rogers in the middle there, and then towards the back, Stuart O'Grady, Cadell Evans and Matt Lloyd. Still well positioned in the main group, with Simon Gerrans from Australia in the second group on the road of 22, just behind
about a minute and a quarter behind the leaders.
Once we get to start the next lap, though, I don't think I'd want to be round the back of this peloton.
No.
Because you might miss the boat. I think you've got to see those Aussies move up once we get through the next finish line. 75 kilometres still to ride.
Still a fair whack, isn't it? In this,
still a fair whack.
yeah.
On this course now, it's going to be inside 2 hours of racing. They may wait for the last hour. May. I think I'll go a bit earlier because they've got to close that gap down. These are the two leaders again, and Kuzinski is finding his second pair of legs now as we get into the last quarter of the race. On this fast section of the course, you see they're using the highest gears on the bikes here just to keep it going. They're probably up around 57 kilometres an hour. They're racing for the end of the lap, which will take them into 174 kilometres covered, and that'll be the end of the fourth lap of 7. It's been a very aggressive race in many ways. We've never had a bunch the whole way.
No.
There's always been somebody off the front forcing others to chase.
But to see that big group go off so early and establish over a 5-minute lead was something you don't often see with that quality of rider in that group. Looks like it's all going to come back though. I mean, apart from these two at the front, the 22 behind looks possibly like being picked up by the peloton in those closing laps. So still hard to predict. I'm not prepared to make a call. I was getting a bit cocky there a few K back, but I revise my thoughts now.
It's not a predictable race just now, that's for sure. These are the most unlikely breakaways. Kuzinski and Pitgorny. Pitgorny's attack rid himself of his teammate Grifko in the break, and he hasn't got back to our knowledge. This is the 1 kilometre to go. It's still a little way away. It's about 74 kilometres away to be precise. But they start to climb up a little bit now, and that'll give us our next time check on this group. Steph Clement in the orange is slipping dangerously towards the back again because he's actually been off the back. He's got back on. Now he's slipping towards the back. Moving up in the red is Jens Voigt, who I feel will attack if he senses this breakaway gets caught, is getting caught. Just a chance to cause another diversion. This is the little climb up towards the finishing line, and then we'll see 3 laps to go to the finish. That's the only camera shot where we get some idea of the angle of this climb.
Australian flag there in the corner. Just picked it up.
Well, it may start waving in the next lap or so because I think there'll be all change. Pitgorny and Kuzinski bringing the race clear now. This will be reaching the 174 kilometre point. Dancing on the pedals on the far right. Well, he's just sat down now. Is Bert Grapsch. We're waiting for him to come through the checkpoint here. It's 1 minute 27 since Kuzinski and Pitgorny left through this finishing straight at the end of the 4th of 7 circuits. So they're still pulling away here, Mike, at the moment, and the clock is, the never tells a lie. 1:41 is the gap.
They picked up, what's that, nearly 30-odd seconds.
That's interesting because the most interesting one is going to be the arrival of the peloton as they come up now.
Well.
But last 3 laps now, this is going to prove a very interesting race, these last 3 laps. There's going to have to be some heroics from that main field if they're going to penetrate this breakaway. It's far from impossible, of course. They can do it. The humidity is clearly having an effect on the riders here. They're not looking quite as sharp, and those bottles are so dangerous when that happens. Looks as though Jens Voigt here dodging in amongst them, trying to grab one at least. I think he got one there.
Yeah, here's a group now coming up. Stuart
Doesn't look
O'Grady.
that far behind, does it?
No, Cadell Evans. Still well positioned, all 4 Australians you could see there near the
Nicholas
front.
Roach, Phil Dyer, still in there for Ireland.
They're not far behind at all.
No, that's closing now. So the leaders went through
141.
141 ahead. There's the clock counting.
Well.
Oh, this is getting much closer now.
Yeah.
2:51.
So that's interesting, isn't it?
So that puts 1 minute 10 between the peloton and the chase. So they've really eaten into that. It was 3:17 at the same point last time.
Yep. So now,
in theory, there should be a catch this time, or there should definitely be a split in that leading group. They're going to have to get away.
well, I reckon they'll be a springboard. They'll use them as a counter attack. As soon as they hit them, bang. There'll be the counters coming left, right, and centre. So there's a situation there after 174 kilometres.
Yeah. Minute 40 is to the chasers.
Yeah.
They gave it a minute 40, and then it was 2:51. Maybe 2:50. Doesn't really matter. But what does matter, there's 21 riders in this group. There's 2 riders up front, a total of 23 from an original escape of 26. Now playing ticket collector here is Smukulis of Latvia. Nigel, glad we don't go up to that section of the wall. So we pan around this dynamic area of the Great Wall here. This is Bert Grapsch, who's ridden a very strong race here. I thought he was being protected by Voigt, but it looks as though they're just riding together here now, working out at the front. Oops, steady on, just round that bend. This is rider Hejidal. He's just about run out of drink, or he can't get it to come flow properly through the bottle there.
No, he's ridden a great race.
He's ridden a superb race. It's an amazing thing, Michael. If you ever get to ride and finish your first Tour de France, you're never the same man again. You have a totally different approach to cycling, and a real confident one as well.
I mean, he hasn't missed a beat in this group, so good on him.
But they must know that this gap is closing down. There's certain riders stopped working, notably Sastre.
Yeah.
Sastre has turned off completely here. He's waiting for his mates to join him now. The Croatians have got 3 riders up here. They can't wait for anybody because they're all here. There's nobody left on that squad back in the main field. And that's possibly why they've both moved to the front there. These are the leaders. Either Pidgorny is slowed down or Kuzinski's recovered from the bad patch, but he's strong again with this guy.
Exactly what you said, the bad patch. You know how it is, Phil.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you think you're going to fall in a big hole, and then 10k up the road, you sort of and that just happens. I mean, you can't explain it sometimes, but
funny old thing, the body, isn't it?
yeah. But he is you can see a gap in the wheel there.
This is the stretch he doesn't like. This is where he happens.
That's right.
He just doesn't like this one stretch.
And he's
right on
right
the edge there. Yeah.
Using every right on the edge of the seat.
Yeah. Riding in tandem anyway. He looks more relaxed than anybody else in the race. This is the chase group here. Simon Gerrans off to the right of our picture.
Done a great job for the team. I mean, done exactly what he was asked.
Hasn't given away too much energy. Well,
no, he's still got
all things considered.
Well, when the peloton comes up, he can still offer something if needed. You know.
That's right.
And that's important too. So they've ridden a smart race, been in the right move. Didn't work out, so we haven't sort of put all the cards on the table. We've still got something left.
Andrei Mizerov on the far left of our picture there looks a little bit tired. This is Fischer of Brazil. He's also ridden a very strong race. He's tried to get the troops going here. He's kept on shouting at them. It's got him absolutely nowhere. They're still all together. It's who feels can do a bit goes to the front at the moment. There's no coordination at all. This is Grabsch back on the front, and Stef Clement, who yo-yos off the back and then comes back up to the front. Not afraid of working. The Dutch time trial champion in the orange there.
The Croatians have ridden a great race.
They have, and they've realised now that as they're all here,
Yeah.
they may as well try and keep this break going, because if they get caught, they'll be the big losers now. And they've just got to work away. There's cars coming through now. These cars are going. This is a bad sign, Mike, for the breakaway. They might be closing in on them.
They are. Neutral service has gone forward, so.
Which means they're down to 30 seconds if that car has left the back of the break, being told to leave.
You see the commissaire and the car behind it at the top of the roof, so he's keeping a check on.
Well, we have a real race on our hands if they come up and catch these boys.
They'll be coming.
Because they'll want to immediately reform a new group. They will attack immediately they're caught. There's a police outrider.
I reckon that's
We're all craning around the corner of a monitor here. You can't see round corners of monitors. Just to see if we can catch a glimpse of them now. We've cut away, but they must be close, otherwise those cars would not have left there. Number 62 is Borit Bosic. He spent a bit of time at the back since he sensed they were catching up again, and he's having a chat there with a rider who probably speaks the same language. And that was Roman Kreuziger, the Czech Republic. He hasn't actually done much work in this break. He might be fresh enough to go again.
And Nibali's done everything. I mean, he's...
The stretch.
Yeah, Nibali's brought that gap right back
Absolutely.
down.
Absolutely.
And,
what a great young rider he is.
But the big question is at the front of the race is Podgorny, the Ukrainian. He's got 1:40 on the last check to the chase group.
This is Ivan Ivanov at the front.
He's ridden a
Sergei
great race,
Ivanov at the front now too.
He's put in too. So.
Champion of Russia.
So we suspect that the peloton here is going to join the 22 chase group shortly and just leave the two leaders, the Belarus Kozinski and the Podgorny at the front. So then the question remains if those two can stay out. I mean, we know the Ukraine's going better than
There'll
the
be
Belarus.
immediate attacks, I'm sure.
Yeah.
As soon as that group is caught, Ivanov here, actually he's been the Russian champion for 5 times when he won the title in June this year. But just looking further down into the body there now, and it's good to see, Mike, but the Aussies got the message. They've come off the back of the peloton now.
That's good.
They know it's going to split when they catch that breakaway. They've moved the whole squad forward. That's good.
Especially on that climb, that twisty couple of corners, you need to be up front, because if there is a move and you're stuck behind, you're going to have real drama trying to get across. Here's the water station where they get a bit of a shower.
Yeah.
I noticed Michael Rogers just moving up, dancing on the pedals. He looked quite good. The Russians had enough. Effikin.
Oh, well, that's a bit of a surprise. Vladimir Effikin, he made a move early on, but he's called it quits. Yeah, he made the selection for the games. He has a brother as well, but he hasn't made the selection. So that's a sad sight. Effikin, outside chance of a medal, I thought, but obviously also dropped off the back there.
Still going to Pali.
Yes, he really is riding superbly. There's one of the breakaway call, that's Boric. Well, he can't be far off the back of the group now.
Just round the corner, I reckon.
He's gone in, looked out for his teammates, give him a report of what's happening up front. This is a terrific piece of riding by Nibali. This is life in the camp here. Nobody likes to see this, but that is Grifko, who was dropped when his teammate attacked. So Nibali now picking up, and what a great drive.
Yeah.
He has ridden that race back into contention here for everybody. Look at him going straight by them all here now, checking their faces. Watch out now, because that looks like Fanberger to me of Austria coming up, and Rohriger. They've followed Nibali everywhere he's done, but they haven't helped him chase back that breakaway. And now they're putting themselves in a situation to springboard. And still Simon Gerrans has moved forward with the wave luck.
Well, he would have been given instruction to stay at the front as soon as the catch happened. And now all that remains are the two at the front, the Kozinski of Belarus and Podgorny of Ukraine. They'd be a couple of minutes, Phil, I reckon, at least.
In theory.
Yeah.
In theory. Again, we don't know, but we'll get a time check pretty soon, I think. But now it's a reshuffle here at the front. Is that Stuart O'Grady moving through?
I reckon that's Michael Rogers on the right.
Michael Rogers?
Yeah, on the bottom of the screen. That's Simon Gerrans with the jersey
still
open.
there. Yeah. Watch out for the colours here. Meanwhile, back in the retirement department, this is the two British riders here who've gone out, and that's Roger Hammond, and with him is Steve Cummings as well. So they've lost the whole team virtually. Well, that's now whereabouts was he? Oh, he's got a bit of a gap, and no cars behind the race though, Mike.
That's right.
They're going to keep an eye on this, the referees, the Olympic champion defending.
You can see these teammates starting to drop back, but I think he'll be okay.
Yes, he's got a flat back tyre there. That was where it was. He got a good change.
Yeah.
He got a very good change, and I have to say, if you're going to have a flat tyre, it was a good time to have it. because the race had just rejoined back together here. He may have been hanging on there for that catch before he changed the tyre.
There's a good pro. He doesn't panic. Look, calm as a cucumber, just sitting there waiting.
Yeah. Well, time for the cricket to start jumping around, I think, and get back in the race. That's the gap he's got to make up, but it shouldn't be a problem. Let's have a look down from the helicopter. Lone figure amongst the
there
cars.
He is there. Oh, this is the old trick, you know, just
this
checking the rear gears.
Professional foul now. There's nothing wrong with those gears, but we'll just check them in case.
Yeah.
But he's in no panic. The cars are amongst it now.
Oh, no,
there's still a problem. No, you sure? No, okay, well, just in case, I'll just go with you. Keep an eye on things, but that's the way you do it. I don't think the judge... Oh, well, the brakes, those brakes definitely binding, yes. There we are, they're all right now. Just push you into the race. Look, when you have a mechanical problem, it's about legs and ability, not about things that go wrong like a flat tyre. So nobody begrudges Paolo Bettini his rightful place in the peloton, I don't think. This is Gerrans now, back as a faithful teammate of the squad, back on the front of the squad here. What a terrific bike rider he is. As the field now, it's the whole field against two men, Kuzinski and Pidgorny.
Welcome back to Beijing 2008. A fascinating tactical battle unfolding here in the late stages of the men's road race. Just to clarify for you, we will be following this race right to its conclusion in what will be a thrilling finale. Now, just to update you again on what's still to come on SBS this evening, we'll have Sweden and Argentina in the women's football after 8 p.m. Eastern. That's followed by beach volleyball, and then more action from the football competition with China against Canada. We finish up when Russia takes on Latvia in women's basketball. For the moment, it's back to the men's road race with your commentators Mike Turner and Phil Lee.
So we're looking at Pelazzotti looking over his shoulder here. Nicholas Roach started a move which has caused quite a flurry in the back, but he hasn't gone anywhere just yet. But there's still a lot of riders here willing to race, because now they know the gold medal will be decided from this group. Yes, we've still got the two leaders and they've got to bring them back, but you can see by the way the race, and there was a crash. There was a mix-up of riders here on the bend. That Spilak on the right, and it's one of the Croatians who was in the break, and it's their best man Milijevic on the left who was involved in that spill. They look okay.
Yeah, but it'll be hard getting back though, because the hammer's down at the front.
Well, especially after the race he's had. His shorts are quite badly. He's gone. Yeah. It's all over. His bike, his handlebars are bent, I think. That's sad. That's no way to end it. But lucky they didn't go down that ditch there, Mike. They were very close to it.
Yeah. Yeah, you never know. He might be able to get into the team cars and work his way back. So let's hope that he can. The Siren Guerin's doing a terrific job for Australia at the front of the peloton, covering the move of Nicholas Roach,
as we saw so far, hasn't he?
Yeah. But now the interesting part starts. I mean, the two leaders.
This is the crash.
Yeah. Just overcooked the. He actually went down that little drain, didn't he?
His bike probably stopped him going down, but he did, yeah.
Just overcooked the corner, I think.
Yes, well, probably can both speak to each other, Slovenian and a Croatian, and this is a bit of a surprise if this really is Schumacher going off the back, and again another example of the conditions, I think.
Well, that's a surprise, isn't it?
We saw Schumacher ride the mountains of the Tour de France, win the two time trials. We wouldn't have expected to see him in trouble. I think that's an indication of what the different type of weather conditions can do to you here in China. There's the German coach asking him how he is, Holzer. Oh, he says, just not happening. Have a drink and take your time.
That's the one.
Yeah, get some sugar. Well, there's a Coca-Cola bottle gone in his back. Get some sugar. Here's some more. But the way he shrugs his shoulders, I think he's being given the bottles to get home as best he can. He's not coming back to the race. Big name lost there.
Well, one of the favourites in Valverde's mind was Schumacher, and he feared him in this race. So that is a surprise. These are two leaders.
Well, they're on the tough section of the climb. She's going towards the end of the 5th lap, leaving 2 laps to go.
Kaczynski there, the Belarus, not able to contribute up here.
Now those legs are going.
He's starting to really get a bit shaky.
Those legs are going, and they went, well, they'd have been caught by now, but obviously they've still gone too early. They've left themselves a huge target there as they start to climb up towards the Badeling wall again. The gap is just half a kilometre spread now for all of the riders here in the Olympic road race. 61.5 kilometres left to go. Here's the Italian setting a pace. Looking from their helicopter at the main peloton here, still trying to work out what they're going to do about the two escapers, but I think the escapers, Mike, are going to write themselves out. They're both very tired.
Yeah, and they've got a lead that's come right down. They had possibly over 2 minutes at the last check, but now it's come right back down. So I think the medals are in the main peloton here, and there's a few cards to be played yet with the big boys yet to come to the front.
Well, again, this is
Brazilkin.
Brishidin, yes, he's come back up to the front. He was in the break. He didn't work in that breakaway. He was there as the guard for the Italians. He's come back. As far as we know, the puncture to the Olympic champion defending, Paolo Bettini, he's got back into the race. Didn't actually see him rejoin rather, but we don't expect him not to have rejoined. These are the two leaders. They're faltering a little bit now. They're clearly tired as they continue to go through the hills here outside of Beijing by about 80 kilometers. Back into the wall. There'll be a time check shortly as they start to come up through the wall again. They're lapping a rider just in front of them there at the moment. Puts him 23 kilometers behind. That's amazing. 5 hours in the saddle now.
Here's a check now, so the clock's running. Kaczynski, the Belarus, he's really struggling in second wheel there. Can't contribute along these inclines in any way, so that's going to be a big ask of the Ukrainian to do all the work. And now the moves again. Belazzotti, the Italian, that's really started to crank up the action back in the peloton.
He had his finest ever Giro d'Italia this year, Pelazzotti, and he is a good climber. But again, he's being used here purely as a spade workman for the team. As he tries to race across the gap, and there's somebody, I think it was Lawrence Ten Dam, made a move there for the Netherlands as well, as they try now to bridge the gap in one. And there's a lot of problems here now. These accelerations are going to hurt.
I think that was Conquador in second wheel behind Pelazzotti. There's another Sastry just going through.
Still there, yeah.
Valverde,
yeah.
Strains all there. You can still see the gold jerseys in the top half of the peloton, which is good news.
Well, 50 seconds the spread there, which is not much at all, but you see that acceleration caught.
That's Stewie O'Grady.
That's caught Stewie O'Grady out of the back of those four riders there, yeah.
Oh, it's on now, Phil. God, look at the line.
Heading up towards the last 2 laps of the race.
And this is where we said it. We said it in the last 2 laps. It's going to start to happen.
They've closed everything down. Yeah. These are the only 2 survivors of the original breakaway, Pitgoni and Kaczynski. Kaczynski has been a little bit of a passioner, but he's worked every bit when he can. He's not been shirking his duties because anything other than he's genuinely tired. Look at the split at the front now.
Simon Gerrans still up there. I mean, terrific job, Simon. You've done a great team effort.
Well, it looks to me like it's Bert Grabsch as well.
Yeah, he's
driving,
putting it a fair effort
breakaway. He's gone through tight on the inside there. Gerrans has been absolutely superb. His job has been to mark every breakaway, and he's done just that, which is incredible at this stage of the race. And as you say, Mike, if the breakaway succeeds, you have to win, because after all, we talked to Nicholas Roach earlier. Well, when Stephen Roach won the world title, he was riding for Sean Kelly. Yeah, he said, I looked over my shoulder and Sean wasn't there.
Conquador, last year's winner of the Tour. Van der Velde from USA.
Well, this is Christian Van der Velde here now. And fifth in the Tour de France.
I think that was Rebellin.
Yeah, Rebellin.
Oh, no, that's Pelazzotti, sorry.
Yeah. This is
Schleck.
Frank Schleck is with him now, the champion of Luxembourg.
Oh,
Gerrans is now reassessing the boys here, thinking, where are my boys? Because I'm still up here.
Yeah.
And Gerrans is having to take order at the back here now. Well, this is started all over again. This is Fabian Weckmann, from Germany, who's made the gap.
Yes.
The blonde locks just about visible underneath his crash helmet. He was eliminated in the Tour de France, 2 days to go. He couldn't believe it because he'd always finished his tours, but he got caught in a group at the back and outside the time limit. Trouble here as well. This is Vladimir Karpits.
Problem with the bike.
Well, he was one of the big Russian numbers here. Now is he waiting here for Ivanov? Because Ivanov, this has all gone wrong for Russia right now. This was Sergei Ivanov here, 5 times the Russian champion, still is the Russian champion.
He might use the cars, he might be okay.
Who's in amongst it? Well, the only Russian rider left in now, there's Denny Menchov is the only one. We haven't seen him. He must be in the group.
Yeah. Oh, we haven't seen him all day, so that's the other worry. Hincapie we haven't seen. So there's a lot of riders.
Serious move there, especially by Christian van der Velde, playing his card. And look at Simon Gerrans, he's driving this now.
Yeah.
Pelazzotti comes through. Fabian Weckmann. Flick of the elbow means next please, and it's going to be Christian van der Velde. They feel as though they might be starting something here. Just can't see this guy's face, either Rohriger or Vanbergen. I think it's Vanbergen. Flicks his elbow.
You reckon he's putting in too? Contador there coming through now.
Well, he's got a good move going here now. And he's hampering the counter move by the rest of the Spanish. Valverde's going to have to wait now, but there is a group coming across.
Set up now, I think.
So that means that Gerrans will stop working. He's checking that group out, Simon Gerrans, see if he can see a golden jersey, and I can't just now. Fabian Weckmann picks up again with Christian van der Velde, the American who has had such a season. Wore the pink jersey for a day in the Giro d'Italia. Got very close to the yellow jersey in the Tour de France, but finished 5th. Weckmann says, I'm not letting this breakaway slide here, and he's giving it a dig. Well, the race is now alive because a number of guys believe they can win this gold medal. Who's down in amongst that? It's a Belgian rider.
Can't make him out at this stage.
Turn and give us a smile, and then we'll see who it is. Maxime Montfort. Well, he's the strong Belgian rider, telling them why it's not going to happen for him today. I really thought he had a chance of a medal, Montfort. He's out of the race, which means Belgium have got nobody in now with a chance of a medal. There's a little group forming here. 14, 15, 16, and it looks like the field have got back on. And there's 3 riders in gold have now got back on. 4 of the 5. The one in trouble is Stuart O'Grady. Is he getting himself back? It doesn't look like it. I think Stuart's the one that's gone.
Another attack at the front, you can see. Oh, Van Sommer and the Belgian.
Well, having just said there's no chance of a Belgian medal, I'd love Johan van Sommer to win a medal. He's the workhorse of the peloton, this man. He won't win a medal, but he's a great rider, and he's pushing on.
He's a tall man for a bike rider. I mean, he's about 6'6", I reckon.
Yeah, he is.
Huge.
Yeah, when he sits up, he can reach the top of the Great Wall. But that's Van Sommer for you, driving on. Now, the Swedish rider here, I can't quite get him. It looks like it might be Marcus Lundqvist. And these 3 riders getting clear of the field here. This rider, the rider in blue's got
Dark,
yeah, but he's the champion of his nation, or has been. He's got the flashes on his cuffs. But see, it's all aggression now. Everybody believing they have a chance to crack this field. I think, although it's come back, Mike, and although it's a big bunch, because of the humidity, these guys are just on the limit of their ability.
Absolutely, there's no question. The humidity is the big factor, really tapping out the riders.
Oh, the rider who was, Rigoberto Urán, the Colombian champion, of course, red-white, of the champion of the Colombian flag, and Rigoberto is a pretty good sprinter as well. He would love this one to work. 3 of them getting together. Johan van Sommer driving on with Rigoberto. And it is Lundqvist who is this big Swedish rider there. And he's a very good time trialer, so there's a lot of power in those legs. I must say Van Sommer's had a great race. He's been the one Belgian rider who's done a lot of work in this race today.
He's an opportunist. I mean, you know, as you said earlier, he won the Tour of Poland, which was a great victory for him, but normally used as a domestic for big riders like McEwen and Cadel Evans and Silence Lotto. But in this race, he gets an opportunity. Americans having a bit of discussion, Van der Velde and Levi Leipheimer.
Here's the Rigoberto Urán, the guy who's in front there, who is the ex-champion of Colombia. He's a teammate of Alejandro Valverde in real life. Now, is Valverde going to chase him and ride to Spain? It's very difficult, isn't it?
That's where it gets a bit complicated. It's hard to say how much of the team influence plays a role in this type of thing, but I'd suspect that every Pro Tour team wouldn't mind the Olympic champion in their lineup. Brusigan, is it?
Yeah, this is still Marzio.
Yeah.
Brusigan at the front. That's Roriga.
Okay, look.
And now two Spanish
Sastre.
guys. Sastra's still got legs.
And that's Valverde behind. I reckon this time up the climb.
This time at the climb,
Yeah.
they might well go. We'll see. And then go for the last lap. We'll see.
We haven't been to the leaders but for a while.
This is definitely arriving at crunch period, I think.
Yeah.
The men that matter in this year's Olympic road race are now there. There to the far right is the Olympic champion defending, Paolo Bettini. Well, we've got those small group of riders ahead, but the chase very definitely on. Bit of a drink there for Alejandro Valverde. Still looks very cool, actually, Valverde, and quite clearly Bettini's pegged him. That's why he's following him now.
Well, let's hope that Michael Rogers and Cadel Evans got something left to really show in this last bit. The three from Summeren.
Closer we get to the finish, the more confident they're all going to get.
Yeah.
And they haven't lost their position. These are the three leaders. Van Summeren's a workhorse, number 20. Urán was second this year in the Tour of Catalonia, which is a big race in Spain. And he rides for a Spanish professional team. That's him there in the dark blue. Lundqvist is a superb rider against the clock, very strong indeed. So he'll put his back into this. Well, you've got no choice really, because you've sort of committed yourself right now, really.
Yeah, the two leaders still trying to hold on to their lead, but it's coming down 21 seconds to the three and then 46 to the peloton. So likelihood of survival is pretty remote for these two at the minute.
And they won't be able to hold on to those three when they catch up, I don't think. Pagoni might give it a try. 52 kilometres to go. The finish is closing in on these guys right now.
Well, it's going to be two to go, like we've been saying for a while now.
The next time through the finishing line will give us the 197 kilometres point, and that will be 2 laps to the finish. Not too far away. You can just imagine from that picture just how big Johan van Summeren is. The guy just completely obliterated Rigoberto Urán of Colombia. Here comes Brusigan of Italy. But now the real big men in this event have come to the front. Sastra's just behind, followed by Valverde. But the guy in the black colours there of South Africa is the youngest guy in the race. There he is, and that is John Lee Augustin. That guy's out of a contract at the end of this year, and if I was a manager, I would be waiting at this finishing line to sign him up. He is such a star of the future.
Cancellara. He's looking pretty good too.
He's looking very strong. He doesn't look at all perplexed, and we might be looking at the Olympic champion. He is the world champion of the time trial.
Yeah.
He could win the time trial championship, which is nicely spaced away from this road race. But it's 2 laps of this course, well, at least Fabian knows the way around now.
Yeah. So look, all the Spanish team now coming to the front.
This is Fabian Cancellara. 51, by the way, has won the Tour de France more than any other number, except number 1. So it's a good number to have. You don't choose your numbers. Just get it given to you. Just look at the rhythm here. That bottle's very dangerous going through the peloton. From the helicopter, nobody's gone down, but I've known some serious accidents from a crash over a drinking bottle like that. They don't tend to crush when the wheel hits them. Well, these boys are riding a very good 3-man team time trial here, and just ahead they're going to see these two riders very shortly.
And
As we always say, just around the corner, out of sight.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a big commitment to make a move like this in an Olympic road race when you know that if it fails, then that's your day done. So it's a courageous thing to do. For people that have never ridden in races, and when you find yourself in a position to make an attack late in the race, trying to conserve, and rather than stay in the peloton and come in with a group or have a chance to win, it's a big decision to make. And these guys, along with the two leaders up front, have made that decision and are prepared to lay it all down.
And they've got no team to protect.
Well,
they are the leaders because there's no team to worry about. So it's all down to them. If they get the chance, take it.
Yeah.
Here we go, through the check-in booths again. These are the two leaders, but the three chasers must be right in their sights. As we get up towards the finish this time, half a kilometre or so to go to the line. It'll be 2 laps to go, and we'll be heading out after we've covered almost 200 kilometres today. Starting at 11 o'clock this morning, 5¼ hours since the riders pedalled away, and they're coming up to 198 kilometres covered. I have to say that Kuczynski's looking better than Pigorni in this particular shot. So he's come through his bad patch. Here comes the cavalry just behind, led by that big man, Johan van Summeren. And he's not afraid to turn a hard pedal, this rider. He won finally a big race last year. He won the Tour of Poland, which was a World Cup race, because he's always been in the service of others, team leaders of different teams, and in this case his country. But today he's free to ride, and he's a very strong bike rider. He joins them, and he's doing a lot of work here. So that gives us 5, but for how long, as they will get 2 laps to go.
And there's the finish line on the approach, a little tunnel, good marker for the sprinters if it comes down to that, but I doubt it will. But Van Summeren would be thinking back to Athens when Axel Merckx got a bronze medal in the road race, and I know that Dad Eddie was absolutely wrapped.
Absolutely, yeah.
In the performance.
Axel's now retired.
Yeah.
He's living in Kelowna. Yes, Kelowna, on the lake there, just about an hour outside of Vancouver. Actually went cycling with him. I didn't speak to him because he was too busy pushing me.
It's only a couple hundred metres by the look of things here. Might be 30 seconds if.
And this is Sastre doing the work. So that's clearly he's committed now.
Yeah.
Look at the guys on his back wheel, the whole of the Spanish team here. Oh, that's the solidarity of a team. Sastre had the benefit of a great team, 29 seconds. Great team behind him in the Tour de France. Now he's behind his team here.
Simon Gerrans bringing up Michael Rogers, so that's good.
That is excellent. Gerrans has been outstanding today. Well, they've dropped 1. And it is, in fact, Kuczynski first to go. He's taken his lunch with him. He's loaded up for the rest of the day now, and he's just gone through the finish. So the only way back is the 23-kilometre route. So he's settling in for a long ride home.
It was 28 seconds at the line, Phil.
Yeah,
so manageable. So it's not out of Frank Andy Schleck there shaking his head. He's not happy with something. I think he missed his drink.
I think Gerrans has got Lloyd and Rogers on his back wheel there.
I tell you what, don't ride off Matt Lloyd.
No, I'm not, because I think this is a course. I remember in Buninyong, that lovely little mining town outside of Ballarat, on a really difficult circuit on a very windy day. Matt Lloyd rode away from the field, and he was absolutely brilliant. He didn't ride away to the finish. He rode away with a couple of laps to go.
But, you know, we haven't seen much of Cadel Evans. I mean, he should be still going okay, and there's a few others we haven't seen a lot of. Rebellin.
Rebellin we haven't seen.
The Italian.
The birthday boy, by the way, today, 26, is Konstantin Sivsov. He rides for Team Columbia normally. He's only won the Tour of Georgia this year, but he's an up-and-coming rider. And I think we might see him before the finish as well.
Menchov,
look at this.
Seen nothing.
The Spanish Armada, 4 of them now. This is how you ride a bike race, and they're sacrificing the man who won the Tour de France to get them to the top. This is Steph Clement here, who is now retired after the breakaway. He can come and do some commentating with us.
And look who's behind. Rebellin and Bettini in the line of the Spanish.
Rebellin, 37 years of age today. Unbelievable he can ride in this quality. Mind you, Gini Longo will be 49 when she rides tomorrow. Nearly 50. She's nearly as old as Mike Turton.
We haven't seen Menchov.
No, we've never seen Menchoff, and he's got to be there.
Leipheimer has just poked his nose out a few times, so he'll be going okay. And who was the other one we need to talk about?
That's a split. Yes, this is a big split we're coming through here. That's Phil Dynan, who's gone off the back here, the teammate of Nicholas Roach. Well, the pressure put on by the Spanish there has completely blown that peloton.
Hincapie was the other one, Phil. We haven't seen anything of.
We didn't see the riders in that detached group. We've got two, well, here's the back of the leaders here. Just trying to keep, Uran is trying to keep up with these while checking if it's worth the effort.
No,
so to Van Summeren, nobody helping Van Summeren at all. He's made all of the running since he caught up.
It's a pity. Hincapie, haven't seen anything of him. He's sort of quietly sitting in there.
Yes, Big George has got the form, I think. You know, you don't get many chances. Here comes the Spanish right up to the back wheel. Motorbike will have to get out of there. As the Spanish now are coming right up for the first time for goodness knows how long. In fact, I think the first time since we started at 11 o'clock, the race is all together.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Look at the back of the peloton.
Struggling now.
Through the shower. Every time we come round, there's more go for the shower than the previous lap, isn't there? Because it's really getting a bit hot and humid now. It should be getting a slightly cool. It's probably come down a degree or so, but just a quick check of the weather tells us
it's gone up.
It's gone up to 73%. I think it's
30 degrees, I feel.
It's 30 degrees temperature. It's gone down in humidity and up in temperature, which is about right for the way it works here.
See, the problem here is for everyone else, not the Spanish. The minute Michael Rogers moving up, we saw there, is that you can't attack when the pressure's on like this, especially when you've got Sastre on the front and creating this speed. You know, you just can't attack. I mean, it's impossible to you, just trying to hold the wheel. But Michael Rogers is looking terrific.
But you know, they haven't broken this. So we go back here now.
This Graf, he's done his job.
He did his job.
Yeah.
And it looks as though they were working for the likes of Fabien Weckman, because Schumacher cracked. In fact, they've lost Cholik, they've lost Grabs, Voigt must be tired, Schumacher's been dropped. There's really nobody left.
No, not for the
Germany. That's not a very good team result for them.
Simon Gerrans is still there. Cancellara has moved
right up as well. And John Lee Augustin has
there's
done
your
nothing
South African
but hold
friend.
his position. Watch out, because he can climb.
Nibali's done his job.
Nibali's done his job and retired too. Take a look at that face. He could win the Tour de France in a couple of years. Pelazzotti is still a big danger. He's out of the saddle in that line. And they've eased a little bit over the top, so it's a good chance here to get back on one more time for Kangert.
No, I think he's had enough, Phil.
I think he'll get back until the next time around, Mike.
He might, but it won't be for long.
Oh, you're so unkind. You've got to keep on trying. You never know when things swing in your favour.
Another one there.
Yeah, that is Christophe Brandt, who's gone here. Came out of the Tour de France with 2 days to go this year. Abandoned on stage number 19 of 21. 2 days to go and 2 laps to go in the Olympic road race. And this man who won the Tour de France just cannot stop tapping out that rhythm. He will go to his legs come off, I think, because he's towing the top boys in his team. Valverde's the one out of the saddle. Contador is the one you can't see, and the other guy, the tall one, Sammy Sanchez, and there is Stefan Schumacher as well. So really the Germans have no one now, and their reputation in this race is second to none, really. They won it in 2000 in Sydney with Jan Ullrich, and they also got third with Andreas Clauden. So there's 2 riders, you know, and the Germans have done it with the women as well. But there's no one left for them this time around. Sastre, well, he's looked tired since the minute he started the race, and he doesn't look any different now, does he? No.
Well, the idea here is to keep the pace high, so we...
seemingly just those 2 Italians left, Pelazzotti and Bettini.
Rebellin there too.
Rebellin, yes, I keep on missing Rebellin.
But the pressure is so high by the Spanish team that there's no possibility of an attack from the back group, and the 2 leaders are just around the corner from the peloton, so they're going to be back with this group within the next 5 odd K up this climb. Sastri's done a terrific job for his team. Conquador in second place. Sanchez, Valverde. Then the Italians, Bettini, Pelazzotti. So all the big stars of the race coming up to the front. Haven't spotted Hincapie from America or Leipheimer. So it's an interesting situation. Cadel Evans and Michael Rogers still there for Australia, along with Matt Lloyd. Another rider out of the race. 143 starters today, and I suspect at the minute there's about 70 odd left, so about half the field. You can see now the pressure on, the riders going off the back, humidity, the temperature, and just the terrain of this circuit starting to take its toll in this last 2 laps. Sastry still on the front, has been for about the last 5 or 10, 15 kilometres, say, riding good tempo, impossible for anyone to attack. He's doing his job for his team, very unselfish. Michael Rogers on the freeze frame there, you can see just in the left-hand corner, riding a great race. Cadel Evans for Australia also, hasn't been seen a lot. Matt Lloyd, Simon Gerrans has done a terrific job, and we saw Stuart O'Grady lose contact with the group on the last incline of the preceding lap. Conquador's swinging off there. Another rider out, going back from Norway, had enough of the day. That was interesting to see Conquador swing off the front and leave his teammate, so he must be suffering a bit. Paolo Bettini, the Italian, defending champion, just on the right of screen and amongst his teammate behind Pizzotti. Rebellin there on the left, also the Italians moving forward. Michael Rogers in the gold for Australia. Everyone now a bit tentative in respect to making a move. And Michael Rogers is looking good. You can see there he's on top of the bars. Good style. Sastry still on the front. We just saw Conquador Phil swing off the front there and leave his teammates. I think maybe there's a problem. He didn't look good. He's coming back up now, so yeah. Don't know what was going on there. He wouldn't have gone back for drinks, because not on this climb in this situation. But he's come back up. Look at him.
As easy as you like. Now, watch, this guy has tremendous acceleration on the mountains.
No, I reckon he said, look, I'm stuffed. I'm going to give you what I've got. I'm going to get out of your way.
I would say that's absolutely what he said,
yeah.
Mike. It's a big effort and
yeah.
goodbye. So it's all for Valverde now.
Yeah. I reckon this Spanish might be in a bit of trouble there, because they've left themselves open with just Valverde and Sanchez. And if Conquador is under the weather, and he
now,
oh, mate, I'll give it
well,
up.
You know what I would do if I was Sastry? I wouldn't try to chase him. I'd let him open the gap and make somebody chase him.
Yeah.
Why try to get on his back wheel? Doesn't make sense. He certainly opened the gap in the middle there. It's caught Michael Rogers slightly on one leg.
Yeah, he's right. He's on the wheel again. So,
but
well, like you said,
that's a very fast
exactly.
bend, that, and he's got round. He thought, whoa, our motorbike needs to get out of the way here, because Contador is really giving it something. Within 12 months, this young man has won the Tour de France and the Tour of Italy. And to quote his manager, had he ridden the Tour de France, he would have won it with one leg. Well, that would have been exceptional.
But the way he swung off and then came back to the front, I mean, couldn't understand what was going on there. So let's see when we get closer shot if he's still at the front.
I thought exactly what you did.
No, he's gone. There he, yeah, that's it.
There you go. That was his effort.
Yeah. So I was right, Phil.
Yep, absolutely.
For that.
Yeah, no, that's why we employ you, Mike. Fantastic. But Sastra's still there.
Yeah.
He's just gone back into his position again and carried on. Well, Alberto Contador there swung away and said, thanks, guys. I'll get the next round in when you come in.
That's it. She's all
and
over.
I hope somebody will bring the gold medal to the dinner table tonight.
Uh-oh, now they're starting
It's huge pressure they've put on themselves here, the way they're riding this, I must say, because sitting there nonchalantly in the background, Pelazzotti mustn't be underestimated at all, and sitting on his hip wheel is Paolo Bettini, who will be feeling very confident just now.
Well, I reckon the Italians are saying, oh, hang on, here comes again. Well, what's going on here?
No, this is a counter-attack here. Well, this is Denmark. I can't quite see who it is.
I reckon they might have had a word to Contador to sort of get his backside in the gear and get up here again.
Well, it'll be a swan song for sure, because he hasn't got any left. But this is an attack from Denmark here. I can't quite recognise who's doing the move here, but it's he certainly give it a very special shot. I think it might be Nicky Sorensen, this, who's gone clear. And our camera's not going to even swing and tell us, but it looked as though it could have been Nicky Sorensen. If it wasn't Nicky, it could only be Chris Anker Sorensen. But I thought they would have saved him.
Well,
that's Contador back on the front.
He gives us the wave. He's had enough. I reckon he's got the word from the team manager. You better get up there because the boys aren't happy. And he's come straight back to the front with Sastry.
Well, how do you do that?
Well, they've had words, obviously.
Here comes Johan van Summeren again.
Yeah. Well, I've never seen that
This
before.
is a very strange race right now.
Absolutely.
And there's a lot of guys profiting by
95.
this. Yeah, it's Nicky Sorensen who's
Yeah.
gone clear for Denmark. And that's a nice move by Nicky.
Well, wasn't that a clear gesture that I've had enough?
Yeah.
You know,
oh,
waving a
absolutely.
hand and that's
No,
it. I'm out of
absolutely.
here. And then all of a sudden he comes back up.
He was off to get the food in. But well, he's got the legs and he's gone back. Sorensen is the national road race champion, by the way, of Denmark, so he knows all about winning bike races. 40 kilometres to go. We're inside an hour from the finish. Well inside an hour from the finish.
Yeah, can't work that one out.
But he's gone back. He's concentrating. Sastre pulls the same face he's pulled ever since we started and sits there in second place. Meanwhile, at the back of the race, Ruslan Podgorny, who went off the back because of that flurry of attacks by Contador, has come back onto the race now. Won't give up as the bunch gets smaller. This is a very brave and will probably subsequently turn out to be very stupid attack by Nicky Sorensen. But you never know. He's taking advantage, perhaps, of the fighting of the big teams of this race who are marking each other and not everybody else. He's only just around the corner there. He'll go past the bus depot again.
I think it's just another decision by a rider who knows sit back and get nothing, or get up the front and have a go and try to get something, you know.
This is interesting. The Italians being forced to work now. Pelazzotti's come through. They've been following wheels since they brought back the race into one big bunch after that fine riding by Nibali, who's now retired.
Rebellin is also behind Rebellin.
Yeah. Oh yes, that in the red helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, David Rebellin is the bike rider. Really, he's at 37 years of age. Be a tremendous result if he won a gold medal, because he's done just about everything else in one-day cycling. And he's certainly marking the men right now. And for the first time, they've got a split. But there's one Spanish rider here, and
Sanchez,
that looks like
right?
Sammy Sanchez. Yeah. It is. I wasn't happy with Valverde. I thought Valverde was under pressure back there when the chase was on. And now we're seeing Samuel Sanchez trying to get into the move that counts. He's also struggling.
The wind's up.
Wind's up. It's slightly behind them as they come round.
I think it's time now, very shortly, to see the Australians come up if they've got anything left at all. Michael Rogers, Cadell Evans, Matt Lloyd especially. Now's the time.
Very difficult race to judge this, Mike, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You're not going to get many chances of attacking because you'll simply blow. You've got to get it right. And this time he has blown.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I've never seen that before.
No.
And he's obviously got the word in the earpiece. You better get up there, pal, because you owe something. I don't know.
Well, he's training for the Tour of Spain, where he'll go in favour to win the Tour of Spain. It's a 3-week race, just the length of the Tour de France. That starts early September, late August, I think it is.
I'm starting to feel a little bit better about Cadell Evans and Michael Rogers, to be honest with you.
Mike Turter's getting confident again.
Yeah.
Well,
I hope I don't.
there's still an awful lot of riders will be thinking goal right now. Just look down there.
Who would have thought
group
I would
like that,
never, I would never have dreamt there'd been this many riders at this stage of the race on this course, especially in these conditions.
And their own comments about how difficult it is.
Yeah.
And they haven't been sort of, you know, going back on the speed. It's been pretty well on.
It's been a good speed. This is Konovolovas from Lithuania.
It's Austrian.
This looks like Rohriger, who's just made a move, attempting to come out to play.
You can see a gold jersey. I think it's Cadel Evans making a bit of a move.
Well, we can't go back and find out why this rider's on his own, but I'm pretty sure this is Thomas Rohriger here from Austria, who's made the move. He's been up near the front a lot. Nasty corner, that's at speed.
It is,
especially
yes.
when our motorbike gets in the way every time.
Type of corner you drift on if you sort of come in too quick.
We were just about to get the number of that rider, and the camera cut to the back of the race, but we'll see him in a minute. Almost. Oh dear, it's a bit dangerous, especially now as this is crucial. I'm sure this is Rohriger who's launched an attack. It's in fact Vanberger, his teammate. Well, it doesn't look like Christian Vanberger, but normally Christian rides in the champion of Austria's jersey. He's held it for the last couple of years, and he's had a very good season. He started out with a win in the Giro del Capo, which is the Tour of the Cape in South Africa. That guy's going to get run down in a minute. The Russian guy.
Cadel's up there. He's looking all right to me. Cadel Evans grabbing the drink now.
Well,
Michael Rogers directly behind, so that's good.
The bottle went over the wall, down to the traffic below. So goodness knows what the drivers down below thought of that. This is the end of Alberto Contador. You know, he's such a nice guy to talk to interview. He's a really nice person. He's given his best shot. Obviously, his form wasn't quite there. But when it comes to mountain climbing, I don't think he's got an equal in the world. This is Vanberger driving on now, right for Team Barlow World, the team that said it's pulling out of the sport because of the doping controversies in the Tour de France. When one of their riders was found positive, and the team withdrew their support for future years. But now it seems to be they're going to pay the riders for 2 years, and I'm not sure now whether they're going to pick up the sponsorship again. But either way, Vanberger is on that squad, and he's making a very good bid here. He can climb. He's a very good climber, in fact. He's had 4 wins this year as well, including the championship for the 2nd year.
It's Cadel Evans on the left in the shadows of the tunnel. Rides a great race in Lombardia every year.
Yeah,
and a one-day race, which
an
is
October
difficult.
event.
Yeah. And this, hopefully today, will suit him. So let's hope that his knee problem is not causing any dramas.
Well, he's in the right place at the right time, Mike. That's a good indication he's feeling good. We've never seen him until now.
No.
But you know, it's going to be very difficult, as it's obvious now, to break away from this field. It's going to be the strong man up that finishing climb by the look of it.
I reckon Battagni's still the man.
Bell next time.
Yeah.
And next time is not too far away.
I like the look of Cadel Evans. I reckon he's looking confident. Not looking stressed to me at all. Simon Gerrans with his jersey flapping in the breeze.
Still in the peloton after all the work he's done on behalf of the Australian team. Terrific bike riding. If there was a man of the match award in cycling, I think Cadel would get it today.
He rode himself into the ground just to finish the road race because he's a proud man.
Did I say Cadel? I meant Simon.
Yeah. Now look, the size of that group now, it's just diminished from about 70 odd a lap ago to maybe 40 odd at best.
And still no idea who's going to win.
23 seconds.
Mizerov still on the front. He was in the breakaway, now he's on the front here.
Sastry again, still up there too.
Trying to hold it together. Well, it looks like losing in again. Again, riders who've done a lot of effort, still finding the legs, which indicates to me that the pace has not been hard enough to kill off. They shouldn't be there now.
No. But I think they rode conservatively at the front too, knowing that it's going to come back and they needed some
certainly
some effort.
Did, absolutely, because they were waiting for something to
happen.
happen.
Here he is now in front. Sastry and our mate Valverde
might be doing the Contador here, might be a swan song. Well, watch out, you know, Vanberger is a good time trialist as well. He was 3rd in the National Time Trial Championship last year in his country, and he can climb. Those legs are not covered in rust by a heavy rainstorm, believe me. He has climbed some of the best mountains in the hottest of conditions. These conditions will not worry him. And this is a huge effort. 4 wins is more than he's ever had in one season before. He won the overall and the opening stage. I was with him in Cape Town when he won the opening stage of the Giro del Capo. It went over some huge climbs called Baines Cliff. And he was away. It wasn't meant for him to win. It was supposed to be for his teammate Robbie Hunter, but he got so far ahead he couldn't be caught, and he descended into the finishing line in one of the hottest towns in South Africa called Wellington, and he won on his own, and he led the race for the next 4 days till the finish. So he is a good bike rider, and he looks as though he's not showing any signs at all. The fact he's got more than 230 kilometres in those legs right now, or slightly less than that, but as we head round to the last lap.
So it's over 5.5 hours in the saddle so far, so it's been a big effort by everyone today in the race.
There's Johan van Summeren from front to back, but still looking okay. Just
Matthew Lloyd there, number 28 at the back of the group.
And Marzio Bruchigin. I think this guy would have won 100 races the way he's ridden today, but he's only won 3 in his life, and he's never won a road race, always a time trial. And yet he's turned out some stunning performances. 3rd place in the Giro d'Italia this year. Fabian Weckmann moved up. He's the last surviving German in 3rd wheel. Former king of the mountains in the Giro d'Italia as well. But he wasn't really a conqueror of the high mountains. He got all his points on the small mountains, but nonetheless he got more than anybody else. And Bruchigin being left to do all the work. What happened to the Spanish? There's only Sastre still here.
Yeah, they've gone back just to conserve a bit. 25 seconds to the leader.
They made a big effort to break the field there, and it didn't work. It seems that nobody is capable of cracking the pack.
Not many now, though.
No, the pack's getting, but this is how I imagined it to be, like a war of attrition.
Absolutely.
Each time a few more going off the back until the strong were left. And this guy, well, it's Austria against the rest of the world right now. There were 55 nations took part, and I think that's a record for the road race here. And this man is on alone now. There was only 2 Austrians to start with. His teammate was Thomas Rohriger. Himself has some good wins this year. Lonely out there now.
Well, it's a pity that the crowd weren't able to get out on the course because of the closures, but
yeah, at least he's using the whole road, getting the apex of the corners, staying close to the barriers, trying to stop the riders seeing him.
he'd have 30 seconds now, I reckon, on the group, so still a long way to go.
Well, there's where we are, half a kilometre, slightly less the gap, 29.6 kilometres left to ride to the finish, just about 6 kilometres from seeing the bell lap, and the speed 54 kilometres an hour at the moment of the peloton, 56 kilometres an hour being attained there by Vanberger. It's because we're slightly downhill, but even so, that is quick. And all of the work in the peloton being left to one man, as so often has happened here. And still John Lee Augustin of South Africa hovers, holds his top 10 place. You never see him at the front. That's a very clever piece of riding by John Lee. He's got to be the youngest man in the race. He's not yet 21.5 years of age. Still Bruchigin on the front. And notice Urban Rigoberto Urán rather, of Colombia,
yeah.
Fourth wheel there.
I was watching him, yeah.
Something in the eye for Fabian Weckmann. This man's just getting on with the job in hand. If they hesitate, they lose the gold medal. It's as simple as that. So Vanberger. Peloton flashing by, a very small peloton it is too now. There's a lot of riders now waiting for somebody else to make a move, and as they do, pushing out, 30 seconds now for Christian Vanberger. Nobody will help Bruchigin at all here, and this is the leader, Mike, and he's doing a good one.
He is. Wegman, the German, was looking pretty good too, sitting second wheel, pretty fresh in the face. If that's any indication, he's looking quite comfortable.
He won't be afraid of the finish, I don't think, Weckmann.
No.
It's only for him, it's well within his capabilities, that uphill finish. Looking at Vanberger here, what a good season he's had, apart from his win in the Giro del Capo, the Tour of the Cape. He finished 6th in the classic race, the Amstel Gold. He was 5th in Liège, Bastogne-Liège. So he knows what it's like to have a little bit of success this year, yeah. And he would not be a surprise at all. Well, a little bit, but not a big surprise. He's got the quality. It's the back of the race here now. Anybody who is suffering have gone. I think these boys might go to the finish in some form or other. There's Weckman in third wheel. Nicky Sorensen is in fifth wheel. Brown of Columbia is in fourth wheel. The gap is at just approximately 0.4 of a kilometre. Gone up 0.5 of a kilometre now. He's 24.8 kilometres to go to the line. Very soon we'll be passing through. It's about a kilometre and a sniff from the finishing line. We'll see that kilometre kite shortly. Then he'll hear the bell.
He's got no drink bottles on board either, Phil, so I don't know if that's going to be a drama for him.
Well, he might be allowed to take them.
You want to take him, it's still too early to stop drinking, so he's discarded his bottles. The feed station's coming up, so hopefully he'll be okay, but that's a dangerous situation if he's not got a drink.
Well, it's a tortuous approach to the finish, and I don't reckon the organiser would have expected the size of the bunch coming up to the finish, still to be here for the finish. There's the hill there, but Vanberger, there's the flag of Brittany flying there. They've come a long way where the Tour de France started this year, the black and white flag.
He'll get a drink shortly up past the line there. There's a feed station, so hopefully he'll be okay. Looking pretty...
well, everybody loves an aggressor, and Vanberger has made his move here. He's waited, and he hasn't made his move from the heart of the pack, Mike. He was up there in the top three during that chase to bring back the break.
The humidity, you can see him sucking in there. I mean, it's just like really heavy out there. You really can't describe how heavy it is in the humidity in the atmosphere, and it's really tough.
Well, he's hurting, but he should be hurting now. He's hurting with this kind of pleasure, I guess, because he knows at the moment he's holding them off. He's just over half a minute. Now he's going to hear the bell with 1 lap to go.
5:50 in the saddle, 5 hours and 50 minutes in these conditions.
It's been a tough. There's the bell. It's been a long race, this. We thought it might have been a bit quicker, but the humidity slowed it down. There's the police motorbikes. They're going to see him. There they come as he goes through. They're going to have less than 30 seconds, I think. 221 kilometres has passed by. Christian Vanberger takes them out. There's the peloton, and not surprising, there's been a huge reaction here from the peloton, a very huge reaction. It's hurt somebody from Australia going to the back. It looks like Simon. 16 seconds is the gap with 1 to go.
I would have thought the Simon there, he's got his drink, taking it. Oh, he's dropped it. He dropped his drink bottle. Hopefully they've got to back up the road another guy, but that's going to be a big factor for him to get to the finish.
Well, that was not good.
That's a disaster.
He's going to need that fluid in the next 23 kilometres.
Cadel Evans grabbing his bottle, that's good. Looking good too. Michael Rogers in there also. Matt Lloyd. So Australia still have 3 strong chances.
Well, this looks like Alexander Kolobnev of Russia still there on the front, which indicates that probably Denny Menchov is there as well, because there were 2 Russian riders there. Desperate moments here as everybody grabs whatever they can. Frank Schleck going through there. He's grabbing his bottle as well. And here comes Van Summeren in the blue again. Dancing on the pedals now. It's never been more important in any race he's ever ridden now. This is for an Olympic gold medal for Christian Vanberger. Austria's never won one, and that would be an incredible result. He'd go home a national hero. He's grabbing a lot of television time anyway, but he's only got 16 seconds through that 1 lap to go bell.
He dropped his bottle too at the last feed, so he's got no drinks on board. Nothing for 23 kilometres. Unless that other station's at the back, but that could be too late for him. He could dehydrate very quickly in these conditions, so it's a big factor for the leader.
And Australia have 4 of the 5 riders still in this group. The only man left, Stuart O'Grady. A couple of laps ago, effort finished by Kolobnev. Almost knocked off Sanchez then, as he eased back.
Cadel Evans coming up now.
And this is looking good now. Cadel Evans is feeling pretty strong here. He's decided to go forward here. I think this is again Sorensen who's gone.
I'll tell you what, this is the move, Phil. This is the one.
This is the part where you really hurt the bunch. It's where you crack before you get to that descent. It's the last chance. After this, you'll take them to the bottom of the final climb. Vanberger pushing on. He's over the top just about. He may get another little kick here. He's still looking very, very strong here, Christian Vanberger. 28 years of age. Perfect age to win an Olympic gold medal.
Cadel Evans.
This is a good move by Cadel. Well, it's answered our questions, Mike. He's feeling fine.
Rebellin, the Italian's coming up, birthday boy. I mean, it's a big bust up now. You can see big gaps. So this is a great opportunity for Evans.
Well, one rider is clear, Christian Vanberger. Cadel Evans has just made his move here, and he's going again now. It's now or never, I think. We're looking at 21 kilometres to go, and Cadel Evans is using energy now to try and break up what is a rather large field heading towards the finish. There is Vanberger. They've closed in on him ever so quickly. And this has put David Rebellin at 37 years of age. Today's his birthday. What a present that would be. Sorensen just behind. Cadel Evans. Sanchez is in 4th place. And the Russian tucked in could be Denny Menchov. Can't see his face. But this is a new group now going clear. Well, there is the rest of the field, Mike. They are now grasping at coattails here, and it's Evans who's caused the pain.
This is it. The decision now has to be made to make the move. Cadel's done that. He's gone straight to the front. Sanchez, Rebellin, the Italian, also there. Is that Hincapie coming up from behind?
It is indeed. George Hincapie's latched on the back there.
Okay, well, this is important. Sanchez is looking strong.
No,
Evans
it's Christian Van der Velde.
Van der Velde.
Yeah.
So Cadel needs to stay with this group because the medals are here if he wants one.
Sanchez stepping on the gas, but he's by himself. He's blown out all the Spanish team. He's lost Valverde, who's never looked good all day. Sanchez, Rebellin, Menchov, I think it is. Bettini is not here.
Yeah. Well, who would have thought Sanchez? Who would have thought Sanchez would be the one for Spain? I mean, everyone was looking at Valverde. Cadel Evans is still there. You can see in 5th wheel, Van der Velde from America. Ridden a great race. Rebellin. So this is an interesting aspect now. This climb is going to be the final effort.
They are destroying one another here because they know this is the last chance before the ride to the finish. Christian Van der Velde, who became the big surprise in the Tour de France, and he finally finished in 5th place. He sat on 3rd for ages, and now he's got great confidence. Cadel Evans, 2nd in the Tour de France. We thought he was injured. He's giving us our answer now. He is not. This is Rémi Poriol at the back of this group here, who also rode a good Tour de France. But he's got no answer now. There's the split up front, and it's decision time for these riders because that breakaway is going clear. It looks as though Laurens ten Dam of the Netherlands is trying to cross the gap on his own. I think this is Kolobnev here from Russia. This is not Menchov.
Yeah. Rebellin's looking good, so too Evans. Michael Rogers I did see further back down the line. They're still not opened up a gap on this group, so it's still together. And they're coming back now, so it's just...
And this is Mario Ertz who's got up here, one of the oldest men on the professional cycling circuit, and decided to give it a go.
And Schleck also, one of the Schleck brothers coming through. Looks like Andy Schleck in 2nd wheel now. Cadel Evans has dropped in behind Leipheimer from America. Sanchez is still there from Spain. Michael Rogers, 2nd gold jersey, just off the the back of this group. He should be able to get across.
Well,
Michael Rogers is there. He's on the back there, Phil.
Well, this is good news because you may need him for the counter-attack here because Ertz has just been brought back at 33 years of age. This is now Frank Schleck. Looking for his brother Andy, no doubt. Talking of the Schlecks, what happened to Kim Kirken? We haven't seen him since he got caught in that group, have we? Back through the shower. We're all going through the shower this time as Levi Leipheimer takes control at the front. He's got another useful man. America have had a good race now because they're putting the men in position. Watch out for David Rebellin. He's got to be the big danger in 3rd place now. The real serious man of the race here is the man with the red crash helmet. At 37 years of age, this is his last chance for an Olympic gold medal. And it's going to be his best for sure. Cadel Evans, though, is working hard now. And he's looking much more fluid, like the Cadel of old. Old being before the final week of the Tour de France this year. 20 kilometres from the finish. We always suspected Rogers was coming to form after a season of illness.
Absolutely.
And it looks as though we're right.
Quite word on him before the race that he was in good form. You can see him there about 6, 8 back. Cadel's on the front now. Whether this is a plan to lay it down for Rogers, I'm not sure.
He always said he wanted to ride the race for the team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe
Great
it
team,
is.
man.
Maybe it is.
Is that a move that we're seeing on the left?
Well, this is what's left of the field here. We're going through all the riders who just suddenly found there was a bike race going on. And they've been blown out the back here one by one as we get to catch up with the leaders. It had to happen sooner or later on this climb, especially with this humidity. This looks like it might be Famberger here. No, it's his teammate Roy Rogger, who's now dropped off.
Also
Also
South African.
to is Lockridge, and that was that John Lee
I
Augustin.
think it might have been.
Yeah. Still a little bit too far for him, the distance, 21.
That's Cadel Evans there now.
Well, that's common sense to ride near the back now and stop making all the pace. Make somebody else pick up the running. Number 34 there is Andy Schleck. So brother Andy's here in the breakaway. Watch for him. He could launch a very explosive finish. He's done nothing yet but sit on the back. Christian van der Velde swings off. Mario Ertz comes through. Now it's Michael Rogers. Behind is Rebellin. Lawrence ten Dam. Then comes Levi Leipheimer. These are the big names now in the world of cycling, and they're all thinking gold. Samuel Sanchez, the only survivor of this Spanish armada that's left, and tucked on the back. And for me now, the big danger, Andy Schleck, the white jersey winner's best rookie in the Tour de France. Hertz has dropped to the back. Andy wants to know what's going on behind. The Polish rider I've never heard of.
No, I was just about to say
and
that.
I can't even say his name. Niemiec.
That Russian there, the two Russians,
Yes.
is that Karpets and
Menchov.
Menchov.
I think it's might be Karpets and Kolobnov.
Yeah, I
haven't
don't think it was
seen
Menchov,
at all.
no. Karpets, you can tell by that bit of hair hanging out the back of the helmet.
Yeah. At least she's got hair to hang out the back of the helmet. Well, there's the group now as we look through what is the mist is starting to come down a little bit now, hence the change in pictures there. 6 hours is past. 19 kilometres remain. It's been a long way to find the route to goal for sure, and there's still no indications to which one of these is going to take it.
Well,
I'd be very wary of Rebellin. He is a crucial danger at this stage of a bike race. He's an opportunist. There he is, checking everybody out.
what's going on there?
I don't know. He just shook hands with somebody. He's not dying, is he? He could be dropping back there, Mike.
No, I don't know what was going on there, but anyway.
Or he was just going back to talk to the car or something. Van der Velde. Rebellin looks quite settled again, and Cadel has come right back to the front. Didn't even see him make his move. They're all going to watch Cadel. He's advertising too much here. There's Ertz. Sanchez has slipped to the back as well. And just looking here, Santiago Botero is there too, number 52. Races in the United States, but very much a Colombian. There's a lot of riders here will fancy their chances now as we get to the last half of the last lap.
Attack.
And Cadel Evans,
Schleck.
watch out the attack. Here comes Schleck on the outside, and Rebellin is quick to mark him. As they start the climb now, it is Frank Schleck on the attack. Well, it's been attacked by Andy Schleck here, who sat at the back and looked ominous for a while. Now he's put in his big launch here. Remember, this is a long, steady drag. It goes on for 9 kilometres plus. It does suit riders like Andy Schleck, who came out of the Tour de France feeling strong. That attack has damaged Vladimir Karpich, who's hanging on at the back now.
Leipheimer.
And right behind him too, or in front of him rather, is Leipheimer. Yep. Rebellin is there, though, watching every move. So he really is the big danger now, David Rebellin.
Well, this is a move Australia has to cover for Michael Rogers, Cadel Evans and Schleck again attacking hard. Michael Rogers has come upfield.
He's
Look at
done
that.
well. He's done well, because this could be the move here, because Andy Schleck is going to really hammer this nail home now to get a group he can handle. And Rebellin looks totally untroubled as he bridges that gap.
And Michael Rogers, you can just see, needs to get to these two at the front. So these are leading 4 riders. Schleck, Rebellin, Rogers. Sanchez is coming back up. So too Cadel Evans in the gold jersey. You can see there.
Is not going to say goodbye to this race just yet. And remember, at this level now, at this point of the race, the man who suffers just for a minute longer than the other will take the gold medal,
So
because
guts,
they're
yeah.
all at the limit of their ability.
Absolutely.
Now we've moved across. That's Rebellin, realising that doesn't work. So he's waiting for the next move. Sanchez has come up, quickly marked by Andy Schleck, followed by Michael Rogers here, who's back to his old self. And that's good news anyway from the ACT. And that's Kolobnev, who's tacked onto the back.
Well, I tell you, look, Michael Rogers is a track rider. I know it's an uphill finish and everything else, but to have that bit of a kick and a bit of speed at the end, if it does come down to a group sprint, we might be in with a chance.
There goes that's another attack here. Not sure. Oh, that was Ten Dam, I think. It was the Dutch rider. So it will be Robert Gesink who's gone. That's Gesink who's gone, the tall, lanky member.
He's trying to get across.
Oh, he's trying to get across.
Yeah.
I was looking the wrong way. Sorry, Mike.
If this stays together, Phil, I'm going to favour Rogers in a sprint.
Yeah, because it won't really be a sprint. It'll be the strongest man on the climb. It won't be a sprint. It's he who is left with any energy will win the gold medal.
Being a former trackie, I just think he might have the edge. You know, I know it's an uphill finish and everything else, but factors like that do play.
It will be a dream come true. After a year out with illness, Epstein-Barr virus, then he's come back and won the gold medal. Unthinkable, tremendous, but it hasn't happened yet. These are the leaders still trying to get clear. One of the oldest men in the race there, number 16, but not the oldest. One of the oldest, if not the oldest, is Rebellin, and it's on his birthday today, and he's up there in that leading group.
Evans back in the second group will not offer any assistance.
We're looking here at the head view now. Samuel Sanchez, who's still at the front, almost got a close-up of the camera bite there. And now Schleck here, and it's Andy, not Frank, who's making the pace. That's Kolobnev, who's now gone across the road there. And he's done one of the big rides here today for Russia. We haven't seen Denny Menchov throughout this race, and we're not going to see him now, the other Russian rider. Half the Russian team have done their job and retired. But Kolobnev is in the right position here as he tags onto the back here of Michael Rogers. Five riders trying to get clear here in the last half lap of the Olympic gold medal road race. On the front is Samuel Sanchez. Now it's Andy Schleck looks up, followed by David Rebellin, Michael Rogers of Australia, followed by Kolobnev of Russia. These 5 riders at 15 kilometres to go could be fighting out the 3 medals here. This is the group just behind them. Cadel Evans has dropped back to this group and he's holding in the front there. Now he won't be chasing. No. He'll be backing them off to try and give Rogers his chance.
Good tactic by Evans just to hold back. You can see they're not far behind, so 15k to go. It still could come back together, but Michael Rogers riding a very strong race at the front. Rebellin also has been very good. Schleck, Sanchez, and the Russian also. So it's quality now.
Look at the face of Rogers, Mike. Yeah. He looks good.
No, he's going all right.
This guy's feeling he's on a great day. Schleck too, he's nodding his head there. You never know whether he's replying to an order from his team manager in his ear, because he's got a little radio piece in his ear there. This is trying to get the chase organised from behind. Evans has got out of it and he's following wheels now, just seeing what goes on. That's Robert Gesink there, but there it is. It's not far to the gap, but can they lift the effort just once more from this group? It won't be easy now, but these boys cannot afford to slow down, otherwise they'll be on them. Kolobnev swings out wide, checks everybody, goes back in. Sanchez has stopped working.
Yes, I think Michael Rogers could rely on the late attack here, because if he's feeling good, he's the type of guy that's prepared to make the commitment.
The late attack, I'll guarantee it will come from Sanchez. That man is not tired, he's waiting.
Plus he can't sprint too.
He can't sprint.
That's it.
But as I said, it's a strong man now.
Yeah.
This is a strong man's race. They're all at the limit. Andy Schleck, how often did we see this in the Tour de France, dancing on those pedals, just looking at the guys, playing with them? He's doing it again here. He is a very, very confident bike rider, only a youngster.
Rogers calling him through, giving him a hand signal. He wants you to come through, share the pace. Schleck still out of the seat.
And watching and waiting. He's just 23 years of age. Only in June this year, the rider on the front. He's the face of the future. Might be the man that will spoil Cadel Evans ever winning the Tour de France, because next year Andy will be looking to win it himself.
10 seconds to the second group, so it's still just over 100 metres or so.
It's a lot at this stage of the race when we've got nearly 240 kilometres under those wheels now. There's Evans. These are the 5 leaders as they come off the bend. Now there's the move. Yes, Schleck's gone again. Rebellin grits his teeth and goes, followed by Kolobnev. Rogers has got it. He's gone. Sanchez too. So this one may not work. But how long can Schleck hold the top revs here and break them? Rebellin is looking enormously strong
Yeah,
there.
he is. And Schleck, I just can't understand how he can just keep on attacking at the same intensity time and time again. It's just unbelievable.
Well, he wants Rebellin to immediately take up the chase, and Rebellin's having none of it. This is very typical David Rebellin. 37 years of age, I think we can forgive him because he's mixing it with the youngsters. Here's Sanchez, and now he's gone, and that also is a move expected. But Kolobnev grits his teeth. He hasn't got the initial rise of acceleration now. Rogers is off to the right, and Rogers in trouble.
He's in trouble.
Those last two attacks have hurt Michael. He's got to try and hope they slow a little bit and take advantage. I've seen races one from the back. These boys are all on the limit now.
Sanchez.
But it's got to be advantage Rebellin in the middle. Michael Rogers there. He's just caught in no man's land now. He's going to have to try and lift this. He's still doing an incredible ride, even if he only gets 5th place. Although a disappointment I know it'll be. This was the best field ever coming to an Olympic road race here in Beijing, and Schleck has advertised everybody he wants a medal. He's won 6 races since he turned pro back in 2005. His very first Tour of Italy last year, he finished 2nd overall in that race. He's such a talent for the future. He's had a good look at David Rebellin now because he knows the quality of that rider. And if Michael can just hitch up there to Kolobnev, I think he can't. I was going to say he might get back into the action, but I think he's on the end of his tether there.
Yeah, the gap's opened up pretty quickly. You can see there by the aerial shot. These three have got away.
We're coming in through the Madelon wall for the last time here. 232 kilometres, 13 kilometres to go, just.
Still a long way, Phil. I mean,
still a long way to blow up and recover. But it has been a war of attrition, and there's still this chase group here. Cadel Evans still following Nicky Sorensen. Robert Gessing in 3rd place, Mario Ertz, Levi Leipheimer. These are the boys who are going to have to be content with the very high places. But they're not that far behind, but I think 25 seconds might be a little bit too much now.
If Michael Rogers comes back to this group with Cadel Evans, then Cadel Evans just has to attack everything from that point right to the finish. I mean, he has no other choice but to do that.
And these guys are grabbing at straws now. They're chasing people's shadows as they follow wheels. These are the 3 leaders here. Samuel Sanchez at the back. David Rebellin, one of the best one-day classic riders we have ever known. And the newcomer, who's done all of the attacking, Andy Schleck, at 23 years of age, and he can't get rid of these two. Sanchez, to me, was the big danger. He sits at the back. He's a lone break specialist, but so too is Rebellin. They're both going to have to attack Schleck.
Well, in a sprint, if they stay together, it's going to be pretty hard to pick a winner, especially on the uphill finish, because it all brings them back to the same level.
Could be a fairy tale, of course, for David Rebellin, who's 37 years of age today, but cycling doesn't always produce fairy tale endings. It's any man could win from this group of 3. It looks as though they're settling the colour of medal, or the medal. What colour is another aspect of it. Andy Schleck deserves this. He's been on form all year. He was beaten by his brother and a couple of others in the Liège-Bastogne-Liège earlier this year. But he's shown in the Tour de France he was the strong man trying to set up, and did set up in the end, the race for Sastre to win. Now he's had to race against Sastre, his team captain in the Tour de France, to try and get a medal in the Olympic road race. Michael Rogers here now having to work with Kolobnev to try and keep the advantage over this chase group, because 4th and 5th is still a great result.
Yeah. Rebellin out of these 3, Phil, was the only one not to ride the Tour this year. Is that right?
That's absolutely right,
Yeah,
Mike. And he was training for this very occasion. Just very briefly, let me tell you what he's done this year. 4th in Milan-San Remo in March, 4th in the Amstel Gold Race, 6th in the Flèche Wallonne, 2nd Liège-Bastogne-Liège, 2nd in the Henninger Term, and just before this race, 3rd in San Sebastian in Spain. Those are the monuments of the sport, and Rebellin's been placed in every one. And he's done it with one reason in mind: to win Olympic gold. The long tunnel here. And I still can't work out how we can see pictures in the tunnel, but we can. And these are the 3 leaders a little bit further along the tube, and still driving on in his new colours for Luxembourg. Since the days of Charlie Gaulle, 50 years ago since Charlie Gaulle won the Tour de France, we have never had so many riders from Luxembourg in front of all the rest.
Michael Rogers not prepared to lay down yet. Still trying to get back to the leaders. This group not far behind with Cadel Evans also.
But the fact that
they're not
Rebellin,
chasing as a unit,
no,
so
no.
I don't think they'll close. They're all gambling on a quick sprint up the hill. There's Santiago Botero, just gone round Cadell. But meanwhile, out of the tunnel.
The fact that Rebellin didn't do the Tour, Phil, he might just have that little bit fresher legs than the other two. So
that's the theory. But looking at those legs of Andy Schleck, they're fresh enough. And watch Sanchez. If he starts hanging around the back here, he's planning an attack.
Well, he has to attack because he won't beat him in a sprint. So my famous last words.
He's carrying all of Spain's hopes now, of course. His only race this year has been a win in the time trial of the Tour of Asturias. He's never won a road race this year. And he's not even sure how many laps to go.
Tell you what, 10k to go. We saw Rebellin still topping up with food, the liquid that they use. So it's still important at this late stage to make sure you still can maintain eating and drinking.
Well, I might be wrong here, Mike, but I don't think Luxembourg has ever won a medal.
No?
I don't think they've ever won a single medal in the Olympic road race.
You'd be pretty close to it, Phil.
I can't remember. I don't think Charlie Gall ever rode it.
15 seconds to Michael Rogers, so they have come back a bit. It was over 25 seconds last time check, so hopefully Rogers can get back. You never know, you can get that sort of
three
surge,
times world time trial champion. He's got to give his best in his favourite pursuit now.
Come on, Michael.
And he's just squeezing there his little microphone because he wants to find out where he is in the race. Cadell Evans playing the perfect man for Australia, sitting at the back now. He'll change that position when it comes to the finish. He'll want a high finish. Well, he's proved one thing. He's over the knee problem. Let's hope he comes out of this strong, takes up the wild card offer to ride with Michael Rogers in the time trial, and there's a real chance of a medal in the time trial for Australia. That's all in the future. Not very far in the future, mind you. These are the boys racing for gold, silver and bronze. And I've got to be absolutely honest, I can't pick the order of finish.
Because of the finish being uphill, it really does even it out. Sanchez, I still feel, has to attack, and he knows
He's
it.
got to attack.
Yeah.
Rebellin is the biggest danger to spoiling Andy Schleck's perfect day. And if I was to go to the betting shop now, I would bet on Rebellin, but the odds would be very small.
Yeah.
Because I think they're all pretty much evens here.
8 kilometres.
Schleck taking a good look at everybody. He's just checking over the shoulder there. He's a very, very experienced rider for his age. Just to make sure that Michael Rogers isn't creeping up on them. He'll fear Michael if he gets up here, and he'd certainly fear Kolobnev. Well, I'll say this for Samuel Sanchez. He's not shirking the help here. He's driving on. These three riders deciding it's so far out, we need to help each other.
13 seconds, so Michael Rogers has picked up a couple of seconds on this group of three. Still a big task to get back to him with just under 8k to go.
You never know. If these boys suddenly shut down and start shadow boxing, if we started the split here now, watch Cadell Evans.
Here he goes.
Chasing wheels. There he goes down the far side, and that is a ripper down the far side. Who's got the legs to follow that? Just about 4 of them are shot there across the road. I think that's Poriol who's just got onto him from France, followed by Mario Ertz. Christian van der Velde, I think it is. It might be Leipheimer there. He's a bit crouched over the bike. Meanwhile, the race for medals continues. And this is through the tunnel. Just over that hill there, where that car is, are the 3 medals. Michael Rogers is as close as that. There's the face of Sanchez.
Well,
He'll only grimace when he knows the riders can't see him.
He was looking good, about 5k gone, and now the face is starting to show.
He's got cramp in that left leg.
Yeah. He's looking all right.
David Rebellin. He doesn't look like he's 37 years of age. Demand to see his birth certificate, Mike, because that guy is still at the very top of pro cycling. And there's the face of the youth of the future of world cycling here, Andy Schleck.
You reckon a possible Tour winner too, Phil?
The way he can ride everything. He can climb. If Carlos Sastre hadn't ran away with the race on Alpe d'Huez, I think you'd have seen Andy Schleck win up there.
See here unloading
everything.
all the excess weight. They'll hang on to their drink bottles right to the very last minute and then get rid of those two for the uphill finish.
We haven't redesigned the Yangtze River here, by the way. This is the actual blue route. We're on that circuit, and we've just got a little bit left of the last circuit of 7. Michael Rogers was right there, but they hit him hard on that one little part of the climb where it was steep, and they got away. He's holding them now, of course, on flatter roads. We do kick up again to the finish, and that's where Sanchez has got to go. It'll be very difficult to judge as well, because there's no run out. It is right on the brow of the climb where the line is. That's why we really don't know which one of these three, but I think we can safely say it will be one of these three now. We'll take the gold medal. Since cycling became open, there's never been a Spanish winner of the gold medal. We've had it in the time trial with Miguel Indurain. We've never had an Australian winner. In fact, we've only had one medalist on the road in the history of the Olympic road race, when it was basically all amateur cyclists, Clive Sefton, back in 1972, when Henny Kuiper was the winner there. But it's not going to happen now, I don't think. Michael Rogers and Alexander Kolobnev working here well for 4th and 5th place. This guy is preoccupied.
Well, hang on.
He wants to know where the other two are.
We should be able to see them because they're not far behind, just around the bend there. So a couple hundred metres at most, 5k to go. So real critical part of the race now. Any mistake can be very bad.
Well, one thing's for sure, Paolo Bettini, if he has to hand over his crown, he would love it to go to David Rebellin on his 37th birthday. There's Christian van der Velde. Somebody's gone again from there. That looks like Frankstek. He can't be. I don't think he's in the group. We'll have to wait till we get up there, because it's a red bottom to the jersey, and I can't remember anybody with a red bottom to the jersey in that group there.
Oh, look, they're coming back, Phil. 4k to go.
Hey, come on, this is a possibility here. Michael Rogers is bridging the gap, so Andy Schleck had good reason here to be worried. He's seen them coming. The other two don't seem very concerned. They may think, well, we got rid of them on that climb, we can dump them on the next climb. That's not always the way, is it, Mike?
And Schleck would know about Michael Rogers' track craft, and if it comes down to a sprint finish, he would be really worried.
Well, Michael Rogers has been absolutely superb here. He has been ill with an illness that really does not go away. It's kept him off the sport, off top line for a year. It's the Epstein-Barr virus. It now seems to have left him finally. He showed a little bit of form before the Tour. Wisely, he pulled out of the Tour de France. He didn't think he had the stamina for 3 weeks. He's built for the Olympics, and now he's delivering the goods. And that is superb. He's now called Kolobnev through, because between them, they're going to get back on.
Big effort here. Come on. I think Sanchez has conceded the fact that he's riding for a medal only.
Oh, I thought we dropped somebody.
No, just Sanchez, he was suffering.
He went round the corner.
An indicator that he was getting cramp. And I think that he's prepared to lay it down just to get a bronze medal if it came to that. But at the minute, last 100 metres.
Well, Alexander Kolobnev has proved his form. He was second in the San Sebastian race just before he came here to Beijing to try and win a gold medal. He's proved his form by being in the final 5. That looks like 3 kilometres to go on the board over the shoulder of the riders. That's the gap. That is a medal or not.
Come on, Michael. On the front driving, trying to pick up the leaders.
They're coming in like somebody's collapsing a telescope here. They are catching.
There's someone not far behind. Who's this?
That was the guy that broke away, and we can't find out who it is. We'll have to go back and have a look, surely. But this is Michael Rogers now and Kolobnev. They need one little raising of pace. They might get some extra firepower, and he's coming up at a high speed here.
Who's this?
This is, I was going to say, Fabian Cancellara.
It is
Cancellara. Didn't recognise his style. This is how Cancellara wins so many races, as he goes at the finish. But he's not a climber of any description yet. Fabian Cancellara, the world time trial champion, has just crossed the gap here. Couldn't be better for these two if they can handle him when he goes by.
Well, he can't stop, so this is a good opportunity for Michael Rogers just to try to latch onto the train and get carted to the leaders.
Fabian Cancellara has had some season and a half. The man that won the prologue of the Tour de France last year when it was in London. He won 5 time trials last year, including the World Championship. He is the national time trial champion still, of course, and still the world time trial champion. Now he's using this incredible turn of speed, which always stuns the riders. They talk about Cancellara's finishing speed. Nobody can match it. He is bringing 6 riders for 3 medals.
Yes. And Michael Rogers is getting a good ride here for this final
Couldn't have been better for him.
No.
Couldn't have been better.
And hopefully enough just to let him recuperate with 1k to go.
Oh, is it going to be too late? 1,100 metres from the line as they come together now. 6 riders try. Cancellara can't work with the other 2. He's got to close the gap. And when he gets there, he's going to have to hit them. And Andy Schleck has just seen them coming. Andy Schleck knows the strength of Fabian Cancellara because they ride on the same team normally.
Michael Rogers now, this little kick up is going to be really important to the finish. So hopefully he's got something left just to hang on to the wheels, hold this group together and come down to a sprint and get a medal for Australia, and hopefully it's a gold medal.
6 riders in at the sprint, and I bet the organisers never imagined that would be the case. And now it is Andy Schleck again. He won't want to lead now, because up to the pagoda there, that is the finish. As we look here now, it is Cancellara will not wait long, because he can't afford to. He has a tremendous turn of speed. I saw him catch Philippe Gilbert at the end of a stage of the Tour of Switzerland, 10 metres from the line to win the stage, using that same speed we've just seen him use now. He's tucked off to the right of our picture. Rogers will also have to think about an early move, I think, because if they don't, Rebellin will win, and Rebellin wears 5.
300 metres to go, coming up to 200 now. This is it, Phil. It's all on.
Well, Rogers is waiting, and he can't wait much longer now as we open up with Koloblev, so that's cooked his goose. I don't think he can lead from there. Rebellin is going on the right, Sanchez is going on the left. Cancellara, I think, is running out of steam, so too Michael Rogers, as now it looks as though Koloblev will try, but now we pull away. Fabian Cancellara beaten on the line, and Sanchez has just taken the gold medal for Spain. And look at the look from David Rebellin, who has finished second on his 37th birthday. The Spanish got it their way in the end, and it never looked like it would be that way, Mike.
What a day. I tell you, great ride by Michael Rogers.
Absolutely superb. As the riders come in here, Cadel Evans finishing it possibly just on the edge of the top 10, maybe 11th or 12th. Christian van der Velde finishing on the right. Well, we always warned that he is the most difficult rider to beat if he comes to the line. There is Paolo Bettini looking up at the result, because he had hoped to see the name David Rebellin. Instead, he sees the name Samuel Sanchez, the Olympic champion and the most unlikely of the Spanish riders to win it.
We thought he couldn't sprint, but I think it's a factor of everyone being so tired at the end. So great ride by the Spanish Sanchez.
And not undeserved, so don't misunderstand me, as the most unlikely rider to win it, because he has a good reputation. He was coming stronger in the Tour de France every day towards the end, and he's kept that form as he comes here. But he's only had 1 win this year, and it wasn't even a road race win, it was a time trial win. This is his first road race win since May last year. No, let me just think now, since he won a stage of the Tour of Spain just a year ago.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It is. But
Contador
that's a great result.
Yeah. Alberto Contador congratulating Sanchez.
Well, he did his job, didn't he?
Yeah.
He softened them all up, and then he went to make the tee, and that's fine. That's what a team is all about. They had a great team, but I bet you if we'd have had this conversation before the start, they wouldn't have been saying Sanchez for gold. They'd have been saying Valverde.
We thought that they messed up their plans, didn't we, earlier? But here's a sprint now. It's just a big grind to the finish.
I have to feel a bit sorry for Rebellin, but when you get to 37, you use a little bit of those twitch fibres. The rider in the red helmet, though. But just look here at Sanchez, looking at the opposition, almost measuring his pace here. Then he goes for it. He wins quite well. Rebellin second. Cancellara gets the bronze. Yeah. That is superb.
And Schleck wasn't happy.
So the field are in behind him, but it's the gold medal to Samuel Sanchez of Spain.
So an incredible finish in the men's road race over the later stages there. Tremendous excitement after over 6 hours on the road. And just confirming, gold to Spain from Samuel Sanchez, who can give some plaudits to Carlos Sastre, who pulled the very strong Spanish team back into the race around midway of the 245 kilometres. Rebellin of Italy for silver, and Cancellara of Switzerland for bronze. And what about that race from the Australian? Simon Gerrans, a brilliant race for 3/4, and at the end there, Michael Rogers, so close, ended up finishing 6th. OK, after the break, we're going to World News Australia, and we'll be back after the news with plenty more action from Beijing 2008.